So welcome back to day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And out in the water is the women's QS 2000 quarterfinals, heat number 1. And out in the blue we have Natasha van Groenen, and in the red is Louise Leprant. We have just under 8 minutes remaining in this current heat. My name is Aya Nzuza, and I'll be taking you through the next few heats. So we are running a hybrid type commentary here. So our main priority is the surfers. So I'll be giving regular heat updates and time situations. So out in the water, we do have Red now in the lead. So Red, your last wave was a 5.5. Last of Red a 5.5. So Red, you now sitting in the lead, and Blue is in second, looking for a 5.83 in order to advance. And surfers, we have 7 minutes remaining. So 7 minutes remaining in this current heat. So today is day 4 of 4 here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. So we'll be crowning champions later on the day. And we do have a 3-minute paddle out time. So surfers in the next heat, Emily Jenkinson and Lilia Tabai. I will let you guys know, but you are in the next heat. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Red is in the lead with a 5.5, which was your last wave. And your opening ride was a 4.73. So Red is in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.73. Blue, you are in second with a 4.4 and a 4.0. Blue, Natasha van Groenen, your requirement is a 5.83 in order to advance. Just under 6 minutes remaining, just under 6 minutes remaining. And priority is with Blue, second priority, Red. So we did change the location. We out at North Beach here in Durban. Past 3 days were run at the new pier in Durban, South Africa. So we now moved across to North Beach as the sand here looks a little bit better. Already seeing some mid-scoring waves here. Start off the day for the women's. The priority Blue, second priority Red. And surfers, we now have 5 minutes remaining, so 5 minutes. Blue is looking for 5.83. Hello here from current heat leader Louise Leprant. She's up and riding on her backhand. 2 goofy footers out in the lineup here. Getting a completion there is Louise Leprant. Talented surfer from Scottsboro, KwaZulu-Natal. Just under 4 minutes remaining, surfers. Louise Leprant's actually one of the top seeds coming to this event. She's currently a Challenger Series contender. We're getting some points here for the QS 2000, which will help her in her run. So up and riding now is Natasha van Groenen. Wrapping it nicely on the inside there was Natasha van Groenen. So priority is now with red, Louise Leprant, and surface we have 3 minutes remaining. So blue was looking for a score there, but we're now waiting for 2 scores, last of red and the last wave of blue with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So surface in the next seat, you can start making your way out. That is Emily Jenkinson and Lilia Tabai to paddle out. But make sure that you stay away from surface in this current heat. Still waiting for some scores to drop. Waiting for scores to drop here, but we do have 2 minutes remaining, ladies. 2 minutes remaining, waiting for the last of blue and the last of red. Priority is with red, second priority is with blue. Last wave of blue was a 4-2-3, not enough. Blue is still looking for a 5-8-3. Red up and riding now. Louise Leprant. Just a single maneuver there. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. One minute remaining, surface, 1 minute. So second to last of red was a 6.0. Second to last of red, 6 points. So blue, you're now looking for a 7.1. And we have 45 seconds remaining, surface 45. Red is in the lead. Blue is in second, looking for a 7.1. And blue, you do have first priority. 35 seconds remaining, surface. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so that siren signals the end of the women's quarterfinal heat number 1. And up next, we have the women's quarterfinal heat number 2, and we're counting down to starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the start of the women's quarterfinal heat number 2 for the QS 2000. We just Okay, so welcome back to day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And up and riding now looks like red. That is Emily Jenkinson here for the women's quarterfinal heat number 2. And also out there in the blue is Lilia Dubai. Another exciting heat here for day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro with just under 18 minutes, 17 minutes and 48 seconds remaining surfers. We've had heat 1 already surfed here for this heat, and the results for that heat coming in second was Natasha van Groenen, and taking the win was Louise Lepront. 17 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this current heat. And after this, we do have the women's quarterfinal heat number 3. That heat will consist of Sarah Baum and Gabriella Herbst. So Sarah Baum and Gabriella Herbst, please check in with the beach marshal. This is day 4 of 4 here for the eThekwini Surf Pro. Today we will be crowning champions. It's finals day, and we are at North Beach. We've relocated here from the new pier, as we saw that the sand was working a lot better than it was at the new pier. We're expecting to see some great surfing here. Finals day. I'm Ian Zuza, and I'll be taking you through the next couple of heats. So, situation update here for our surfers. Red, your last ride, or your opening ride rather, was a 3.33. So the first of red was a 3.33. The priority is with blue, second priority is with red. The one on either side. And just an announcement to all surfers. The contest area is just on the other side of the blue flag, so stay in between the blue flag and the pier. So stay in between the blue flag and the Bay of Plenty pier. That is the contest area. The blue Durban Tourism flag all the way through to the Bay of Plenty pier. So that is the contest area. Thank you. So we have 14 minutes and 30 seconds. So 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with blue. Second priority is with red. So we saw red getting started there on her backhand, catching left. Getting 2 turns off the top there. And that score came in as a 3.33. Sitting out the back there is blue Lilia Dubai with first priority and 14 minutes to go. So all heats are 20 minutes in duration for the day. battle here from blue on screen. That is Lilia Tabai. She's getting one turn there. But that is her first wave of this heat with 13 minutes remaining. And red is up and riding now. So the opening ride for blue was a 1.4. The opening ride for blue was a 1.4. And the last wave of red was a 0.33. So red, you are in the lead now with a 3.33 and a 0.33. Blue in second with a 1.4. Looking for a 2.27 in order to advance. Priority is with red. Second priority is with blue. So the last wave of blue was a 3.83. Loss of blue a 3.83. So blue changes this heat. Blue is in the lead now with a 3.83 and a 1.4. And red, you are in second with a 3.33 and a 0.33. Looking for a 1.91 to advance. And surface, we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here. Surface priority is with red, second priority blue. Current situation is blue in the lead with a 3.83 and a 1.4. Red is in second with a 3.33 and a 0.33. Red, your requirement is a 1.91. So red is looking for 191. Excuse me. 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining. Red is up and riding. That is Emily Jenkinson. She's currently sitting in second, looking for a score. Getting a couple turns on her backhand. Seven minutes and 30 seconds remaining here, surfers. The reminder coming up next is the women's quarterfinal heat number 3. We have the Olympian Sarah Baum going up against local talent Gabriella Herbst. The last wave of red was a 197. Last of red a 197. And the last of blue was a 3.1. We missed that wave. But last of blue was a 3.1. The judges were on it. So blue is in the lead now, sitting with a pair of threes, a 3.83 and a 3.1. And red, you are in second with a 3.33 and a 197, which was your last wave. So red, your requirement is a 3.61. So red in second, looking for a 3.61 in order to advance. Priority is with blue, second priority is with red. Surfers, we have 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. The women's quarterfinal heat number 2 is out in the water now. And surfers, we're approaching the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. We're going to focus on the surfers now. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Blue is in the lead with a 3.83 and a 3.1. Red in second with the 3.33 and a 197. Red, you're looking for 3.61 in order to advance. Priority is with blue. Second priority is with red. Surfers in the next heat, paddle out time is at 3 minutes. So I'll let you guys know. Just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat when you do paddle out. 4 minutes remaining, surfers, 4 minutes. Priority is with blue. So splitting the peak here is red and blue. So red just falls down and blue getting the completion. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here, surfers. With 3 minutes and 35 seconds now remaining, surfers. We saw 2 rides there, last of blue and last of red. So 2 scores waiting to drop here. It'll be important numbers as the clock ticks. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The last wave of red was a 2.5, not enough. Red, you are looking for a 3.61. That may change. We're just waiting for the last wave of blue. But red, you do have first priority now. 3 minutes remaining. So surfers in the next seat, you can start making your way out. Just a reminder, the contest area is between the blue Durban tourism flag and the Bay of Plenty Pier. So that is the contest area between blue, from the blue Durban tourism flag, the Bay of Plenty. Just saw a ride there from red, Emily Jenkinson. 2 minutes and 30 seconds now remaining surfers. Red is on the back foot here, looking for a score, but we are still waiting for a score for blue. Priority is now with blue. So the last wave of blue is in. Blue, your last ride was a 5.83. So blue in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.83 backup. Red in second place with the 3.33 and a 2.5. Red, your requirement is now a 6.33 to advance. The last wave of blue was a 5.83. Now making the requirements for red slightly higher. Red is now looking to score in the good range. Looking for a 6.33 in order to advance. 90 seconds remaining. One minute remaining, surfers. We have 1 minute. Blue up and riding. Lilia Tabai. Looking very comfortable out there as she leads this heat. 35 seconds remaining. 30 seconds now remaining, surface. Priority is with red. Last wave of red was a short ride. 20 seconds, red. You're looking for a 6.33. And you do have priority. But time is winding down. Right, 10 seconds remaining. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the women's QS 2000 quarterfinal heat number 2. Stay tuned for the eThekwini Surf Pro. We'll be right back. Thank you, surfers. Yes, if you paddle more towards that side, that is the contest area, which is between the blue Durban tourism flag and the Bay of Plenty Pier. Thank you. So, welcome back to day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Out in the lineup now is Sarah Baum in the red singlet and Gabriella Herbst in the blue. And the results of that previous heat, coming in second place was Emily Jenkinson, and taking the win was Lilia Tabai. So heat number 3 now for the women's QS 2000 is in the water. We have Challenger Series surfer and Olympian Sarah Baum up against local talent here, Gabriella Herbst. 2 Durban girls, one residing in Australia and one in Durban. So heats are 20 minutes in duration and 2 minutes down this heat. 18 minutes now remaining. And an early call for surfers in the next heat. That will be the women's quarterfinal heat number 4. That heat will consist of Jasmine Fenter and Jessie Van Niekerk. And here we go. Up and riding, that is Gabriella Herbst getting started here with the women's quarterfinal. So the opening ride for blue comes in as a 1.23. The opening ride for blue, a 1.23. 17 minutes remaining here. Priority is with red. Today is day 4 here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. And I want to take you guys through today's schedule. So we are at North Beach in Durban. We relocated this morning as there's more waves here on this beach. And we're currently running the women's QS 2000 quarterfinals. This is heat number 3. Then after this, we'll have heat number 4 of the women's QS 2000 quarterfinal. And then after that heat will be the JQS 1000 women's quarters. And then we'll have the JQS 1000 men's quarters. Then we'll have the JQS 1000 women's semi-final, followed by the JQS 1000 men's semi-final. And then we'll have the QS 2000 women's semi-final, the QS 2000 men's semi-final. And then after that, we're going to be running the finals from the JQS 1000 women's. And we'll end off the day with the QS 2000 men's final. So lots and lots of action coming your way here for day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro in Durban, South Africa. And we've only had one wave ridden in this current heat. That opening ride for blue, Gabriella Herbst, a 1.23. The priority has been established. Sarah Baum, you have first priority, so priority is with red. Second priority is with blue, Gabriella Herbst. And 5 minutes down, so just under 15 minutes remaining. Just under 15 minutes remaining here, surfers. Last wave for blue was a 1.0. Last of blue a 1.0. So blue is in the lead here with the 1, 2, 3 and a 1.0. So out in this heat, we've had 2 waves ridden for blue, a 1, 2, 3 and a 1.0. Red yet to have a wave. 12 minutes remaining. Priority is with red. Second priority is with blue. And up next is the Women's QS 2000 quarterfinal heat number 4. That heat will consist of Jasmine Fenter and Jessie van Niekerk. 11 minutes remaining here, surfers, 11 minutes remaining. Gabriella Herbst in the lead with the 1, 2, 3 and a 1.0. If you're joining us on the live stream, this is heat number 3 of the Women's QS 2000. Out in the water is Gabriella Herbst in the blue and Sarah Baum in red. On screen now looks like some movement. Sarah Baum getting started. She's up and riding. Getting that first whip off the top. That goes for that nice little carve. And getting the completion there was Sarah Baum. So priority now shifts to blue. Waited a little over 9 minutes for that wave was Sarah Baum. 10 minutes remaining now, surface 10 minutes. So the opening ride for red was a 5.67 opening ride for red. Sarah Baum a 5.67. And she's up and riding again. This is Sarah Baum getting a second wave of the heat. It's not getting the completion there. 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes. At the back with first priority is Gabriella Herbst. Setting with the 1, 2, 3 and a 1.0. So blue, your requirement is a 5.71 in order to advance. 5.71 is your requirement. Last wave of red was a 1.27. So red is in the lead with a 5.67 and a 1.27. Blue in second with the 1.23 and a 1.0. Blue, your requirement is a 5.71 in order to advance. Priority is with blue, second priority is with red. Time call, 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Surfers. A bit of a lull here in the lineup. 7 minutes now remaining. Looks like the surfers are seeing some movement happening here. Priority is with blue. Second priority is with red. Okay, here we go. Gabriella Herb showing some interest now. He's up and riding. It's a nice slashing call off the top there. A nice little cutback. Two-turn combination there for Gabriella Herbst. And she's out of there. So priority now shifts to red. So Sarah Baum out the back with the lead and first priority. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. 6 minutes and 15 seconds now remaining, surfers. Last wave of blue was a 2.07. Blue, your last wave, a 2.07. That goes into your top two. So blue, your requirement is now a 4.88. So blue is looking for 4.88. So red, Sarah Baum still in the lead with the 5.67 and a 1.27. Blue is in second with the 2.07 and a 1.23. Looking for a 4.88 in order to advance. Priority is with red. Second priority, blue. And surfers, we have 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Red in the lead with the 5.67 and a 1.27. Blue is in second with the 2.07 and a 1.23. Blue, your requirement is a 4.88 in order to advance. Priority is with red. Second priority is with blue. Up next is the Women's QS 2000 quarterfinal heat number 4. That heat will consist of Jasmine Fenter and Jessie van Niekerk. Just a reminder to the surfers in the next heat, the contest area is between the Bay of Plenty Pier and the blue urban tourism flags. Make sure that's where you paddle out and stay in between those banners. 4 minutes remaining now, surfers. 4 minutes remaining. Red in the lead with the 5.67 and a 1.27. Blue, you are in second with the 2.07 and a 1.23. Looking for 4.88. Paddle here from red. That is Sarah Baum, who's currently in the lead. Getting 2 strong turns on the backhand. 3 minutes remaining. Surfers, 3 minutes remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you can start making your way out. That is Jasmine Fenter and Jessie van Niekerk. Watching the replay here, last of red, Sarah Baum. Here from red, that is Sarah Baum, who's currently in the lead. And then the money turn being the close out section there for Sarah Baum. So waiting for a score to drop for red. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority is with blue. Second priority is with red. So 2 minutes remaining, surfers. And the last wave of red drops in. It was an 8.17. Last of red, an 8.17. So that puts blue in a difficult situation now, looking for a combination of a 13.84. Taking a here from red, that is Sarah Baum, who's currently in the lead. Put all of the power in that last section, and judges are really rewarding. Power surfing there from Sarah Baum. The priority is with blue. Second priority, red. One minute remaining, surfers. 1 minute. "45 seconds. "30 seconds remaining here, surfers. Red in the lead, blue in second, looking for a combination of a 13.84. 20 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. 10 seconds. The count the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the women's quarterfinal heat number 3. Taking the win there was Sarah Baum. Getting knocked out of the contest was Gabriella Herbst. We're counting down to start the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm now going to hand the mic over to my fellow commentator, Mike Frew, to take us through the next few heats.
Thank you, Aya. So introducing the surfers to you in heat number 4. to our viewers watching online. We are in heat number 4 of the women's quarterfinals of the QS 2000 here as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. It's day 4 and finals day of the event. In the water at the moment, we have in red Jasmine Fenter and in the blue singlet Jessie Finnekerk. So we made a move to North Beach today, which is just a couple of 100 meters north of our location we've been using the last 3 days, the new pier. Yeah, on the Durban beachfront, there's a series of pier structures that go out. And the last couple of days we've been having the contest at New Pier. But today the waves are much more consistent and even a little bit bigger at North Beach. So the contest director wanting to move across. Got really nice contestable 3-foot conditions out there on the sets. We've got a southwesterly offshore wind all day today. Surfers in the water, situation for you. Jessie Finnekerk, your opening wave, a 4.17. Jasmine Fenter, your first wave, a 1.6. Surfers for the next heat, if you could check in, please. That'll be the JQS 1000 woman, and that will feature Lily Heaney, Emma Schoenbrücker, Maya Malherbe, and Maxine Kaufman. If you could check in, please, you're up next. So once again, ladies in the water, 16.5 minutes remaining. Jessie Finnekerk, your opening wave, a 4.17. Jasmine Fenter, your opening wave, a 1.6. Your last wave, a 1.4. So situation, 16 minutes remaining. Jessie Finnekerk, you are in the lead with a 4.17. Jasmine Fenter, you're in second. You require a 2.58, just under 16 minutes. Fifteen minutes remaining. 15 minutes. Fourteen and a half minutes on the clock. Jessie Finnekerk in the lead with a 4.17. 2 scores still to drop in though, last of blue and last of red. And then we'll see if the situation changes. We have 14 minutes remaining in the final quarterfinal, the last heat of the quarters of the women's QS 1000. QS 2000 rather. So we got the QS 2000. After this, we go into the JQS 1000. That's also the women's quarters. 20-minute heats. That'll out at the back. So looks like our surfer in the blue singlet, Jessie Finnekerk. 13 minutes remaining. 13 minutes. Jesse Finnickerk, I got some score updates for you. Your second wave was a 4-2-3, and then your last wave was a 1-0-7. So Jesse Finnickerk in the blue singlet, your score is a 4-1-7 and a 4-2-3. You're in the lead. Jasmine Fenter, you're in second, Jasmine. You require a 6.8. So Jessie Finnickerk in blue, wearing in the blue singlet. She's in priority at the moment. Her score is a 4-2-3 and a 4-1-7. Jasmine Fenter in second, got a 1.6 and a 1.4. Jasmine, you are looking for a 6.8 to move up into the lead. Just over 12 minutes remaining. Just under 12 minutes. So surfers for the next heats, please make sure you've checked in, and then remember it's a 3-minute paddle out today. 3-minute paddle out. Ten minutes remaining, surfers 10 minutes. Surf looking so much cleaner today, very consistent as well. Lovely offshore conditions here at North Beach. And with the swell and the condition of the sandbank here at North and the tide coming in still, we should be fine. Unlikely we'll have to put the event on hold like we did yesterday at the New Pier, where the tide really killed the waves. And we had one of the first situations for a long, long time in competitive surfing in South Africa where we had a heat where no one actually caught a wave and we had to rerun the heat. So a little bit more swell today compared to yesterday. And the North Beach sandbank looking really good. Certainly fun conditions, lefts and rights out there. It's around 3 foot. Surfers in the water, situation update for you. We got 8.5 minutes remaining. Jessie Finnickerk, you lead the heats with a 4-2-3 and a 4-1-7. Jasmine Fenter, you're in second, a surfer in red. Jasmine, you require a 6.8. 7.5 minutes. In priority, we have blue. Second priority is red. Surfers 7 minutes remaining. Jessie Van in the lead with a 4.23 and a 4.17. Jasmine Fenter in second. Jasmine looking to replace her rides, a 1.6 and a 1.4, with a 6.8 in order to take that lead from Jessie and advance to semi-final stage of competition here in the QS 2000 Women's Division at the eThekwini Surf Pro. Our location today is North Beach, which, as its name says, is just north on the northern side of the Durban Beach Frizz. If you look at the water where the surfers are, to the left of us is the Bay of Plenty, the iconic competition venue from the 1970s and early 80s. And then to the right of us is the New Pier. New Pier, swell direction not really hitting there today, so the officials making the call to move to North Beach. You remember the old Gunston 500 used to be held at North Beach for about a decade. It's nice to have an event back at North Beach again. We haven't had an event at North for ages. And brings back memories for a lot of the dads, coaches, and people remember the old Gunston back here in the 1990s. 5.5 minutes, surfers, 5.5 minutes remaining. You can paddle out at the 3-minute mark. So once there's 3 minutes to go, you may paddle out. Nothing much to duck dive today. You can actually paddle out in the rip next to the North Beach Pier. Pretty much not even get your hair wet. So very easy paddle out, and the officials deciding that just 3 minutes required to paddle out. Out in the water, no change to the situation. Jasmine Fenter, you're in second. You have priority. You require a 6.8. Jessie Van with second priority. You're in the lead, Jessie, with a 4.23 and a 4.17. Right, so surfers, no change to the situation. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. Just under 4 minutes remaining. So the JQS youngsters getting ready for their heat, about to paddle out for the JQS women. We're at North Beach in Durban, just to the north of the New Pier. We've got 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining, surfers. 3 minutes. So surfers, for the next heat, you may paddle out. Up and riding. It's our surfer in the red singlet, Jasmine Fenter, looking for a score to try and get out of second place and move into the lead, currently held by Jessie van Niekerk. Jasmine Fenter, your last wave was a 2.43. So it does go into your top two, but it's not enough to take the lead. It does improve your situation though. So Jasmine, you're looking for a 5.97. 5.97. We got 2 minutes remaining. One and a half minutes. Jessie van Niekerk, our current heat leader, up and riding. Jessie's got a lot of experience on the international scene and the Challenger Series as well, and using that experience to good effect here in Heat 4 of the Women's QS 2000 quarterfinals. She's in the lead with a 4.23 and a 4.17. We've got 1 minute remaining, 1 minute. Jessie, your last wave of 3.6. It's not one of your top two. On the outside, we got a paddle. Bring a look at that one. Not quite getting onto it for Jasmine Fenter. 35 seconds remaining, ladies. We're down to just over 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And counting down. 3, 2, 1. So that's siren signaling the end of quarterfinal number 4 in the QS 2000. Stand by for countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now into the JQS 1000 ladies. So stay tuned. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be right back. eThekwini Surf Pro. We are in Heat 1 of the JQS Women's Quarterfinals. Introducing the surfers to you in this heat. In red, we've got Lily Heaney. In blue, we've got Emma Schroembrucker. In white, Maya Malherbe. And in the green singlets, we've got Maxine Kaufman. 20-minute heat, 4 ladies in the quarterfinal. 2 will advance to semi-final stage of competition. And then we'll have 2 eliminated at this stage. It's great to have the JQS as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro this year for the first time. Last year, in the inaugural eThekwini Surf Pro, we just had the QS 1000 men's and ladies, and then we had the LQS men's and ladies. So the JQS, a great addition to the event this year. This is day 4 of competition. The first 3 days were held at the New Pier here on the Durban beachfront. And today the event has moved to North Beach. Historically, it used to be the home of all the big surf events in Durban before the New Pier was built. And today the sandbanks, conditions, swell direction is just much better suited for North Beach. And so the officials made the call this morning to move the event across. So if you're watching online, to the left of us is Bay of Plenty, and then to the right of us is Dairy Bowl and the New Pier. Out in the water, we've got the juniors, the junior ladies, surfing in the JQS 1000. This is heat number 1 of that. Just an early call to surfers in the next heats. That'll be Emily Jenkinson, Leah Lapront, Leah Azolos, and Camilla Hoyer. You're coming up next. So Emily Jenkinson, Leah Lapront, Leila Azolas, and Camilla Hoyer. You're coming up next. We're awaiting scores to drop in from the judges. Surfers in the water, there's 15.5 minutes remaining. Fifteen minutes remaining. As soon as the scores are locked in by the judges, I'll announce it, and then the surfers can hear out in the water exactly what they require. Up and riding, that is surfer in the white singlet, Maya Malherbe. So all 4 surfers have had a wave at this stage. Priorities with blue, second priority green. Lily Heaney, your opening wave, a 383. Emma Schroembrucker, your first wave. Apologies. So Emma Schroembrucker's opening wave was a 383. Lily Heaney at 2.5. Maya Malherbe at 2. And Maxine Kaufman at 1.5. Up and riding. This looks like it's surfer in the red singlet, Lily Heaney. While white on the right, that's Maya Malherbe. So just once again for the surfers, your opening scores. Emma Schroembrucker, your opening wave, a 383. Lily Heaney, your first wave was a 2.5. Maya Malherbe, your opening wave, a 2. And Maxine Kaufman, your first wave, a 1.5. Maya, your second wave, our surfer in white, a 0.77. So score still coming in for last of red, Lily Heaney. Twelve and a half minutes remaining. Lily Heaney, your second wave, a 5-1-7. 5-1-7, 12 minutes remaining. And riding, that looks like it's surfer in blue. Emma Schroenbrücker, her second wave of the heat so far. So Lily Heaney, your first ride was a 2.5, your second ride a 5-1-7. Maya Malherbe, you've got a 2 and a 0.77, and then Maxine Kaufman, a 1.5. Scores dropping in for last of blue. Emma, your last wave was a 2.9, so situation, Lily Heaney, you're in the lead with a 5-1-7 and a 2.5. Emma Schroenbrücker, you're in second. Emma, you require a 3.85. Maya Malherbe is in third. Maya, you need a 4.73. And Maxine Kaufman in fourth at the moment. You have priority, Maxine. You require a 5.23. So once again, let's give the surfers in the water an update while there's no waves. 10 and a half minutes remaining. Surfer in red, Lily Heaney, leading the heat. Emma Schroenbrücker is in second, needs a 3.85. Maya Malherbe is in third, needs a 4.73. And Maxine Kaufman in fourth, requires a 5.23. 10 minutes. Just under 10 minutes. Situation. Priority is with green, second priority red. Lily Heaney in red, you're in the lead, 5.17 and a 2.5. Emma Schroenbrücker, you're in second, you need a 3.85 to take the lead. In the elimination positions at this stage is Maya Malherbe in third, you need a 4.73, and Maxine Kaufman in fourth, you require a 5.23. Maxine? Nine minutes remaining. 9 minutes. Got a paddle out at the back. It looks like surfer in green. That was Maxine Kaufman. Eight minutes on the clock, 8 minutes remaining. So we've got a very defined peak here at North Beach. The sand's actually really good in the middle, and great conditions here for day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. In the water, the quarterfinalists in the JQS 1000. Up and riding, that was our heat leader, Lily Heaney. So where the surfers are sitting now, probably about another 50 meters out from there, is where those big barrels come across North Beach during the cyclone swells. There was actually a clip this week that was doing the rounds that was posted on Surfline or by Surfline of Davey Van Zyl and Josh Redman from a drone shot getting barreled pretty much from where the surfers are now to almost past the Bay Pier. It's a really good wave here at North Beach, and even on small conditions like this, it still makes for super fun surfing. 7 minutes remaining, 7 minutes, surfers. So Lily Heaney, you're still in the lead, Lily. Your score, a 5.17 and a 2.5. We're waiting for your last score, and you could potentially extend your lead with that one. Emma Schrenbrucker, you're in second. You need a 3.85. Maya Malherbe in third, requiring a 4.73. And Maxine Kaufman in fourth, requires a 5.23. One score still to come in for Lily Heaney. And we'll see if she improves on her lead with that one. Was a good-looking wave. So Lily Heaney, your last wave, a 6.17. It's the best of the heat so far. And you do extend your lead. So situation, red leads. Blue in second needs a 7.51. And up and riding. Looks like it is surfer in green. Short wave there for Maxine Kaufman. Just under 6 minutes. So Lily Heaney leading the heats. Lily, your scoring waves are 6.17 and a 5.17. Emma Schrenbrucker, you're in second, Emma. You require a 7.51. Maya Malherbe in third. Maya, you require a 4.73. And Maxine Kaufman in fourth at the moment. You require a 5.23. Maxine, a 5.23. Surfers, just under 5 minutes remaining. Competitors for the next heat, you can paddle out with 3 minutes to go. Four and a half minutes. No change to the situation. So Lily Heaney has been in the lead in the heat for a while now, and Emma Schrenbrucker in second. Emma in blue, you're looking for a 7.51 to take the lead. Maya Malherbe in third. Maya, you're looking for a 4.73 to get into the advancing positions of the heat. And then Maxine Kaufman in fourth. You are looking for a 5.23. Up and riding. A better looking wave for our surfer in green. That'll certainly be her best wave of the heat. Maxine Kaufman. Maxine, 3.5 minutes remaining. 3.5 minutes. So let's see that score dropping in from the judges. It's an important one for Maxine. She was in fourth prior to that. For something to try and get into the advancing stages or positions in the heat. 4 ladies in the heat, 2 will make it through. Right, so Maxine Kaufman, your last wave, a 2.57. It moves you from fourth to third. So let's look at the requirements. Lily Heaney leading. Emma Schrenbrucker is in second. Maxine Kaufman, you're in third now, looking for a 4.16. And Maya Malherbe, you've been bumped down to fourth. Maya, you require a 4.73. So both green and white looking for scores in the 4 range. As we see our heat leader, Lily Heaney, up and riding at the back. Great looking wave here at North Beach on the Durban beachfront. And Lily looking to improve on her 2 scores and really nail down the lead, lock it in with 2 minutes to go. So 2 minutes. Woo, look at the back. How fun do those waves look? There's a right and a left on that wave. We do expect conditions to keep improving through the day. North Beach really picking up the little bit of extra swell that's out there in the ocean this weekend. Just under 2 minutes, surfers, just under 2 minutes. Situation unchanged, but Lily Heaney is still owed a score from the judges. Now, did she improve on her 2 previous scores? If she did, it's going to make it very tough for the other 3 competitors to take the lead in the last 90 seconds. Surfers, we got 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. White up and riding. It's Maya Malherbe. Lily Heaney, your last wave, a 7.67, a 7.67. As we see Maya Malherbe still riding, coming all the way through to the inside. 40 seconds remaining. We're down to 30 seconds. So Lily Heaney, you drop that 5.17 and you replace it with a 7.67. We're down to 20 seconds. Maya Malherbe, your last wave, scored a 2.53. As we count down the heat. 3, 2, 1. So it looks like results of the heat. I'll announce that after the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So results of that last heat. 4th place, Maxine Kaufman. 3rd, Maya Malherbe. 2nd place, Emma Schoenbrücker. And winning that heat, Lily Heaney. Stay tuned. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be right back. Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro, being held today at North Beach on the Durban beachfront. In the water, introducing the surfers to you, it's Heat 2 of the JQS Women Quarterfinals. In this heat, in the red singlet, we've got Emily Jenkinson. In blue, we've got Leah Lapront. Wearing the white singlet is Lila Azelos. And in green is Camilla Hoyer. 4 ladies in this heat. It's a 20-minute heat. 2 will advance through to semi-final stage of competition, and 2 will be eliminated as we are down into the quarterfinals. A couple of waves being ridden already by our surfers in red and blue. Surfers, as soon as the scores are in, I will be able to update you. For those of you watching online, you can follow the scores as they drop in from the judges. Have a look at that graphic on your screen, the WSL logo. Next to that is the time remaining in the heat, the scores that each of the surfers have got. So Emily Jenkinson, your 2 waves, a 3.83 and a 1. Leah Lapront, you've got a 2.83, and Camilla Hoyer, a 0.93. Priority is with white, second priority is with blue. Just calling surfers for the next heat, if you could check in, please. That'll be Louise Lapront, Jasmine Fenter, Demi Rowe, and Taylor Emsley. You're coming up next. If you could check in, please. Scores still coming in for blue, green, and white. Once those scores are in, we'll announce it to the surfers out in the water. Fifteen and a half minutes. Right, scores are in. Emily Jenkinson, you're in the lead with a 3.83 and a 1.37. Leah Lapront is in second with a 2.83 and a 1.5. Lila Azelos, you're in third. You need a 1.51. Your scoring wave at 2.83. And Camilla Hoyer. Camilla, you're looking for a 3.4. So let's just run through that again. Emily Jenkinson leading the heat with a 3.83 and a 1.37. Leah Lapront is in second. Leah, you need a 2.38 to take the lead. Lila Zelos, you're in third, needing a 1.51. And Camilla Hoyer, in fourth at the moment, you need a 3.4. Priority is with blue, second priority is with green. Once again, a reminder to surfers in the next heat and for the rest of the day's competition. The paddle out area is next to the pier in the rip, and you can paddle out on the 3-minute mark. 14 minutes to go in Heat 2 quarterfinals of the JQS 1000 Women. It's the first time the JQS has been part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Last year at the inaugural event, we had the QS 1000 and the LQS 1000. And this year, we've added the JQS as well, so the junior qualifying series. Lots of action coming up today. After the JQS women, we got the JQS men. That'll be followed by semi-finals of the JQS women and men. Then we go into the QS 2000 semi-finals. And after that, the first of our finals. Finals will start today at about 10 to 1 South African time. And the first of the finals will be the JQS women. Then we've got JQS men, the LQS, And then ending the day with the QS 2000 men's and women's finals. 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes. Situation for you, surfers. We're waiting for a score for last of blue. As soon as that comes in, we'll update you. Leah Lapront, your last wave of 5. So we got a situation change. Leah Lapront is now in the lead. Leah, you have a 283 and a 5. Emily Jenkinson, you're now down to second. You need a 401 to take the lead. Lila Azalos, you're in third. You require a 238. And Camilla Hoyer in fourth. You require a 427. We've got 12 minutes remaining. 12 minutes. So there's a couple of surfers at the far bowl. Those surfers at far bowl, if you could come in, please. We are also using that area for competition. So those couple people surfing at far bowl, please come in. Or move to Bay of Plenty. We just had a ride from Surfer in Red, Emily Jenkinson. See if it's enough. See if she gets the score on that in order to take back the lead from Leah Lapront. So Emily Jenkinson on her last wave, looking for a 401. Emily Jenkinson, you get a 583. That puts you back in the lead. Up and riding, that's surfing in the green singlets, Camilla Hoyer. So we got a lead change again. Emily Jenkinson now in the lead. But up and riding, surfer in white and surfer in blue, Leah Lapront and Lila Azalos. So situation surfers, 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the heats. Emily Jenkinson, you're back into first. You got a 383 and a 583. Leah Lapront in second. Leah, you're looking for a 467. Lila Azalos in third. You need a 501. And Camilla Hoyer, you're looking for a 6.9. Nine and a half minutes on the clock. Our surfer in red, Emily Jenkinson, leading the heat with a 583 and a 383. Leah Lapront, you're in second. You need a 467. Lila Azalos, you're in third. You need a 501. And Camilla Hoyer in fourth, requiring a 6.9. We've got a score dropping in for last of Camilla Hoyer. See if it affects the overall situation in the heat. Camilla Hoyer, your last wave, a 317. You're still in fourth, but it helps your requirements. So, Camilla, you're still looking for a score of 467. Up and riding in the red singlet. That is Emily Jenkinson. She's our current heat leader. She had the lead, then lost the lead to Leah Lapront. Now back in the lead. Couple really good-looking waves coming through as part of this set. 3 waves in the set. Surfer in green, Camilla Hoyer. On the outside. This is surfer in the blue singlet. It's Leah Lapront, currently in second place. Couple scores owed to us by the judges, though. So Emily Jenkinson had a good wave. Lila Zelos had a wave as part of that set, as did Camilla Hoyer. And now Leah Lapront has also had a wave. All set waves. So we'll wait for those scores to drop in and see how it changes the situation if there were significant scores there. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. Red has priority. White has second priority. Seven minutes remaining. Red, your last wave, a 497. It goes into your top 2. Blue, your last wave, a 313, also goes into your top 2. White, your last wave, a 257, into your top 2 as well. And finally, Camilla Hoyer, a 3.77, also into your top 2. So the overall situation in the heat with 6.5 minutes remaining. Emily Jenkinson leading from Leah Lapront. Leah, you require a 5.81. Camilla Hoyer, you've now moved up to third. You need a 4.37. And Lila Zelos, you've moved down to fourth. You require a 5.3. Red leads from blue. Green in third needs a 4.37. And white in fourth needs a 5.3. 6 minutes remaining. Just under 6 minutes. So as we into the last quarter of the heat, with 5 minutes or so remaining, Emily Jenkinson leading the heat with a 5.83 and a 4.97. Leah Lapront is in second. She needs a 5.81 to move into first and knock Surfing Red down to second. Camilla Hoyer was in fourth for a while, but after her last wave, she moved up into third. Now needs a 4.37. And Lila Zelos in fourth requires a 5.3. We're on 5 minutes, 5 minutes remaining. Four and a half minutes. Looks like we've got a ride. It's our heat leader, Emily Jenkinson. Takes off on this wave into a couple of turns with big finish. Looking very confident in through those turns. She's well out in the lead at the moment. And surfing the last little bit of this heat with great speed, flow, and you can see from her body positioning that she's feeling pretty confident out there. So Emily, we'll see that last score drop in from the judges. As soon as it's in, I'll update you. Let's see if you extend your lead. In terms of the number of waves ridden today, Emily Jenkinson's had 8 waves, Leah Lapront's had 6. Lila Zelos and Camilla Hoyer have had 4 each. Plenty waves out there, even for a 4-person heat. So a good move for the eThekwini Surf Pro to come across to North Beach from Nupia, which was the venue for the first 3 days. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Right, so that wave comes in for Emily Jenkinson. It's a 6. Emily, you extend your lead. So blue, Leah Lapront in second. You're now looking for a 6.83 to take the lead. Camilla Hoyer, you need a 4.37. And Lila Zalos, you need a 5.3. White has priority. Green, second priority. Just under 3 minutes. Red up and riding. Emily Jenkinson, a dominant performance in the heat so far. And we have another set of waves coming through at the back. Riding on the second one with 2 minutes remaining. It is Camilla Hoyer. This time she finds a wave with a big open face in front of her. What are we going to see for the finish? Goes for a big turn, tags the lip. So could that be a big turning point in the heat? That final finish maneuver there for Camilla Hoyer. Set wave, got a couple of turns in. It's certainly her best wave of the heat. We'll wait for the scores to drop in because waves are still pouring through. And we still have just under 2 minutes remaining. And we've got a split peak at the back. So it looks like blue going left and a short wave there for white. So important score to drop for green. Camilla Hoyer, you were looking for a 4.37. Your score comes in at a 4.93, so it moves you into second. 1 minute to go. Emily Jenkinson, you leading the heats. Camilla Hoyer, you're now in second. So Camilla's made her way up from fourth to third and now in second. With 1 minute to go, Leah Lapront looking for a 3.7. And Lila Zalos looking for a 5.87. So that's Emily Jenkinson up and riding. She's our heat leader with 45 seconds to go. Now, is Leah Lapront going to be able to get a wave and a 3.7 in the last 40 seconds? We've got a paddle. It's up and riding. It's blue. Leah Lapront looking for a score to try and get out of that third place position. 30 seconds remaining. Unlikely there'll be an opportunity for another wave after this. So Leah looking to try and stay with that wave all the way through to the bowl. We're down to just over 10 seconds remaining in the heat. As we count down the heat. 3, 2, 1. Next heat, hold your positions. We're going to have a very important score coming in for Leah Lapront. It could determine the outcome of the heat and who goes into the semifinals. We are waiting for the judges to still punch that in. So the next heat out there, stand by, hold your position. One score still to come in for Leah Lapront. We're also waiting for a score of Emily Jenkinson, but that won't impact the overall situation in heat because Emily was in the lead, well out in the lead prior to that. So Emily, your last wave comes in at a 4.53. No change to that situation. We're still waiting for Leah Lapront's wave, as you see on screen. Surfers in the water, hold your positions. You can see the judges' scores dropping in on your screen. It's a 2.73, so shy of the requirement. Well done, Emily Jenkinson and Camilla Hoyer going through that heat. Third place, Leah Lapront, and fourth place, Lila Azolis. Stand by for your countdown.
All right, welcome back to finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And out in the water now is the women's quarterfinal heat number 3 for the Pro Junior. In the red we have Louise Leprant. In the blue is Jasmine Fenter. In the white, Demi Rowe. And in the green is Taylor Emsley. So we saw the results of that previous heat. Coming in 4th place was Lila Zalos. 3rd place, Lila Leprant, and advancing through that round was Camilla Hewer, and taking the win was Emily Jenkinson. So an early call for surfers in the next heats. That will be Anastasia Fenter, Gabriella Herbst, Sophia Jackson, and Coco Clark. I'm Aya Nzuza, and I'm going to be taking you through the next couple of heats. So heats are 20 minutes in duration. 2 minutes down this current heat, so just under 18 minutes remain. So we're out at North Beach today for finals day. And you can see the waves rolling through here. Beautiful, beautiful conditions here for finals day. We have exciting surfers in the water. Some of the best pro juniors in South Africa. In the African region here, competing for points for stop 1 of the 2025-26 season. Then after this, we are going to go to Heat 4 of the JQS Women's Quarters. Then we will have the JQS 1000 Men's Quarters. Then after that will be the JQS Women's Semifinals, followed by the JQS Men's. Then we'll have the QS 2000 Women's Semifinal and the QS 2000 Men's Semifinal. And then straight after that will be the first final of the day, which will be the JQS 1000 Women's Final. So we do not know. Your winner could be out in the lineup now, but only time will tell. Still lots of action coming your way here for the eThekwini Surf Pro. 0 waves ridden in this heat. We still have ample time remaining. The top 2 surfers make it through to the next round. So surfers are going to be fighting to stay in that 1st and 2nd position. It looks like a bit of movement out in the water. Strong paddle here. Jasmine Fenter is up and riding. She surfed in the QS 2000 earlier. Unfortunately got knocked out, so we're going to look for a better result here. She already had a warm-up heat. So knowing what the conditions are doing, and knowing how to work with the time allocated here. Just a big shout out to our event sponsors, Durban Tourism, huge TNS being our network provider. KwaZulu-Natal Surf Riders Association. Huge shout out to you guys. The first wave of blue comes in. It was a 1.0. First off blue, Jasmine Fenter, 1.0. 15 minutes remaining now, surfers, 15 minutes. Watching paddle there from Louise Leprant, just not getting on that wave. Alrighty, up and riding, Louise Leprant. Wave just closing down in front of her. So that's going to be a small score. And up and riding out the back, that is Jasmine Fenter on a 2nd wave here, getting 2 quick turns off the top. There's Jasmine going for the 3rd there. Nice and tight in the pocket. Oh, Jasmine Fenter ripping here at the North Beach Bowl. So that's going to be a significant score to drop there for Jasmine. It's the first, I'd say, scoring wave of this heat. 13 minutes and 30 seconds now remaining. And a paddle here from White. That is Demi Rowe. She's a quick in and out there for her. Okay, so a couple scores dropping in here. The opening ride for White was a 0.43. The opening ride for White, Demi Rowe, a 0.43. The opening ride for Red was a 0.5. And the last wave of Blue, Jasmine, a 4.5. Last of Blue, a 4.5. So early situation in this heat surface, we do have Blue in the lead with a 4.5 and a 1.0. Red is in second with just a 0.5. Looking for a 5.0. We have White in third with a 0.43, looking for a 0.08. And Green in fourth, yet to have a wave in this heat, looking for a 0.51. So priority has been established. We have Green with first priority, second priority is with Red, third priority is with White, and fourth priority Blue. Another call for surfers in the next heats: Anastasia Fenter, Gabriella Herbst, Sophia Jackson, and Coco Clark. Check in. Girls are surfing next. Okay, Red up and riding now. Louise LePrance. Also up and riding on the left is Demi Rowe. So Demi Rowe kicks out of that one. Let's stick with Louise in the red, getting that last maneuver, and she's out of there. Okay, so the last wave of White was a 2.0, last of White, Demi Rowe, a 2.0. Up and riding yet again, quick in and out there for Demi Rowe. Last wave of Red, Louise LePrance, was a 3.33. Surface, we have a little over 9 minutes remaining. And Blue is in the lead with that 4.5 and 1.0. Red is in second with the 3.33 and a 0.5. Looking for a 2.18. White in third with a 2.0 and a 0.43. White, your requirement is just a 1.84 in order to advance. Then we have green, Taylor Emsley in fourth, looking for 3.83. Priority is with green, second priority blue, third priority white, and fourth priority is with red. 8.5 minutes to go here. Surfers, so that looked like green, Taylor Emsley. So priority now with blue, second priority is with white, third priority is with red. Okay, the opening ride for green, Taylor Emsley, a 2.83. The opening ride for green, a 2.83. So green is in third, white to get dropped down to fourth, looking for 1.84. So Demi Rose sitting in fourth, looking for 1.84. Taylor Emsley in the green, your opening ride was a 2.83. The requirement is a 1.01 in order to advance. Red, Louise LaPrance is sitting in second with a 3.33 and a 0.5. Red, your requirement is a 2.18 in order to go into first. And then we have blue, Jasmine Fenter in the lead with a 4.5 and a 1.0. We have 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, surfers. Strong paddle here from Jasmine Fenter. She's getting stuck as she was winding down the bottom there for that top turn. But just lost her footing there. She only had one maneuver out the back there. She was going for that second one. You saw her hit a bump. So that last of blue is in. It was a 1.6. That's going to your top two. And red, you're now looking for a 2.78 in order to go into first, but you are second and in an advancing position. Green is in third with just a 2.83, looking for just a 1.01 to advance. And then we have white in fourth with a 2.0 and a 0.43, looking for 1.84. Blue up and riding again, Jasmine Fenter. Just one turn off the top there for Jasmine, and she's out of that one. So priority is with white, second priority red, third priority is with green. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, surfers. Okay, surfers, we now have 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes, last wave of blue was a 1.73. So that does go into your top two. Red, you're now looking for a 2.91 in order to go into first. Green is in third, looking for a 1.01 to advance. White in fourth with first priority, looking for just a 1.84. So we do have Demi Rose sitting in fourth with a 2.0 and a 0.43. Looking for just a 1.84 in order to advance, and she has first priority. Then we have green in third with the 2.83, looking for just a 1.01 to advance. Then we have red in second, Louise LaPrance with a 3.33 and a 0.5. The requirement is a 2.91 to go into first. Then we have blue, Jasmine Fenter in the lead with a 4.5 and a 1.73. Surfers, we now have 4 minutes remaining. There's 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with white, second priority red, third priority is with green. Green up and riding. Taylor Emsley, that's a second wave of the heat. So that score definitely gonna factor in. 3.5 minutes remaining. Watching the paddle here from Louise Leprant, currently sitting in second. Looking to get rid of that throwaway 0.5 sitting on the score line and potentially get herself out of that danger zone. The top 2 surfers make it through to the next round. So the last wave of green, Taylor Emsley, was a 1.9. That was enough to put green in second. But we're now waiting for a score for red to drop. 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes. So surfers in the next heats, Anastasia Fenter, Gabriella Herbst, Sophia Jackson, and Coco Clark. You guys can start paddling out. Just make sure to stay away from the surfers in this current heat. We are waiting for a score for red to drop. Meanwhile, out the back, Demi Rowe is up and riding. Waited nice and long for this wave. She had that first priority. It was a nice little cutback to the power source now. Gets a nice little carve as Demi Rowe. Still pushing here on the inside, getting some face to work with. Up and over that end section. So getting a nice ride. There is Demi Rowe. And up and riding now, Jasmine Fenter. Quick in and out there for her. Okay, surfers, we now have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining in this heat. So 1 minute and 45 seconds now on the clock, surfers. Priority is with red, second priority is with green. We are waiting for a couple scores to drop here. So a ride from white, short ride from blue, and one ride earlier on from red. 90 seconds remaining, so 1 minute and 30 seconds. Up and riding. That is green, Taylor Emsley. So this heat's really picking up in the dying minutes here. We now have 1 minute and 5 seconds. 1 minute remaining, surfers. The last wave of white was a 3.0 that goes into your top 2 and puts you into third. Last wave of red was a 4.67 and red is now in the lead, blue is in second. Looking for a 3.51 in order to go back into first. Green in third, looking for a 3.41, up and riding. That is the current heat leader, Louise Leprant. Utilizing a priority on this wave. It's vertical, and that last snap there is Louise. 35 seconds. Okay, up and riding. Jasmine Fenter currently sitting in second. 30 seconds remaining, surfers. Time is winding down. We do have white in fourth, looking for a 3.24. Green in third, looking for a 3.41. 15 seconds remaining. Right, surfers, we now have 10 seconds. Priority is with white, counting the seat down in 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the women's JQS 1000 heat number 3. And up next is heat number 4 of the women's quarterfinals. So that last wave of red was a 5.5, goes into your top 2. Next heat is the women's quarterfinal heat number 4. Right, surfers in the next heat, set your watches. We counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. So the results of that previous heat, coming in fourth was Demi Rowe. Third place went to Taylor Emsley. And advancing through that round, well done to Jasmine Fenter. And taking the win was Louise Leprant. Heat number 4 now in the water for the women's JQS quarterfinal. In red, we have Anastasia Fenter. In blue is Gabriella Herbst. In white, we have Sophia Jackson. And in green is Coco Clark. So just stacked heats here for finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Heats are 20 minutes in duration. So 1 minute down, 19 minutes remaining here. So we saw White take off on that wave. And your opening ride, White, 0.5. 18 minutes remaining, surfers. This is the last heat of the JKS 1000 women's quarters. And then after this, we are moving on to the JKS 1000 men's quarters. And in heat number 1, we will have David Emsley, Rylan Jarvis, Matt Canning, and Cooper Smith. So if those guys could kindly check in, we'll be surfing the next heat. Red is up and riding. Anastasia Fenter getting 2 turns on her backhand. So if you're joining us on the stream, welcome to finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And out in the water is the women's quarterfinals, heat number 4 for the JQS 1000. So 1,000 points up for grabs here for the 2025-26 season. The first event of this season coming up next. So that first ride of White was a 0.5. We saw Red now have a wave. That was Anastasia Fenter in the red. So if you're sitting back home and you're wondering what's happening here, I'll let you know. So surfers are competing here. Top 2 surfers advance through to the next round, which will be the semi-finals. The top 2 scoring rides are what they're fighting for. Each wave is out of 10 points. And we have judges that give the scores on a scale of 0 to 10. Surfers have 20 minutes to go out there, catch the 2 best scoring rides, and advance through to the next round. And if they're not able to do that, then they get knocked out. But up and riding. Anastasia Fenter. Gets on the rail now as Anastasia Fenter as she gets that wave. Out here at North Beach. It's currently 9:40 a.m. here in South Africa, Durban. So good morning from Durban, South Africa. We have some surfing today. Lots and lots of action coming your way for finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And here's a paddle here, Gabriella Herbst up and riding. Looks like that wave. Just closing out in front of her. Not giving her what she was looking for. So just under 14 minutes remaining, 13 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority has been established. So Coco Clark has first priority. Sophia Jackson has second priority. And the current situation for you surfers, we do have a red in the lead, Anastasia Fenter, with a 3.67 and a 2.5. White is in second with a 0.5 and a 0.43. Blue in third with just a 0.43, looking for a 0.5 in order to advance. And Coco Clark yet to have a wave in this heat, looking for just a 0.93. We still have time. There's 13 minutes to determine the two advancing surfers in this round. So watching the paddle here, up and riding, Gabriella Herbst. Getting that nice slashing carve. So Blue had that wave and rid that wave all the way to the inside. We just didn't catch it on frame. I've been riding out the back, Coco Clark getting started here in the green singlet, utilizing a priority. Waited a little over 7 minutes for that one. Getting a couple small turns out the back. Just looking for that reforming section. Didn't get it. Up and riding. Sophia Jackson now on her backhand. Gets a nice re-entry on that wave. Building some speed, going for that closeout maneuver, but not getting the completion. So just under 12 minutes remaining here, surface just under 12. Priority is with red Anastasia Fenter, and we're waiting for 3 scores to drop. So away from green, 1 from blue, and 1 from white. So judges are still working on those scores. And then as soon as those scores are in, I will be able to update you guys. So we're all running a hybrid type commentary here. And I'm Ian Zuza. The main focus is the surface, so that's our main priority. If you're on the stream, you'll notice that I'm giving regular heat updates and situation updates for our surface. But wait, let's have a look here. Anastasia Fenter, just 1 turn, and she's out of there. Okay, a couple scores have dropped here, surfers. So the last wave of white was a 3.0. Second to last of red, a 3.67. Last wave of green was a 1.6. That was your opening ride. And last wave of blue was a 2.67. So surfers, we do have red in the lead. White is in second. Blue is in third. And green in fourth. So green, currently sitting in fourth. Your requirement is a 1.91 in order to advance. A 191, your requirement to advance. Green, blue, you are in third. Your requirement is a 0.84. So Gabriella Herbst is sitting in third, looking for a 0.84. And then we have white, Sophia Jackson. You are sitting in second. That is an advancing position. In order to go into first, you require a 3.18. And then we have red Anastasia Fenter. And she is up and riding. Just getting 1 crack off the top there. 10 minutes remaining, surface, 10 minutes. So we're halfway through this heat with red in the lead, white in second, blue in third, and green in fourth. Priority is with green. Second priority is with blue. And third priority is with white. Yeah, so the last wave of red was a 283, Anastasia Fenter 283, your last wave. So that goes into your top two, yes? And white, Sophia Jackson is in second with a 3.0 and a 0.5. Sophia, your requirement to go into the lead is a 3.51, a 3.51. And then Gabby Herbst in third, looking for 0.84. And we have green up and riding. Coco Clark. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Big paddle at the back there. That looks like blue. Unfortunately, not getting on that wave was blue. So loses a priority there. So priority now with white. Second priority is with red. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here, surfers. Last wave of green was a 0.57, not enough. Green, you require a 191 in order to advance. So 1.91 is your requirement to advance. Seven minutes remaining here, surfers. We have 7 minutes. Here's a paddle up and riding. Coco Clark. Gets that nice wrap on that end section. So we are going to wait for that score to drop. She wasn't looking for a huge score. So last of green is in. So she was looking for a 191 and last of green a 2.5. So we do have a situation change. Green now moves into second. White, you're now in third, and blue is in fourth. So blue sitting in fourth, your requirement is just a 143 to advance. White in third, looking for 1.1. Green in second now, looking for 4 points in order to take the lead. And then we do have red Anastasia Fenter with a 3.67 and a 2.83. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority is with white. Second priority, red. Paddle there from blue. No ride. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surfers, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Up and riding. And heat leader Anastasia Fenter racing down the line. Up and over that section, lays it back. Okay, some speed here. One section to work with. Oh, ha, ha. Getting the completion there was Anastasia Fenter, who's currently in the lead. Slowly building throughout this heat there was Anastasia Fenter. 5 minutes remaining, so priority with white, and she's up and riding, Sophia Jackson. Just waiting for that wave to wall up on the inside. Tries to go for that maneuver. Just hogging her rail and incomplete ride. So, green, you have first priority now. Blue, you have second priority. Scores still to drop for red and white. 4 minutes and 25 seconds remain. Last wave of white was a 2.1, and that was enough to put white back into an advancing position. So green, you're now sitting in third, looking for a 2.61. So green, Coco Clark in third, looking for a 2.61. And then we have blue, Gabriella Herbst, you're looking for a 2.44. Just under 4 minutes remaining. Priority is with green, second priority, blue. Last wave of red was a 5.83. Last of red, Anastasia Fenter, 5.83. So red is in the lead here with the 5.83 and a 3.67. White in second with the 3.0 and a 2.1. White, your requirement to go into first is now a 6.5. And then we have a green in third with a 2.5 and a 1.6. Green, your requirement is a 2.61 to advance. And then we have blue, Gabriella Herbst, in fourth with a 2.67 and a 0.43. Looking to get rid of that 0.43 and replace it with a 2.44 or more in order to advance. 3 minutes remaining now, surface 3 minutes, red up and riding, Anastasia Fenter. This is a 7th wave of this heat. So I mentioned that you're slowly building in this heat. Second to last wave being a 5.83, being the highest scoring ride of this heat. And opening up the gap between her and current second place surfer, Sophia Jackson. She's looking for a 6.5 in order to go into first. So a ride now from Coco Clark. 1.67 for Coco Clark. Not enough. Watching blue now, Gabriella Herbst. Wave just going a bit dead for Gabby, but she did have a nice cutback. We're all going to wait for that score to drop. I'll say that again. Last wave of green was a 1.67. Not enough, Coco. You're looking for a 2.61 in order to advance and make it through to the next round. We're now waiting for a score for last of blue. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Surface 1 minute and 50 seconds. Priority is with white. Second priority green. Last wave of blue was a 1.43. Last of blue a 1.43. Not enough. Blue is looking for a score. She's up and riding. Gabriella Herbst. 1 minute and 25 seconds. She's going to try and do the best she can with what she's got here. More than capable of getting that required score. But now it's just going to be a race against time. Surfers in the water. We now have 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. Red in the lead, white in second, green in third. Waiting for a score for blue. A paddle here from green Coco Clark with 55 seconds on the clock. It's a single hits off the top there is Coco in the green. 45 seconds remaining surface. Priority is with white, second priority red. 35 seconds, surface, 35 seconds. $25 seconds. Last of green, 1.8. Last of blue, a 2.07, just short of the requirement. Blue, you're looking for a 2.44. Green is looking for a 2.61. 10 seconds remaining. Continency down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so that siren signals the end of the women's JQS quarterfinal, heat number 4. We're now going to move on to the men's JQS 1000 quarterfinals. So surface to the next heat, counting down to starts in 4, 3, 2, 1. right, welcome back to finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro, and out in the water now is the JKS 1000 quarterfinal. Heat number 1. In the red we have David Emsley, in the blue Rylan Jarvis, and white Matt Canning, and in the green is Cooper Smith. So the results of that previous heat: coming in fourth place was Coco Clark, in third place Gabriella Herbst. Advancing through that round was Sophia Jackson, and taking the win was Anastasia Fenter. So we'll see Anastasia and Sophia in the semi-finals later on the day. So heats are 20 minutes in duration. We're 2.5 minutes in this one. 17 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Some big names in this heat with the likes of David Emsley, Rylan Jarvis, Matt Canning, and Cooper Smith. Up and riding now, the goofy footer from East London, David Emsley. Gets a nice crack off the top there is David and rides out. So super interesting here. We have surfers in the JQS that are completing their final year of studies. So balancing surfing and studies. Still being able to travel across the country, entering these QS events, gathering points together to get them one step closer to qualifying for the goal being the championship tour. So lots of surfing talent in South Africa. And today we're here in Durban. And Durban has produced some great surfers over the years. But up and riding now, Cooper Smith. And up and riding out the back, Matt Canning, the local boy here in Durban. Just one turn and that wave just fizzles out for him, not giving him that scoring potential he was looking for. 15 minutes and 30 seconds now on the clock. Surface priority has been established. So first priority is with blue, Rylan Jarvis. Second priority is with red. And just a call for surfers in the next heat. Ndogozo Mapumulo, Marcello Zeddy, Connor Slipen, and Logan Tilsley are coming up next. So those guys could kindly check in with the beach marshal. Just under 15 minutes remaining here, surfers. The opening score for whites, Matt Canning, was a 1.0. First of whites, a 1.0. There's a paddle here. Who's going to go? Looks like white is up. Matt Canning on his backhand. Just love how low he gets. The transition there is Matt Canning. Getting a couple turns. That might be his first significant score of this heat. Top two surfers make it through to the next round. Today we are crowning champions. So your winner could be in this heat. We do not know. Only time will tell. Plenty of surf action coming your way here for day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. The opening ride for green, Cooper Smith, was a 2.5. The opening ride for green, a 2.5. Waiting patiently out the back there is Rylan Jarvis with first priority. Last wave of white was a 3.83. Last of white's a 3.83 Matt Canning. The opening score for red was a 5.5. So David Emsley getting a 5.5 up and riding now. Rylan Jarvis. 2 strong turns there for Rylan. And up and riding David Emsley. 1, 2 turns off the top. He looks pretty stoked with that one. So beautiful, beautiful conditions here. Quick in and out there for Matt Canning. Lots and lots of scoring potential out here for our JQS 1000 competitors. And quarterfinal heat number 1. So 2 scores waiting to drop now. Last of red and last of blue. The last of white was a 0.57. It was a short ride, quick in and out there for Matthew Canning. So that score not going to factor in. 12 minutes now remaining. Surfers at 12 minutes on the clock. So opening ride for blue was a 4.33. First of blue, Rylan was a 4.33. Last wave of red was a 7-point ride. Last of red, 7 points. So scoring in the good range there is David Emsley, 7 points out of 10. So judges rewarding the surfing there. Now up and riding is Cooper Smith, getting that nice cutback to set up. Goes for that second one. Now generating some speed here for the closeout. Not getting the completion, 11 minutes remaining. That was his second wave, so it will factor in. So I'll say it again, that last wave of red was a 7.0. And last wave of green, let's wait for him to duck dive. That last wave of green was a 2.43. 2.43. So current situation, surfers, red in the lead. Green is in second. In order to go into first, he's looking for 10 points. White in third, looking for just a 1.1 to advance. And blue is in fourth, looking for just a 0.6. So blue, you are sitting in fourth, Rylan with a 4.33. You're looking for a 0.6 to advance. White, Matt Canning is in third. White, you're looking for a 1.1. 10 minutes remaining. Cooper Smith in second. Looking for 10 points in order to go into first. So leading here comfortably is David Emsley with that good scoring ride of a 7.0 and that mid scoring ride of a 5.5. So great start here for David Emsley. Priority is with White, Matthew Canning. He's up and riding. So splitting the peak here. David Emsley on the left, building some speed. Matt Canning going for that turn. There's Matt Canning with another maneuver there. Okay, now we're back to Matt Canning. Goes for that last section. Oh, just falls out the back. Up and riding. Rylan Jarvis. Nine minutes remaining now, surfers. 9 minutes remaining. So priority is now with green. Second priority is with red. So we are waiting for threes scores to drop. Then I will give you guys an update. Last of red, a 2.63, not factoring in. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Surface 7 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. We're waiting for last of white and last of blue to drop. Huge shout out to Huge TNS being our network provider for this event. That's how we're able to bring you live broadcasting and live updates here for this event. Waiting for scores to drop. Please be patient with me, surfers. I'll give you your score, Matt Canning, as soon as it's in. We're still waiting for last of blue as well, Rylan Jarvis. Priority is with green though. Second priority, red. Third priority is with white. 7 minutes remaining, 7 minutes. Last of white, Matt Canning was a 4-2-3. That puts you into second, Matt Canning. Up and riding now, heat leader, David Emsley. Two strong whips off the top there is David. And watching the paddle here, Matt Canning up and riding. Got a 4.23 for his last one. He's going to look to improve on that, sorry. Six and a half minutes remaining, yeah, surface. That last wave of blue, Rylan, was a 4-4-3. So we do have red in the lead, blue in second. Last wave of white, Matt Canning a 3.9. You're looking for a 4.53 in order to advance. Cooper Smith and green, you're sitting in fourth. You're looking for a 6.26 in order to advance. Priority is with green. Second priority, blue. Third priority, red. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, surface with red in the lead, blue in second. With a 4.33 and a 4.43, looking for an 8.07 to go into first. White is sitting in third, looking for a 4.53 to advance. And green is in fourth, looking for a 6.26. So that last wave of red was a 6.6, David. So red comfortably in the lead here. Current second place surface looking for a 9.17 in order to take the lead. Matt Canning in third looking for a 4.53 to advance. Green Cooper Smith is in fourth looking for a 6.26. We have just under 5 minutes remaining, 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat surface. Priority is with green. Second priority is with blue. So leading the charge here is David Emsley with a 7-point ride and a 6.6 backup. Rylan Jarvis in second with the 4.43 and a 4.33. Looking for a 9.17. Matt Canning in third with a 4.23 and a 3.9. Matt Canning, your requirement is a 4.53. And then we have Green Cooper Smith in fourth with first priority, looking for a 6.26. Just under 4 minutes remaining, surface 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So surfers in the next seat, if you could start getting ready to make your way out. That is Dogozo Mapumulo, Marcello Zede, Connor Slipen, and Logan Tilsley. You guys are surfing next. Is that a paddle? Yes, up and riding. Rylan Jarvis. Resetting his line here on the inside, sharing some speed here, winds down the bottom, goes for that top turn, not getting the completion. 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes. Priority still with green. Cooper Smith. Second priority is with red. And watching the paddle here, Cooper Smith is up and riding. Currently sitting in fourth. Lays it back. And getting the completion is Cooper Smith. Looking for a score in the good range here. And putting some power on that last maneuver. So surfers, we now have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Priority is with red. Second priority is with white. We are waiting for a score for green to drop. So a paddle here from David Emsley. He's up and riding. Very light on his feature is David Emsley. Getting 2.5 turns, not riding out of that last one. Just under 90 seconds remaining. Surfers, 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Okay, so 1 minute remaining. Surfers. Judges are working on last of green. Fifty seconds, surfers. 45 seconds. Last of green, a 4.27. Goes into your top two, but you're still in fourth. Matt Canning with first priority, looking for 4.53. 30 seconds remaining, surfers. Ryland Jarvis is in second with second priority. The priority is with Matt, looking for 4.53. 20 seconds remaining. Right, surfers, we now have 10 seconds. Up and riding is blue. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the JKS 1000 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. And up next we have heat number 2. So surfers in the next heat, just hold your positions.
eThekwini Surf Pro here at North Beach in Durban on the east coast of South Africa. We're in Heat 2 of the quarterfinals of the JQS 1000 men. Introducing to you the surfers in this heat. In the red singlet, Ntokozo, Surprise Mapamulo. In the blue singlet is Marcello Zeddy. In white, we got Connor Slipen. And in the green singlet, we got Logan Tilsley. So all these heats really loaded. Tough heats, high-seeded surfers. These guys have surfed against each other many times. And not much to differentiate if you had to try and predict who could take the win in this heat. If you're looking at form, so far Connor Slipen, he's the surfer in white. He's already made the semi-finals in the QS 2000, so he's surfing 2 divisions today. He's in the quarterfinals of the JQS, and then we'll see him later in the QS 2000 as well. Up and riding, first wave of the heat. It's Marcello Zeddy wearing the blue singlet, getting a score on the board to open up the scoring on heat number 2, quarterfinals of the JQS 1000. Just an early call to surfers in the next heat. That will feature Simon Winter, Jack Erlang, Ben Esterhazer, and Josh van Wyk. If you guys could check in, please, you're coming up next. And then just a reminder to please paddle out in the rip next to the pier. We've been requested, although lifesavers have requested, no paddle outs through the bathing area. Please paddle out next to the pier. 1,000 men, 2 more heats in the quarterfinals after this. We then go into the semi-finals of the women's JQS, followed by the men's. Then we go into QS 2000 women's and men, and then the first of our finals here at North Beach. This is the 2nd edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro. The inaugural one was held last year with the finals at Dairy Beach. That had a QS 1000 and a LQS 1000. While this year we've added juniors to the event. So Pro Juniors, JQS 1000. It's great to see the men and women competing in that this morning in the quarterfinal stages. Beautiful day here on the Durban beachfront. Not a breath of wind at the moment. 3-foot clean split peaks on offer. And balmy 25 degrees. Middle of winter. On the winter solstice today, 21st of June. "15 minutes remaining. Connor Slipen, your opening wave at 2.33, 233. Ntokozo, surprise, Mapamulo opening up his account. While behind him, it looks like it's surfer in white, Connor Slipen, up and riding on his 2nd wave of the heat. So a lot of waves coming through, very busy, a lot of rides in each heat this morning, up to 30 waves ridden in each of the heats so far. Pretty stark contrast to yesterday when we actually had to put some of the heats on hold because of the high tide. We had one heat where the heat actually had to be rerun because no one caught waves. There were no set waves in the whole heat. But today, plenty waves on offer and a picture-perfect winter's morning here at North Beach in Durban. Right, on the outside, up and riding, 2nd wave for surprise, Mapamulo. We'll wait for the scores to come in for last of white and red and then update the competitors. Just under 13 minutes remaining, just under 13 minutes. Just another call if you haven't checked in yet. Surfers in the next heat. Simon Winter, Jack Erlank, then Esther Hazer, and Josh van Wyk. Up and riding right in front of the judges. We've got Ntokozo, Surprise Mapamulo. Right, so scores are in, surfers. Here's an update for you. Just check out the water. We got it right, so we won't give an update just yet, as this could influence the leaderboard. It's surfer in white, Connor Slipen. Behind him, it's surfer in blue. Quick in and out there for Marcello Zeddy. Connor Slipen's found a nice little wave on the inside. As we approach the higher tide, we'll see more and more of these waves bowling through to the inside like that. So the eThekwini Surf Pro. Connor Slipen, waiting for one of your scores as well as Marcello Zeddy. Then we'll update you. Meanwhile, on the outside, the action continues. Looks like surfer in the green singlet, Logan Tilsley, going left. Big gouging turn, throwing a chunk of spray in the air. While on the right, it's Marcello Zeddy. Marcello now looking to try and stay with us to come through to the inside. Wave kind of fades out, so plenty action. Judges have got 3 scores. Three scores that we still have to come and see. We have to see through onto our scoreboard here. And then we'll update the surfers in the water. On a Slipen, we're waiting for one of his waves. Marcello Zeddy, his last wave, and Logan Tilsley. Marcello Zeddy, your scores are in. Your scoring waves are 2.4 and a 2.67. Surprise Mapamulo, you scored a 2.67 and a 2. We await surfer in green scores. Connor Slipen, your scores are 3.17 and a 5.5. One more score still to come in for green, and then we can update the leaderboard as we are just over 10 minutes remaining in heat number 2, quarterfinal. And the scores are in. So Logan Tilsley, your last wave is 6.33. It's the highest of the heat so far. But surprise Mapamulo now coming through to the inside. Hammers a turn on the closeout section. This wave looks like it may reform all the way through into the shorey. Surprise, putting in a lot of work. Just coming unstuck on that white water, so it doesn't make the full connection. So here's a situation for you surfers. Connor Slipen leads with a 5.5 and a 3.17. Logan Tilsley's in second, needs a 2.34. So Connor Slipen in the lead in this heat with a 5.5 and a 3.17. Logan Tilsley, you're in second with a 6.33. Surprise Mapamulo, you're in third. Surprise, you need a 3.14. So Surprise Mapamulo, you need a 3.14. And Marcello Zeddy in fourth, you need a 3.67. Once again, 9 minutes remaining. Connor Slipen in the lead. Connor, your scoring waves are 5.5 and a 3.17. Logan Tilsley, you're in second with just one wave, a 6.33. That's the highest single wave of the heat. Logan, you need a 2-3-4 to take the lead. Then, in the elimination positions at the moment, it's surfer in red. Ntokozos, surprise Mapamulo. Surprise, you're looking for a 3-1-4. And Marcello Zeddy in fourth, you require a 3-6-7. Up and riding. It's surprise Mapamulo. He was in fourth priority, so halfway out decides to take off on one of the insiders, keep really busy, see if he can improve those scores. Now, white finds a wave. This is our heat leader. It's Connor Slipen. Opts to go left. Nice slashing turn off the top. It's straight into another one. Good connection and flow between the maneuvers. Not losing any speed. Transition straight into the next one. Now a bit of work to do to get through to the inside and finish the wave off nicely on the inside. Right onto the sand there for Connor Slipen. So southwesterly winds just started trickling through here at North Beach. We expect it to get stronger through the day. It's the right wind that we need for good waves here on the Durban beachfront, the southwest. We've got just under 7 minutes remaining in Heat 2 of the quarterfinals of the JQS men. Surfers, just a reminder, please don't paddle out in the bathing area when you do paddle out. Six minutes remaining. Situation update. Connor Slipen leading the heat with a 5-5 and a 3-1-7. Logan Tilsley, you're in second with a 6-3-3. You need a 2-3-4 to take the lead. Surprise Mapamulo, you're in third. Surf in red, you need a 3-1-4. And Marcello Zeddy in fourth. Marcello, you require a 3-6-7. We have 5.5 minutes remaining. Surprise, up and riding. Five minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Just under 5 minutes to go in quarterfinal heat number 2. 2 of these surfers will advance to semifinals and 2 will be eliminated. At the moment, in the advancing positions, it's Logan Tilsley and Connor Slipen. Right, that wave finally drops in. The last wave of Connor Slipen, it's a 6-1-7. So situation, Connor Slipen, you're in the lead with a 6-1-7 and a 5-5. Logan Tilsley, you're in second. Your last wave was a 3-4-7. Surprise Mapamulo, you're in third. You need a 6.6. And Marcello Zeddy in fourth needs a 7.13. So white leads from green, red in third, looking for a 6.6. And blue in fourth needs a 7.13. Just under 4 minutes. On the outside, Marcello Zetti uses his priority. Wave kind of fades out while way across the beach. Surprise Mapamulo having a look at that little left, opting not to go. He's obviously got a very particular type of wave that he's looking for on his forehand. We've seen him trying to boost on a few. Surprise has had the most waves in the heat so far, 7 waves. Looking to land one of those big maneuvers. 3 minutes, surfers, 3 minutes remaining. Connor Slipen, you lead the heat with a 6.17 and a 5.5. Logan Tilsley, you're in second with a 6.33 and a 3.47. Ntokozo Mapamulo, you're in third. You need a 6.6. And Marcello Zede in fourth. You require a 7.13. Blue, having a look at this. It's Marcello Zedi, so he's gone right on most of his waves so far. This time he opts to have a look at the left. It does offer up a lot more scoring potential for him than his previous waves. Now, is he going to be able to hang with it? No, it kind of fades out. One minute, 30 seconds. Right, so priority is with green, second priority, white. One minute remaining, surfers, 1 minute. One more situation update for you with a minute to go. Connor Slipen leading the heat with a 6.17 and a 5.5. Logan Tilsley's in second. Needs a 5.34 to take the lead. Surprise Bird needs a 6.6 and Marcello Zedi looking for a 6.83. Up and riding. It's our heat leader, Connor Slipen, with 40 seconds to go. We've got a paddle down the beach. Logan Tilsley taking off on that wave. There's 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds, surfers. Fifteen seconds. 10 seconds. And we count down the heat. 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of Heat 2 of the quarterfinals in the JQS men's. Fourth place, Marcello Zedi. Third, Ntokozo Mapamulo. Second place, Logan Tilsley. And winning that heat, Connor Slipen. Stay tuned. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be back. Welcome back. It's day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Today we are having the event at North Beach in Durban. We are into heat 2 of the JQS 1000. Introducing the surfers to you in the quarterfinals. Wearing the red singlet is Simon Winter. In blue is Jack Erlang. White is Ben Esterhazy. And wearing the green singlet is Josh van Wyk. Couple of waves already in and scores. We'll update them shortly because there is a ride out in the water. It's Ben Esterhazy, surfer in the white singlet. Quick, fluid surfing from young Ben. Traversing across the whole beach on that left. So we'll wait for Ben's last wave to drop in, and then we'll give the surfers an early situation with 17.5 minutes remaining. Just a call to surfers in the next heat. If you could check in, please. That'll be Josh Mulherby, Levi Epinitos, Luke Lepront, and Car Hall. Check in, please. Your heat coming up next. Right, scores are in. Ben Esterhazy. Ben, your scoring waves are 617 and a 117. You're in the lead. Jack Erlang, you've got a 5 and a 033. You need a 235 to take the lead. Simon Winter, you're in third. Simon, you need a 151. And Josh van Wyk in fourth. You require a 497. White leads from blue. Red in third, looking for a 151, and green in fourth, needs a 497. Sixteen and a half minutes remaining, surfers. Ben Esterhazy leads the heat with a 617 and a 117. Jack Erlang in second, needs a 235. Simon Winter in third, looking for a 151. And Josh van Wyk in fourth, needs a 497. 16 minutes remaining. Priority is with green, second priority red. Fifteen and a half. We've got a ride, up and riding. This is Simon Winter in red. It's his second wave. Also on this wave, it's Ben Esterhazy going right. So Simon going left, Ben going right. Then tagging the lip a couple of times while Simon Winter comes all the way through to the inside. So scores coming in for last of white and last of red. Stand by, surfers, for an update. 14 and a half minutes remaining. Fourteen minutes on the clock. Scores still to come in for Ben Esterhazy, Simon Winter. Simon Winter on his way back out, paddles across and manages to snag a little insider, tags the section, switches direction, and it turns into a little bowly left. So a number of maneuvers there for Simon Winter wearing the red singlet. And this could turn into a real banker wave for him. So gets the opportunistic wave halfway out, goes right, switches into the left, couple of quick snaps. Let's see, we're still waiting for Simon's previous wave to come in. We also see young Ben Estes up and riding. Tags the lip. Lining up for another section. Another big crack. That time comes unstuck. It won't be one of his top two. Ben Estes, your last wave was a 6.23, the one previous to that. And your second wave was a 6.17. You're in the lead, Ben, with 12 and a half minutes to go. We await a score from Simon Winter. So Ben Esterhazy in the lead. Simon Winter is in second. Simon, your last wave was a 4.67. So Red, your last wave, a 4.67. It was your best wave. You're in second. Simon, you require a 7.73 to take the lead. Jack Erlank, you're in third. Jack, you require a 3.5 to take second. And Josh van Wyk, in fourth at the moment, needs an 8.13. Let's update the surfers out there while there's no waves and they can hear us clearly. Ben Estes is leading the heat with a 6.23 and a 6.17. The only surfer to get waves in the sixes and higher in the heat so far. Simon Winter in red requires a 7.73 to take the lead. Our surfer in red. Then let's look at surfer in blue. Jack Erlank on the leaderboard is currently in third. Needs a 3.5. And then in fourth, it's Josh van Wyk. Just the one wave, a 0.37. He has priority, but quite a bit of work to do at this stage. He needs an 8.13. 11 minutes remaining. Right, that's Ben Estes, our heat leader. It's not going to be one of his top two waves. Ten and a half minutes. Priority green, second priority blue. Right, red up and riding. Simon Winter is currently in second. Wants to try and get that first place position away from young Ben Estes. Simon really getting to work, very busy on that wave. Doesn't cooperate on the inside, but a good combination of turns on the outside. Got 3 quick turns in, not much downtime between the turns. See if he improves on his lowest score with that one. And distances himself from Jack Erlank in third. 9.5 minutes remaining. So scores coming in for those 3 turns of Simon Winter. The judges liked it. It's a 7.17. So situation, still Ben Estes in white is in the lead. Simon Winter now, though, edging closer to that lead. Simon, you need a 5.23. Jack Erlank in third. You now need a 6.85. And Josh van Wyk still holding priority. You need an 11.84 combination. Right, Josh finally finds a second wave. Got a lot of work to do. Finds himself in fourth prior to this wave. And a lot of work to do to make it through the heat at this stage with just under 9 minutes remaining. So Simon Winter seems to have found the winning formula in the heat so far with these lefts, and he's on another one. That time just 2 turns. judges really liked that last wave of Simon Winter, and they award him with a 717, the highest single wave of the heat. So let's zoom out a little bit and look at the overall situation in the heat. We got surfer in white, Ben Esterhazy, in the lead with a 623 and a 617. Simon Winter, you're in second, Simon. That last left with the 3 big cracks really brought you into contention. You now need a 523 to take the lead. And after that 717, things got a little harder for Jack Erlank and Josh van Wyk. Jack Erlank in third, in blue, needs a 685. And Josh van Wyk in fourth requires a 967. So, Josh, your last wave was a 217. Does get you out of the combination situation. So, job done in that regard. But you still need a 967 to take second place. Only 2 surfers advance out of the heat, and 2 surfers eliminated. 2 spots in semi-finals up for grabs here in the JQS 1000. 7 minutes remaining, 7 minutes. If you're following online and you look at that shot of the 4 surfers sitting in the water, you can see the southwesterly breeze that's blowing through now. And then way out at sea, if you look at that ship, have a look at the horizon, and you can see all the swell out at sea there. That amount of swell is the reason we have slightly bigger waves in town today. Town, as Durban Beachfront's affectionately known. And certainly got the most consistent and biggest swell we've had over the 4 days on our finals day today. We moved from New Pier to North Beach. 6 minutes, surfers. Ben Esterhazy in the lead. Simon Winter in second, looking for a 523. Jack Erlank, you're in third. You need a 685. And Josh van Wyk in fourth. Broke the combination and now needs a 9.67. 5.5 minutes. Just over 5 minutes. Looking at the top scores in the heat so far, the single highest wave is Simon Winter with a 717. His second score is a 467. And then Ben Esterhazy has a pair of sixes, a 623 and a 617. If you combine those scores, you'll see if you're watching online, Ben Esterhazy is in the lead. He has a 12.4. Simon Winter has 11.84. For Simon to take the lead from Ben, he'll need a 523 or better. And he's up and riding. Big section ahead of him. Uses the white water to get around. Now transitions over the flat water. Connects with the right. Changes direction. And unfortunately digs a bit of a rail. So unlikely that would be one of his top 2 scoring waves. Came a bit unstuck. And in comparison to his scoring rides, which had a lot of flow and speed, it's unlikely that it will count. We've got a split peak at the back. Whew, our heat leader, Ben Esterhazy, a big layback hack on the left, while on the right it was Jack Erlank. You can see Jack stoked with that. He was carrying a 0.33 in his scores. And you can see from his body language, he was very happy with that. Finally, kind of kicked into gear there. Just under 4 minutes. Three and a half minutes, surfers. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We're still waiting for last of white and last of blue to come in. Right, blue, Jack Erlank, your last wave, a 4.2. So situation, Ben Esterhazy in the lead. Simon Winters in second. Jack Erlank, you need a 6.85. And Josh van Wyk, you require a 9.67. We have 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes. On the outside, little quick look there from our heat leader, Ben Esterhazy. Helps not to go. Right, Ben Esterhazy raises the bar further in the heat in terms of scores. Your last wave, an 8.5 for that layback hack that he had on the left. Smashed the section, threw a chunk of spray in the air. Judges loved the commitment and the power in that move. They reward him with an 8.5. Just over 2 minutes remaining, so let's look at the situation. Ben Esterhazy in the lead with an 8.5 and a 6.23. Simon Winters in second, needs a 7.57. Jack Erlank in third. Jack, you require a 6.85. And Josh van Wyk in fourth, you require a 9.67. Just under 2 minutes. Just over 1 minute, surfers. No change to the situation. Ben Esterhazy leading the heat with an 8.5 and a 6.23. Simon Winter, you're in second. Simon, a 7.57 required for the win. And then pressure on Jack Erlank and Josh van Wyk. They're currently in the elimination positions. Jack Erlank in third needs a 6.85, and Josh van Wyk looking for a 9.67. Just under 1 minute. "45 seconds. Priority is green, second priority red. So green, having a look at this. It's Josh van Wyk opting to go left. Big power turn. Oh, doesn't able to hang on. You could see how his back foot came off the tail pad as he put the power down in that turn. Meanwhile, down the beach with 18 seconds left, it's Jack Erlank. We have 10 seconds left of the heat. We've got Simon Winter up and riding as well. We count the heat down. 3, 2, 1. So surfers for the next heats, hold your positions. Right. Back to the eThekwini Surf Pro here at North Beach in Durban. We're into Heat 4 of the quarterfinals of the JQS men. In this heat, wearing the red singlet, we got Josh Mulherby. In blue, we got Levi Epinitos. White is Luke Lepront. And wearing the green singlet is Kai Hall. Another loaded heat here. The last of the quarterfinals. So 4 surfers out there. Surfing for 2 positions in the semifinals. Results of the last heat. 4th place was Josh van Wyk. 3rd, Jack Erlang. 2nd place, Simon Winter. And winning that heat, Ben Esterhazer. Well done to Ben and Simon. We'll see you guys in the semifinals a little later on this morning. Out in the water, we've got Luke Lepront. Luke, your opening wave was a 5.67, a 5.67. Just waiting for last of blue and another wave for Luke Lepront. And then I'll update the surfers. Levi Epinitos, your opening wave, a 3.33. Looks like a solid score dropping in for Luke Lepront. 2nd wave with 17 minutes on the clock. It's a 6.5. So early situation, 17 minutes to go. Luke Lepront, you're in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.67. Levi Epinitos in 2nd, needs an 8.84. And then we await the opening rides for Josh Mulherby and Kai Hall. Battling into the wave on screen, that is surf in blue, Levi Epinitos. Down the beach on the right on that same wave was Luke Lepront. Both short waves for our surfers in white and blue. Meanwhile, out in front of the judges area, directly in front of us, that is Kai Hall on his opening wave. Finds a bit of a flat section, transitions over that, and tags the end section to complete his opening wave in heat number 4 of the quarterfinals. Just an early call now to semifinals, heat number 1 in the JQS 1000 women. In that heat will be Lily Heaney, Emma Schoenbrooker, Emily Jenkinson, and Camilla Hoyer. You coming up next. Fifteen and a half minutes. So 5 minutes gone in this heat situation. Luke Lepront leading the heat with a 6.5 and a 5.67. Levi Epinitos is in 2nd with a 3.33 and a 0.5. Kai Hall, you're in 3rd. Kai, you require a 0.51. And Josh Mulherby in 4th, you need a 3.83. So white leads from blue. Green, you're in 3rd, you need a 0.51. And Josh Mulherby, you're in 4th at the moment, you require a 3.83. So the last of our quarterfinals in the JQS 1000. The JQS is a new addition to the event in 2025. It's eThekwini Surf Pro, held for the first time last year. And the 2nd edition of the event, also now featuring JQS. Men's and ladies. Coming up later today, we've also got the QS 2000, as well as the longboard finals. A lot at stake in the ladies longboard final. Whoever wins that final in the LQS out of Cara Stubbs and Crystal Hewlett will qualify for the World Longboard Tour 2025, and they'll go on to represent South Africa at the World Longboard Tour. They got 3 events: Huntington Beach, Bells Beach, and then the wave pool in Abu Dhabi. And then the finals of the longboard tour this year will be in El Salvador. So lots of action still to look forward to throughout the day today. Out in the water in heat 4, 13.5 minutes. Luc Lapront is in the lead in this heat with a 6.5 and a 5.67. Levi Epinitos is in second. He needs an 8.84 to take that lead from Luc Lapront. Kai Hall sitting down the beach towards the Bay Pier. Kai is looking for a 0.51. And then Josh Malherbe with priority. Josh, you're looking for a 3.83. White leads blue second. Green needing a 0.51. And Surf in Red needs a 3.83. Twelve and a half minutes remaining. Have a look down the beach towards the Bay Pier, up and riding. This is Kai Hall. He opts to take a left, and this is bowling up really nicely for him. The wave just improves as it hits that inside sandbank. Allows for Kai to get 4 maneuvers in. So let's see what the judges thought of that. He chose to distance himself from the other 3 competitors, go and sit in the North Beach Bowl. And that little wave really just grew and grew. Beautiful little bowl. Kai cracked it a couple of times. And I would imagine he's going to potentially be in contention here for the top 2 positions of the heat at the moment after that ride. He only needed a 0.51. Eleven and a half minutes, surfers, 11.5 minutes. Eleven minutes remaining. We still wait for Kai Hall's wave to drop in. This could potentially throw a spanner in the overall heat situation. Just under 11 minutes. Kai Hall, your wave comes in at a 6.87, the highest of the heat so far. So situation, we'll let Kai Hall duck under that wave. We also have some action at the back, so let's leave the situation till after these waves are ridden. We won't update the surfers now because that info could be mute after the scores of this ride comes in. Another one at the back as well. So Josh Malherbe has waited a while for his opening wave. Cracks a turn on the inside. Drifts the tail. While behind him, Luc Lapront does the same on his backhand. So 2 nice rides there from Josh Malherbe and Luc Lapront. Josh Malherbe waiting almost 11 minutes for his first wave. Opts to take a right. Connected nicely. He was able to finish the wave beautifully. Kai Hall, your last wave was a 6.87. We're just waiting now for last of white and last of red. Once those scores are in, we'll update you. So Luc Lapront is still in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.67. We await scores from last of white and last of red. Having a paddle, looking at this left. Almost looks like a closeout, but it does look like it's going to hold up for him. Big spray in there, and another one from Luc Lapront. Drifts the tail on the second turn. Now, this wave looks like it's got a bit of energy and may even connect all the way through to the inside. Changes direction, does Luke. Still riding. Wave finally reforms on the inside, tags it. Finishes off the wave almost right on the sand in front of us. Josh Mulherby, your last wave, which was your opening ride, a 5-5. So situation surfers, Luke Lapront leading the heat. Kyle Hall is in second. Josh Mulherby in third, you need a 4-7-1. And Levi Epinitos in fourth, you need a 6-8-7. So Luke Lapront leads, Kyle Hall second. Josh Mulherby in third, you need a 4-7-1. And Levi Epinitos in fourth, you need a 6-8-7. Okay, up and riding on another left now. That's Kyle Hall trying to improve on that score that he had already, using those lefts to great effect during this heat. Cracks another 3 turns. I really liked how he drifted the tail on the third one. If you saw a replay of that, you'd see how the fins came out on the last turn. It was almost like each turn got slightly better. Bang! Improved on the next one. Bang! And improved again on the third one. So great surfing there from Kyle Hall. It's in the judges' hands now to allocate a score to that wave. Might put a bit more pressure now on Josh Mulherby and Levi Epinitos. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes. Right, we're going to have Josh Mulherby up and riding on his second wave. So a slow start for the surfer in red, but now he really gets busy. Similar kind of turns to what we saw from Kyle Hall. 3 cracks on the outside. Josh Mulherby makes it all the way through to the inside. Still working that board rail to rail right through onto the sand. So Josh Mulherby, after a slowish start, starts getting going in the heat. 6.5 minutes, surfers. Couple scores to come in, so I can't give you a situation update. We still wait for one for Kyle Hall, Luke Lapront, and Josh Mulherby. So no update available yet because we're waiting for scores to come in. So Kyle Hall's last wave could potentially replace the 3.33. If it does, he could take the lead from Luke Lapront. Josh Mulherby just had his second wave, which was a pretty good wave too. So Josh could take second or even go to the lead. As soon as those scores are in, we'll update the surfers in the water. 5.5 minutes remaining. So Luke Lapront, your last wave, a 4.77, not in your top 2. Kyle Hall, your last wave, a 5.07. We're just waiting for last of red, Josh Mulherby, but Kyle Hall's up and riding again. Look at this left. He's out there on his own, basically surfing the North Beach Bowl on his own, away from the other competitors who've chosen to sit in the middle of the beach. Levi Epinitos cracking 3 turns on the outside. So action-packed heat. We've had so many waves, scores dropping every 30 seconds. Such a busy heat, we can hardly even give an overall situation update because there's so many scores dropping in. So let's look at what we're waiting for here. Kyle Hall waiting for his 3rd left in succession. We'll see where that drops into the leaderboard. We're waiting for Levi Epinitos, who was in 4th and really got engaged on that wave, got 3 big turns in. He's looking to drop a 0.5 as part of his scores. 4.5 minutes, surfers. Scores dropping in. So Josh Mulherby, you opened with a 5.5, your second wave of 4.2. Luke Lapront, your scoring waves a 5.67 and a 6.5. Just now wait for Kyle Hall and Levi Epinitos' last waves. Surfers, just under 4 minutes. I don't have an update for you. We are waiting for scores. 3.5 minutes. Levi Epinitos' last right still has to drop in. Kyle Hall's last left also owed a score. Just over 3 minutes. Right, we got a new leader, Kyle Hall. Your last wave, a 7-1-7 for the third left you had down there. So Kyle Hall's in the lead now. Waiting for one more wave for Levi Epinitos to drop in. Two and a half minutes remaining, surfers. Up and riding. It's Luc Leprant. Wearing the white singlet. Found a nice left there, variety of turns, comes through to the inside. Just kind of comes unstuck, so not sure if that'll be part of his top two. Levi Epinitos, your last wave, Levi, was a 3-2-3. So the overall heat situation, Kyle Hall, you leading the heat with 2 minutes to go. You have a 7-1-7 and a 6-8-7. Luc Leprant, you're in second. Luc, you need a 7-5-4 to take the lead. Josh Malherby, our surf in red. Josh, you need a 6-6-7. And Levi Epinitos with priority in fourth. Levi, you need an 8-8-4. We have 1.5 minutes to go. Kyle Hall, utilizing the lefts down in the far bowl section of North Beach, gets a 6-8-7 and a 7-1-7. Luc Leprant has surfed most of his heat in the middle of the beach. He's got a 6-5 and a 5-6-7. The pressure situation for two surfers now going into the final minutes. It's Josh Malherby looking for a 6-6-7 and Levi Epinitos is looking for an 8.84. 45 seconds remaining. Have a look down the beach. That's our heat leader. Our Hall going for a rotation. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Right, check this out. In front of the judges, it's surfer in blue. Important right here for Levi Epinitos. 3 big turns. Now, is this wave going to offer him up something on the inside? We're down to 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. So, surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. Very important score to come in here for Levi Epinitos. He got a wave in the last 20 seconds. We'll leave it to the judges to adjudicate whether it's enough to advance. So next heat, hold your positions. We're waiting for scores. Josh Malherby also owed a score still from the judges. So ladies, hold your positions. Josh Malherby, your last wave at 3.83. It's short of the requirement.
Yeah, which blue, bro? The one that came out of the water. Yeah.
Hold your positions in the water, ladies, in the next heat. Score still coming in for Levi Epinitos. Levi Epinitos. Your last wave comes in at a 5.67. It's not enough. So unfortunately, Levi out of the event with Josh Malherby. Second place, Luke Lapront, and taking the win, Car Hall. Counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Phew. Exciting heat that. So stay tuned online. The eThekwini Surf Pro from North Beach in Durban, South Africa. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to finals day here at the eThekwini Surf Pro, and we do have the first semi-final of the day. Out in the water now is the Pro Junior semi-final Heat 1 for the women's division. In red, we have Lily Heaney. In blue, Emma Schirmbracker. In the white, Emily Jenkinson. And in green is Camilla. Oh yeah. So as you're watching on the screen here, we had a wave from Emma Schirmbracker. I believe is one of the youngest competitors in this event. Super talented surfer here. She went for that layback. Look at that one. And then she had one more section to work with. Nice opening right there for Emma Schirmbracker. So heats are 20 minutes in duration. Surfers, we have had 2.5 roll through this one. So 17 minutes and 15 seconds now. First wave of green was a 0.43. Camilla, your first wave was a 0.43. And up and riding, we have Emily Jenkinson. We saw her surf earlier on today in the QS 2000 quarterfinals. Not making it through that one, but she's now in the JQS semi-final. One step closer to winning this event, potentially. My name is Aya Nzuza, and I'm going to be taking you through the next hour of surfing. So priority has been established here. Lily Heaney, you have first priority. Second priority is with green. Third priority, blue. And fourth priority is with white. So the opening ride for white, Emily, was a 1.5. First of white, a 1.5. First of green was a 0.43. First of blue, Emma Schirmbracker getting the better of that first exchange with the 4.5. So the first wave of blue was a 4.5 from the youngster. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. And after this, we do have a semi-final heat number 2 for the JQS 1000. That heat will consist of Louise Lepront, Jasmine Fenter, Anastasia Fenter, and Sophia Jackson. Alrighty, up and riding now, surfer from Port Alfred, Lily Heaney. Going through that dead section now. Will she get a section to work with? Yes, she does. Up and over that. And managing to stay grounded as she rides out of that one. So priority with green, second priority blue. Alrighty, up and riding now. Surfer
Watching
from
the
replay
Port
here
Alfred.
for Lily Heaney. She had a lot of downtime there. Navigating that through dead section now. Will she get a section to work with? Yes, she does. Up and over that. And managing to short ride there from green as Camilla. So priority now shifts to blue, who's currently in the lead, Emma Schirmbracker. Last wave of red drops in, but waits up and riding now. That is white. So the opening ride for red, Lily Heaney, was a 2.67. The opening ride for red, Lily, was a 2.67. $18 minutes remaining. Last wave of green, a 0.5. Last wave of white, a 2.27, up and riding. Green, Camilla Hoyer. Last of green, a 1.67. So we do have blue in the lead, 4.5 and a 0.77. White in second with a 2.27 and a 1.5. Red is in third with just a 2.67, looking for a 1.1 to advance. And a green in fourth with a 1.67 and a 0.5, looking for a 2.11. So a small scoring affair here to kick off the JQS semi-finals. High scoring ride being a 4.5. So a look there from red. Priority is with red. Second priority, blue. Third priority is with white. So today we are going to be crowning champions here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. Going to be crowning Pro Juniors, QS 2000 and the LQS 1000. Up and riding, Emma Schirmbracker. Short ride there for her, that wave. Fading away from her. So situation is blue in the lead, white in second, red in third, and green in fourth. So green sitting in fourth, Camilla, your requirement is a 2.11 to advance. Red, you are in third, looking for just a 1.1 to advance. You only have a 2.67. Looking for a 1.1 in order to advance. White is in second with a 227 and a 1.5. Looking for a 301 in order to take first. And then blue, you are in the lead, Emma, with a 4.5 and a 077. We are approaching the halfway mark here. 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes remaining here. Girls, so greetings from Durban, South Africa. We have 9 minutes remaining here in the JQS 1000 Women's Semi-Final 1. Top 2 surfers advance to the final, which will be happening later on the day. Current situation in this heat is blue in the lead with the 4.5 and a 0.77. White in second with the 2.27 and a 1.5. Looking for 3.01 in order to go into first. Up and riding. That is blue quickening out there for current seat leader. Sitting in third is red with a 2.67. Looking for a 1.1. And then we have a green in fourth with a 1.67 and a 0.5. Looking for a 2.11. Up and riding now. That looks like green, Camilla. Red up and riding out the back, Lily Heaney. Seven minutes and 30 seconds remaining, surfers. All right, a paddle here from White. Option to go left. Emily Jenkinson currently sitting in second. Getting a series of maneuvers here. So priority is with red, Lily Heaney. You're looking for a 1.1. We're just going to wait for that last of White. She might have improved on the situation. Looking to replace 1.5. Paddle here from White. Look here. Emily Jenkinson left off on the left. Emily Jenkinson currently sitting in second. Getting it back. Getting a series of maneuvers here. Hoping for that wave to roll up on the inside, but nothing happened. And the paddle out the back from Lily Heaney. Incomplete ride. The priority now with green, Camilla. Second priority is with blue. Six minutes remaining here, surface, 6 minutes. Green is up and riding. Getting a bit stuck there. Priority now shifts to blue. Second priority is with White. Last wave of white was a 3.5. Last of white's a 3.5. That goes into your top two. And we have a situation change. White, you now in the lead. Blue is in second. Blue is looking for 1.27 in order to regain that leading position. Red is in third, now looking for a 2.61 in order to advance. Then we have green in fourth, looking for a 3.61. Strong paddle here from Emma Schirmbracker. Wants to regain that leading position. 5 minutes remaining here, surfers. We have 5 minutes. We're still watching blue here. It's this wave all the way in. That nice layback on the inside. So she was looking to replace the 0.77. Was not looking for much to go back into the lead. So the priority is with white. Second priority is with red for 3.61. Strong paddle here from Emma Schirmbracker. Watching the replay here, Emma Schirmbracker wants to regain that leading position. 5 minutes remaining here, surfers. We have 5 minutes. Chose to stick with this wave. Had a bit of downtime watching those cutbacks, and then here she got to work. It's this wave all the way in. Layback. 4 minutes remaining. Priority is with white. Second priority is with green. So last wave of blue was a 3.93. Last of blue, a 3.93. So blue is back in the lead. White is in second, looking for 4.93 now to regain that lead. And then we have red in third. Red, your last wave was a 2.07. You're now looking for a 3.11. So red is looking for a 3.11 in order to go through to the next round. And then we have a green in fourth, looking for 4.1. Priority is with white. Second priority is with green. And we now have 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining, surfers. So surfers in the next heat, you can start paddling out. Just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. Thank you. Two minutes remaining here, girls, 2 minutes. Blue, you are in the lead with the 4.5 and a 3.93. Up and riding though now is red, Lily Heaney. He's sitting in third. That wave not giving her what she's looking for. 90 seconds now, 90 seconds remaining here. And watching the paddle here, green. Up and riding Camilla. And out the back is white. One minute remaining, surfers, 1 minute remaining. Big paddle here from current heat leader Emma Schirmbracker. 50 seconds. Watching the paddle here, green waves ridden in that last exchange. Up and riding Camilla. Okay, surf is half a minute, so 30 seconds remaining now. 30 seconds. Blue in the lead, white in second, red in third. Looking for a 3.11. Green is in fourth, looking for 4.1. 20 seconds. Red up and riding. What's in ride here for Lily Heaney? This could be her last chance. 10 seconds remaining, surfers. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, surfers in the next seat, we are on hold. The surfers in the next seat, just hold your positions, waiting for scores for that previous heat. So surfers in the next seat, just hold your positions. Just locking in scores from that previous semi-final. Stay tuned, the eThekwini Surf Pro will be back. Counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro at North Beach in Durban on a beautiful winter's day here on the east coast of South Africa. In this heat, in the red singlet, we got Louise Lapront. In blue, Jasmine Fenter. In white, Anastasia Fenter. And in the green singlet, Sophia Jackson. Just the one wave ridden so far. Sophia Jackson, a 0.5 that we have on the scoreboard. And then we're waiting for a score for last of red, Louise Lapront. "17 minutes remaining, surfers, 17 minutes. So just waiting for a score to drop in for Louise Laprant. Red, your first wave, your opening wave, a 5.5. Sophia Jackson a 0.5 and Anastasia Fenter a 0.43. 16 minutes remaining. Out in the water, Jasmine Fenter riding on her first wave of the semi-final, number 2. There's a replay of Jasmine's wave. Nice first turn, gets a snap off the top. Out in the water, Jasmine Fenter down North Beach, giving riding the surfers her first wave of the section to work with on each wave. We'll wait for that score to drop in. First wave of Jasmine Fenter in semi-final, heat number 2 of the JQS 1000. We already have 2 finalists established. It's Emma Schoenbrücker and Emily Jenkinson. And we're going to throw it across to a beach interview where Aya is the winner of the first semi-final, Emma Schoenbrücker with him.
So how's it, everyone, and welcome to finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. I'm here with Emma Schoenbrücker, the winner of the JQS semi-final heat number 1. So Emma, you just won your heat. Just tell me, how does that feel? One step closer to the final.
Yeah, it feels awesome. It was like a big accomplishment for me, and I wasn't expecting this result, but I'm super stoked and just, yeah, so stoked to have so much fun at this comp, and yeah.
Awesome, and I saw how stoked your family was running up to you on the beach. Just tell me how it feels having your whole family coming to support you and your brothers here as well. Just walk me through that, and what are you looking forward to in the final?
Yeah, I think it's really awesome that my whole family can come and we do it as like a family holiday, and it's just really cool that they can all be here to support me. And yeah, and we all just a surf family, so it's super cool going to new surf spots. And yeah.
Well, awesome, and well done, Emma. I'll see you in the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Out in the water, we have 14 minutes remaining in the heat. At the moment, looking at the scores, Louise Laprant's got a 5.5 and a 3.07. Jasmine Fenter's got a 3.4. Sophia Jackson a 2.83 and a 1.77. So Aya back from an interview with Emma Schoenbrücker. Very stoked to win the first semi-final. And we'll see her coming up a little bit later on in the finals of the women's JQS.
Yeah, so lots and lots of talent here for the eThekwini Pro Junior. And now in the water is the semi-final heat number 2 for the JQS 1000 women's. And we currently have Louise Laprant, Sophia Jackson in second. Louise Laprant is in the lead, sorry. Sophia Jackson is in second. Jasmine Fenter in third, and Anastasia Fenter in fourth. Up and riding now, Sophia Jackson. And she's out of that one. Okay, so this was Red's first wave, Louise Laprant here on screen. So we'll start with that first carve into that re-entry. That's Score came in as a 5.5. Now up and riding. That is Anastasia Fenter. Releases the fins there. Redirects, she's now going on the left. In a couple turns, there's Anastasia. She's currently sitting in fourth. Start off with the 057, 043. Up and riding now, Jasmine Fenter. Wave just fades away for her. 11 minutes remain. 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with green. Second priority is with red. We're just waiting for 2 scores to drop. Last wave of blue and last of white. Red is up and riding now. That's your current heat leader, Louise Leprant. Smooth, strong surfing there from Louise. 10 minutes remaining, surfers. 10 minutes remaining in the heats. We're halfway through this semi-final heat number 2. And then up next, we do have the JKS 1000 men's semi-final heat number 1. That heat will consist of David Emsley, Rylan Jarvis, Connor Slappin, and Logan Tilsley. So if those surfers can start getting ready, you are in the next heat. David Emsley, Rylan Jarvis, Connor Slappin, and Logan Tilsley. 9.5 minutes remaining in this current heat. That last wave of blue was a 177. So blue sitting in second at the moment. Last wave of green was a 213. Green is sitting in third. The last wave of white was a 3.9. And white is sitting in fourth. Looking for a 1.27. Green in third, looking for a 2.35 to advance. Then blue in second with a 3.4 and a 177, looking for a 518. But we are waiting for that last ride of red with 8.5 minutes to go. So that's 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Waiting for a score for that last wave of red. Up and riding now, though, that is Jasmine Fenter, who's currently sitting in second. 8 minutes remaining, surfers. We have 8 minutes remaining. So that last wave of red was a 617. Last of red, a 617. So Louise Leprant in the lead with the 617 and a 5.5. Last wave of blue was a 2.6. So blue is in second. Up and riding now, that is Anastasia Fenter, sitting in fourth. Not looking for much in order to get into that advancing position. Blows the tail there. Wave still walling up here for Anastasia, and she's out of there, getting a couple nice turns out the back, getting to work. The last 7 minutes of this heat. There's 7 minutes remaining here, surfers. So blue is in second. Play of last. Up and riding now. That is Anastasia Fenter, sitting in fourth. So that's set up for much in order to get into that advancing position. Blows the tail there. And wrapped it up nicely on the inside. Rolling up here for Anastasia. Letting the peak here. We have green and red. Okay, surfers, we have 6 minutes remaining, 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Waiting for a score for Last of White. Last of White is in. It was a 5.634 for White. So that was enough to put White in second. So Anastasia Fenter is sitting in second now. Blue Jasmine Fenter is in third, looking for a 6.13 to advance. Sophia Jackson is in fourth, looking for a 6.7 to advance. Priority is with white, second priority is with red, third priority is with blue, and fourth priority is with green. So we have 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Anastasia Fenter catching a wave here and hitting the eject button as that wave just fades away on the remaining inside. In this heat. Anastasia Fenter, a bit of a sleepy wave, catching a wave here. So Last of White being a 2.83, that score not factoring in. So full situation update here. Girls, we do have red in the lead with the 6.17 and a 5.5. White is in second with the 5.63 and a 3.9. White, to go into first, you require a 6.05. Then we have blue Jasmine Fenter with a 3.4 and a 2.6. Blue, your requirement is a 6.13 to advance. And then we have Sophia Jackson in fourth with a 2.83 and a 2.7, looking for a 6.7 to advance. Just under 4 minutes remaining here, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority is with red, second priority is with green. Three minutes remaining, surfers. We have 3 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, second priority is with white. Blue is in third, looking for a 6.13. Green in fourth, looking for a 6.7 to advance. Watch the paddle here, Anastasia Fenter up and riding. One crack off the top for Anastasia. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Let's have a look at this replay of the power here. Anastasia Fenter up and riding. One section to work with. One big turn. Crack off the top for Anastasia through that section. Alrighty, 2 minutes now remaining, surface 2 minutes left in this semi-final. Surfers in the next seat. Logan, I can see you there. Please stay there, don't get too close to the surfers in this current heat. priority is with blue. Second priority is with green. Green is looking for a 6.7. Blue is looking for a 6.13. We are waiting for a score for white. 90 seconds remaining, so 1 minute and 30 seconds. We see white paddling back now. She just had a wave. Judges are still working on that score. Okay, last of white comes in. It was a 5.83. Last of white, Anastasia, 5.83. So blue in third, still looking for an 8.06 now to advance. And green, your requirement is an 8.63. 50 seconds remaining. Surfers, priority is with blue. Second priority is with green. Third priority red. And fourth priority is with white. Blue is in third, looking for an 8.06. Green in fourth, looking for an 8.63. 30 seconds remaining, surface, 30 seconds. Red is up and riding, current heat leader, 20 seconds on the clock. Looks like this is gonna be her wave in. 10 seconds remaining. And we count in the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the women's JQS 1000 semi-final heat number 2. Up next is the men's JQS 1000 semi-final 1. So surfers in the water, set your watches. Counting down to starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good day to everyone, and welcome back to day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Out in the water now is the JKS 1000 semi-final heat, number 1 for the men's. In red we have David Emsley. In white, Hannes Leipen. In blue is Rylan Jarvis, and in the green is Logan Tilsley. So heats are 20 minutes in duration, and we've had 2 minutes and 20 seconds down. 17 and a half minutes now remain. First wave of red was a 2.67, and last of red a 0.4. Two, one. We're having a replay here. David Emsley, 1 turn. That score came in as a 2.67. And he's up and riding again. Had a looking start to that wave from David Emsley. We actually saw him score 7.0 in the earlier heat. That led him to win that quarterfinal. That got him through to this semi-final in the water now. So 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Had 3 waves ridden, all from one surfer, which is the red, David Emsley. But that may change now as blue is up and riding, Rylan Jarvis. So last wave of red was a 3.67, the last of red was a 3.67. Last wave of blue of 183, Rylan 183 was your last wave. Red up and riding, David Emsley. White's up and riding, Connor Slipen getting started in this JQS 1000 semi-final. Here we go now. We just saw green, Logan Tilsey kicking out of that one. Connor Slipen still riding this wave. So just under 15 minutes remaining, 14 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Red is currently in the lead. Blue in second. But we are waiting for scores to drop. That last wave of white. The opening score for green was a 0.5. Logan Tilsley, your first wave, a 0.5.
Someone say something. Someone say something.
It's under 14 minutes remaining, surfers. Last wave of red was a 3.1. Last of red a 3.1. Last of white was a 6.33. The opening ride for white, Connor Slipen, a 6.33. So we do have red in the lead with the 3.67 and a 3.1. White in second with that 6.33, looking for just a 0.44 to take the lead. Blue is in third with priority, looking for 4.51. Then we have a green in fourth. 0.5, looking for 5.84. Up and riding, we do have a blue, Rylan Jarvis, utilizing his priority on this wave. Waiting for some scores to drop. Then I'll give you an update. Last wave of blue was a 1.27. Okay, up and riding now. That is Logan. Up and over that first section is Logan Tilsley. It's a bit of a dead section there, but manages to get around it. Coming up next is the JQS 1000 semi-final, heat number 2 for the men's. That heat will consist of Ben Esterhazy, Simon Winter, Kai Hall, and Luke Lepront. Another exciting heat coming your way here. The eThekwini Surf Pro finals day here. We'll be crowning a pro junior champ, an LKS 1000 champ, as well as the QS 2000 champion. So stay tuned for more surf action. Finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. So one score still to drop, or 2 scores to drop for white, and 1 score to drop for green. 10 minutes remaining. Red is up and riding, David Emsley. Eight minutes and 45 seconds remaining here, surfers. So the last wave of green was a 307. Logan, your last ride at 307. That puts you in third. Last wave of red was a 3.7. White's up and riding now, Connor Slipen. Seven minutes remaining in this heat, surfers. We have 7 minutes remaining. Up and riding is Ryland Jarvis. Currently sitting in fourth here, looking for a score to bring him back into this heat. Minutes remaining. Up and riding is Ryland Jarvis. Having a look at this replay. He's sitting in fourth here, looking for a score. Be that car. Bring him back into this heat. Getting a cut back. Rode this wave all the way through to the inside here. Right, so up and riding is green. Logan Tilsley quick in and out there for him. We are waiting for... So all scores are in. So surfers, we do have a situation change. White now in the lead. Red is in second. Green in third and blue is in fourth. Blue, your last wave was a 4:03. With 5.5 minutes remaining, Van Slypen leads with a 6.33 and a 5.5. David Emsley in second with a 3.7 and a 3.67. Looking for an 8.13. Up and riding now, this is our current heat leader, Connor Slypen. Getting a left here in the far ball. Generating some speed here. What will he do for us? Up and down over that section is Connor Slypen. Nice spin release. 5 minutes remaining, surface 5 minutes. So I am waiting for that last wave of whites to drop, as well as red's wave. 4.5 minutes remaining. In second with a 3.7 and a 3.67. Looking for an 8.13. Up and riding now. This is our current heat leader, Connor Slypen. Getting a left here in the far ball. Getting some speed here. What will he do for us? Add some speed. Up to the air. Down over that section. Stoked with that. Okay, surfers, 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes. With white in the lead, red in second, green in third, and blue is in fourth. Priority is with blue. I'm waiting for some scores to drop, guys. I'm sorry. As soon as the scores are in, I will give you guys an update. Red up and riding yet again. Here is David Emsley, who's currently sitting in second. Some power in that last turn as David Emsley up and riding now. Ryland Jarvis on the left. Still riding this wave here is Ryland Jarvis. Will he get a double up section? Yes, he does. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. Priority is with green, second priority is with white. Surfers in the next heat, just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. So surfers in the next heat, Ben Esteheza, Simon, please paddle away from surfers in this current heat. Okay, surfers, we have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Last off, blue was a 3.4. That puts blue into third. Blue, you're now looking for a 4.01. Last wave of red was a 4.33. Green, you are sitting in fourth, looking for a 4.96. Green, Logan Tilsley in fourth, looking for a 4.96 to advance. Blue is in third, looking for a 4.01 to advance. That's second to last wave of white on that left. So that second to last wave of white. Connor Slipen was a 7.0. So Connor Slipen comfortably in the lead here with a 7.0 and a 6.33, and he's up and riding again. David Emsley is in second with a 4.33 and a 3.7. Looking for a 9.0 to go into first. Up and riding, Logan Tilsley currently sitting in fourth. 1 minute remaining surface. 1 minute. Fourth and ride here for Logan Tilsley. Getting the completion on the sand was Logan Tilsley, looking for a score there, currently sitting in fourth. The priority is with the red. Second priority is with blue. 40 seconds, surface 40 seconds. Right, surface, we now have 30 seconds. Twenty seconds remaining surface. Priority is with red, second priority is with blue. Last wave of green at 3.83, not enough. Green, you're looking for a 4.21. Blue looking for a 4.01 with 10 seconds. And we counting this down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the JQS 1000 semi-final heat 1, and up next is heat number 2. So surfers in the next heat, just hold your positions. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be right back, so stay tuned. So welcome back to finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Out in the water now is the JQS 1000 semi-final heat number 2. In red we have Ben Esterhazy. In green is Luke Leprant. In white, Kai Hall. And in the blue singlet is Simon Winter. So we're gonna have the look. First of red is Ben Esterhazy. Up and over that first section. Getting a second turn, had a bit of a dead section here. Navigated his way through it nicely. So that first score of red was a 3.33. First of red, a 3.33. We have 18 and a half minutes remaining. 18 and a half minutes remaining here. Surfers, opening ride for green, Luke Leprant was a 0.57.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That means that you just slowly time, take each wave and follow everything as best as you can, okay? Thank you.
So if you're joining us now on the stream, we have 16 and a half minutes remaining here for the second semi-final for the JQS 1000 men's. So we've had two waves ridden here, one for red at 3.33 and one for green at 0.57. So we're now going to cut over to the previous winner of semi-final 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Connor, you're into the final. I'm interested to hear your take on that wave where you had the two turns in the big air. It seems like the wind really playing into those type of waves or maneuvers. We saw Kai Hall use those lefts to good effect earlier in the day. Did you get inspired from that? Did you use that in your prep?
Yeah, I actually saw Kai earlier. He sat down on the left bar all by himself, and I think he had like a 7 and a 6, and everyone else was kind of all hustling in the middle here, trying to get a couple 5s and stuff. So yeah, I just saw that bank, and the wind's so good for backhand airs, and I'm actually not really good at them, but I was like, I might as well give it a go, and I ended up making one, so I was stoked.
You're one of the informed surfers of the event. You're surfing 2 divisions, and you got another semi coming up. What is your strategy going to be going into the next semi?
Yeah, flip. I'm just trying to keep the energy going. You know, it's pretty tiring, but I'm so excited. But for the QS, I mean, I'm so against Aiden, you know, and he's so good. So I'm really just gonna give it 100%. Yeah.
Well, go get ready for that, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Semi-final, Connor Slipen, wearing a 7-point ride, an aerial maneuver at the end. So just under 15 minutes remaining in this current heat surface, 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Red is in the lead with that 3.33. Last of white, Kai Hall at 2.17. Green is in third with the 0.57, looking for 1.61. Then we have blue, Simon Winter, with the 3.67. Your last wave was a 3.67. So, sorry, situation update surface. Blue is in the lead, red in second, looking for a 0.35 to go into first.
I'm just trying to keep the energy going, you know, it's pretty tiring.
This
but
was the 3.67.
I'm so excited, but for the
blue,
QS, I mean, I'm so against Aiden, you know, and he's so good, so I'm really just going to give it 100%.
So we have 13 and a half minutes remaining. I'm gonna hand the mic over to my fellow commentator, Mike Drew.
Thank you, Aya. So we're in Heat 2 semi-finals. It's the JQS, second of the semi-finals. We've got Connor Slipen and David Emsley already in the finals. And this heat in the water is to determine who will join them in the final a little later on here at North Beach. Quite interesting in his posted interview there, Connor Slipen saying that he'd been watching Kai Hall hit those lefts, and with this perfect air wind coming through at the moment, he used that as part of his strategy. If you look at your screen, you see the wind blowing from right to left. That's the southwesterly wind that we have here in Durban. It's the wind that brings the waves, and it's the preferred wind along the Durban beachfront if you're a surfer. And enjoying riding this wave is young Ben Esterhazy with the red singlet. He's been in great form in the event so far. Finds himself positioned in second place in the heat with 12 minutes remaining. At the back, the This is our surfer in blue that you see up and riding on the screen. It's Simon Winter. High tide was about 20 minutes ago. So you would have seen on Simon Winter's wave, he had a maneuver at the back and then the wave goes quite flat. And then it comes through to the inside bowl section. That's what's happening over the high tide here at North Beach. On screen here, there's a little inside foamy that's coming through. You can see the guys are taking off at the back and then they work the waves to get all the way through to the inside. Nice that the swell has stuck around a little bit after a very, very small opening day of competition. We had the LQS at New Pier. That was held in 1 to 2 foot conditions. Swell built slightly for the second day, edged a little bit up on that for the third day. And we got great contestable conditions here for finals day. It's North Beach on the Durban beachfront. Scores are in, surfers. Here's an update for you. Just under 11 minutes remaining. Simon Winter, you're leading the heat with a 4.4 and a 3.67. Ben Esterhazy, you're in second, Ben, with a 3.57 and a 3.33. Luke Leprant, you're in third. You need a 4.53. And Kai Hall, with priority, you're in fourth, Kai. You need a 4.73. Looks like Kai opted for those lefts cross at the North Beach Bowl. The far left-hand side of the beach. The other three competitors sitting in the middle of the beach where the sort of traditional takeoff spot is. At the moment in the heat, we've got Simon Winter, our surfer in blue, in the lead from Ben Esterhazy. Up and riding down in the North Beach far bowl. This is Kai Hall. There's that wind that Connor Slipen was talking about. And looks like Kai going the same strategy as he had in his previous heat. Try and get the win, hanging around there in the far bowl. The replay on your screen. Kai Hall is a real charger on the KZN coast here. We often see him getting massive barrels in the 10-foot range, coming out and getting spat out. He's surfed Chopio and Pipeline as well. No stranger to these small waves. He's got a great repertoire that he can apply from 2 foot all the way through to big, solid, chunky barrels. Wait for that score to drop in and see what happens to Kai Hall's position in the heat. Surf in white, Kai Hall, your last wave of 4.5. So situation, Simon Winter leading the heat with a 4.4 and a 3.67. Ben Esterhazy is in second with a 3.57 and a 3.33. Kai Hall, you're in third now, Kai, with a 4.5. That 4.5 is the highest single wave score of the heat. Kai, you need a 2.4 to move from third into second. And Luke Leprant, you're in fourth at the moment, Luke. You need a 4.53. 8.5 minutes remaining. Simon Winter leading the heat from Ben Esterhazy. Kai Hall in third needs a 2.4, and Luke Leprant looking for a 4.53. Surfers have split up now. We've got Ben Esterhazy in red. He's joined Kai Hall down there in the far bowl area of North Beach. This time he opts to go right, hooks 2 turns straight up at the lip, changes direction and is now staying with the reform through to the inside. So Ben Esterhazy and Kai Hall way down on the left-hand side of the beach near the Bay of Plenty Pier, while we have Simon Winter and Luke Leprant out front on the main peak here at North Beach. So we're looking at a replay on the screen. This is Ben Esterhazy, tags the lip, bangs the second turn, so the real points from that wave are going to come from that second turn. Got the board right up at the lip, threw a bit of spray in the air. Now, see Luke Leprant up and riding as well as Kai Hall. So Luke is in the middle of the beach, Kai Hall down towards Bay Bowl, rather Far Bowl. 7 minutes on the clock. Let's wait for those scores to drop in. Ben Esterhazy, Luke Leprant. And also another wave for our Hall. We got just under 7 minutes remaining. 4 surfers in semi-final heat number 2. 2 of them will go through to the final. Another 2 will be eliminated. Who's it going to be? Scores dropping in for that last exchange of rides. Surfers utilizing the whole of North Beach. Quite spread out at this point. So Car Hall, your last wave at 2.1 doesn't factor into your top 2. Like we got a paddle. Car Hall up and riding now. Which just slips on the wax uncharacteristically. It will not be a counting ride for Kai. Looks like some solid scores dropping in for Ben Esterhazy, Luc Leprant. Two scores still to come in. Ben Esterhazy and Luc Leprant. So Luc was 4th prior to that exchange of rides, requiring a score to get out of 4th and into the advancing positions. Luc Leprant, your wave comes in at a 6.83. Luc, 6.83. It's enough to get you to 2nd. Ben Esterhazy, your last wave, comes in at a 6. It puts you in the lead. So situation, Ben Esterhazy in the lead. You got a 6 and a 3.57. Luc Leprant, you're in 2nd now. Luc, you've gone from 4th to 2nd in the advancing position for this at this point in the heat with 5 minutes to go. Simon Winter, you're down to 3rd, Simon. You need a 4.81, and Car Hall in 4th. You require a 4.71. So Ben Esterhazy leading the heat from Luc Leprant. Simon Winter down in 3rd, needs a 4.81. And Car Hall looking for 4.71. This is Luc Leprant up and riding, looking to consolidate that 2nd place position, distance himself in terms of points from 3rd and 4th, and make it harder for them to take that 2nd place away from him. While on the outside, in blue, Simon Winter takes off on the main peak. Got one turn down already. So another one. Now the wave will fill up as it comes across that mid-bank. Got to do a bit of the Huntington hop to get through to the inside. Looks like he's going to make the connection. Goes right. Finishes off with a little turn, flaring the tail out right in the shore break. So Simon Winter looking for a score there on that wave. Did a lot of work all the way through to the inside. We'll be hoping the judges reward that with enough to go into 2nd. 4 minutes remaining, just under 4 minutes. Ben Esterhazy up and riding now. He's found a left on the far side of the beach, down by North Beach Far Bowl. Smaller wave. Tags the inside section. It's the tail and the fins free. 3.5 minutes. Just over 3 minutes, so we're waiting for 3 scores. As soon as they are posted on the WSL computer scoring system, I'll be able to announce it to the surfers. So Luc Leprant, your last wave, a 3.17. 3.17, it is one of your counting waves, Luc. We're waiting now for a score last of red and last of blue. Simon Winter, your last wave, a 5.1. So situation, Luc Leprant, you lead the heat with 2 minutes 30 to go. Ben Esterhazy, you're in 2nd. You need a 4.01 to take the lead. Simon Winter, you're in 3rd, Simon. You need a 4.48. And Car Hall, you're in 4th, Kai. You need a 5.08. So once again, just over 2 minutes. Luc Leprant leading the heat from Ben Esterhazy. Surfer in blue, Simon Winter, looking for 4.48. And Car Hall in 4th needs a 5.08. All 4 surfers have made their way down towards Bay Bowl now. So they're on the far left-hand side of the beach, right close to the Bay of Plenty Pier. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. Priority is with white. Second priority is with green. Right, up and riding. It's Simon Winter. A lot of work to do. He wants to get out of that third place position. It's not a very big wave. And working the wave, doing everything he can to try and get more maneuvers out of it. You can see from his body language, perhaps a little frustrated with how that wave turned out. 1.5 minutes, surfers. Luc Lapront leading the heat from Ben Esterhazy. Simon Winter, you're in third. Your last wave, Simon, a 277. It's not enough. Simon, you're looking for a 448. And Kai Hall, you're still looking for a 508. 1 minute to go. Priority with white, second priority green. So 1 minute to go. Looks like on the left we got Luc Lapront. On the right we got Kai Hall. Kai looking to get through to the inside section. Tags a turn, just the one turn on that wave for Kai. We're down to 30 seconds. "25 seconds.
Are they all there?
Yep, they're all there.
Okay, then look at getting first wave, getting second
We're
wave.
down to 15 seconds. Counting the heat down. 3, 2, 1. So results of that heat: fourth place, Kai Halls. Third, Simon Winter. Second place, Ben Esterhazy. And winning that heat, Luc Lapront. Stay tuned with us online. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be back. Counting down.
All right, welcome back. Thanks, Mark Brew, walking us through those Pro Junior men semi-finals. We are now into the Open Women's, the eThekwini Surf Pro semi-final heat number 1. In the water, we've got in red, Louise Lapront, and in blue, Elias Tabai. That is a woman-on-woman heat here. Of course, we have seen 4 people heat in competition. And out the back, this is red. Louise Lapront. That's that first turn off the top, and she's just going to hold with this one and see if it offers something on the inside for some extra points. So sticking with it, she was going to go into the shore break, gets a little finish. So setting a start there for Louise. First score coming in for Surfer in blue, just a 0.2. southwesterly up now. We cruise into the afternoon here. We've come off that dead high tide already, so it got a bit tricky through those last couple of heats. As we see that tide dropping, you'll see the sets starting to find that sandbar better, and into the late afternoon with our finals, hopefully we'll see some good running waves. It's been a real treat today, some great surfing. It's been high performance stuff, with the swell a touch bigger here at North Beach today than what we've had over the last couple of days of competition. The surfers have really had the opportunity to lighten up those surfboards, and we've seen some great surfing through competition today. Right, first of red came in at 2 points. Second of blue comes in at a 4.17. So surf and blue, Lilius Tabai gets the best of those openers. Plenty of time left in the heat, 16 minutes to go. Blue with the early lead. Red in second, looking for a 2.38. Fourteen and a half minutes remaining. A bit of lull in the action here. I guess the ocean also needs time to breathe. Situation remaining the same. Blue in first, red in second. Surfer in red looking for just a 2.38. You've come down here today to join us and you're not sure what's going on. This is the eThekwini Surf Pro. Of course, we're here at North Beach, Durban. The warmest place to be. It's fantastic. Summertime out here. We are, of course, celebrating International Surfing Day. We're bringing together the tribe of surfers. In this event, we've seen our top open surfers in the country, both men and women. We've seen our top juniors in the country, both men and women. And we've also seen our top longboard surfers in the country, both men and women. They're really pulling the tribe together here. And what a great event it's been so far. Small waves, but really fun, high-performance surf through the event. And we're now getting to the pointy end, the final time. Of course, we do have semi-finals of the women in the water now. We'll then go into the semi-finals of the men. And then boom, to the finals. It's going to be a great afternoon of surfing down here. But currently in the water, 11.5 minutes to go. Blue in first. Surfer in blue has two scores of a 4.17 and a 0.2. Surfer in red, Louise Lapront on just one wave, a 2-point ride. Surfer in red, Louise Lapront looking for a 2.38 to go to first. Settle in a slow first half to semi-final one, but prepare for a busy second half. Because once the waves come, it goes into a bit of a rhythm, a bit of a flurry of waves. We'll see our surfers making the most of that second half of this heat. I think it's debatable whether I am the biggest surf groupie in the world. I love it more than anyone. Mark Frews may be close. I think we're battling it out. We could just sit here all day and watch surfing heats, strategies. Just fantastic. I love it. All right, keep an eye on the ocean. Has Louise Lapront found a bit of space here? She does. Sets up, snaps that first turn. Drives off the bottom, hits that final turn, so gets a nice strong finish. We see Surfer in blue, Lilius down on the inside, and gets a turn up off that section on the end part of that wave. A good exchange of rides there. Louise Lapront, under priority I might say, finds a bit of distance from Lilius to Bai, and really capitalizing on that. Loved that last maneuver. What I really liked about that wave is it was a touch soft at the start. And Louise set up that first turn, a nice carve, but really focused on that money section at the end of that wave. Gave it the big hammer. 9 minutes to go. We'll have a heat update for you once those scores from that last exchange are in. First priority is with Surfer in red. The red gets back out there and claims first priority. And what that means, folks, is Surfer in red gets the choice of any waves. For those watching online, check what I'm talking about. Sets that first turn up and whack, buckets of spray on that second maneuver. Surfers in the water. We've got a couple of scores to drop, and then the heat update. 8 minutes remaining. The surfer in blue to the left-hand side of the beach, having a look. Nice left-hander. This is Lilius, up and riding, little slap to start. Works that board, builds up some speed, and a nice little drift to finish, rides out of it. So as I mentioned, watch the second half of the heat. Our ladies are going to get busy here. This is going to be a competitive finish, folks. Surfer in blue will have 2 scores owing to her, and we'll see Surfer in red with 1 score still to come in. 7 minutes. And last of red came in at a 5.67. So best number of the heat so far. A 5.67 last of red. Previous of blue, a 5.17. Also going into the fives. And then last of blue, a 4-point ride. So situation, blue in the lead, red in second. Surfer in red, you're looking for a 3.67 to go to first. So blue leads, red in second, looking for a 3.67 to go to first. And we've got 6 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we've got another great matchup. Sarah Baum up against Jessie van Niekerk. They will be starting to prepare their paddle out. But out in the water at the moment, we have blue, Lilias Tabai in the lead. Red, Louise Lepront, looking for a 3.67 to go to first, so not a big number. And Surfer in red sits with that first priority. And we see Surfer in red making a move now. Louise up and running, great looking wall, snaps it up in the pocket, drives off the bottom, clicks it up for the finish. Looking happy with that one. Taking her time, being patient. Just under 5 minutes remaining, girls. That was just Louise's third wave in this heat. She's been patient, really picking off those right-handers on the outside sandbar. As that tide starts dropping, we hopefully will see more of that. As we see surfers having a look, blue up on the right, red up on the left. Blue hits it. Comes around, red with a big hit. So both surfers finding some opportunity on that one. Not sure if it will help their score lines. Four minutes to go. Numbers coming in now for previous of red. And there it is. Previous of red. I'll wait for her to duck dive this wave. Previous of red, a 5.67. Situation change. Red is into the lead. So Louise Lepront swings a heat up into the lead. So 2 scores, a 5.65. She mirrors that with another 5.65. So Surfer in blue, Lilias Tabai now looking for a 6.17. Surfer in blue, your requirement, a 6.17. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. First priority red. Second priority blue. Last of blue, a 3.7. Not enough. Last of red, a 3.9. Doesn't go into your top 2. So situation, red first, blue second. Surfer in blue, you're looking for a 6.17. We have Surfer in red with first priority. 2.5 minutes to go. So watching the lineup, and Surfer in red, Louise Lepront will use that priority turns up into that closeout section, sticks with it. And out the back, will give Surfer in Blue an opportunity. Up and riding. Lilius up into that turn, doesn't hold on. 2 minutes to go. Surfers are going to fight now for that priority, for that last 2 minutes of this heat. No change to situation. Red first, blue in second. Surfer in Blue needing that 6.17 to turn the heat. 90 seconds to go. So Surfer in Blue managing to get first priority. So if a wave does come through now in the last minute, Surfer in Blue, Lilius Tabai, will have an opportunity with that first priority. 1 minute, 1 minute. So first priority blue, second priority red. Are we going to see a bit of action in the lineup? Surfer in Blue realizes there's not much time here. Has a look. She's going to work this one through. 20 seconds on the clock. Lilius Tabai. Lovely turn on the inside. Claims it. So she's happy with that. And we see Surfer in Red having a look. Louise. She's up in the final 10 seconds. Works this one through, and we're going to count it down in 3, 2, 1. So scores to come through for last of blue. Exciting finish here in the first semi-finals. Tell you what, Lilius Tabai was pretty happy with that wave. Judges will compare scores. They'll take a bit of time. Surfers in the next heat, please be on hold. We are on hold. So let's see where we go. We saw that last big maneuver. Looking for a score, looking for a 6.17. Last of blue comes in. It's a 6.5. Lilius Tabai turns the heat, takes a win into the finals, grabbing that heat right at the end. Wow. Setting your watches for the next semi in 3, 2, 1. All right, your heat is on. Crazy exciting finish in that last heat. Lilius Tabai in the last 20 seconds, finding a wave with priority, managing to get 2 strong maneuvers in and the best score of the heat and taking the win. Lilius Tabai into the finals here. And now, semi-final number 2, the Open Women's eThekwini Surf Pro. We'll see Sarah Baum and Jessie van Niekerk. I tell you what, looking at the smile on Lilius's face, pretty special. You don't remember the heats that you get your 2 sevens at the start and you get through the heats and just, a good heat. You remember the ones that you grab at the end, the ones where you're under pressure pull the rabbit out the bag. That's exactly what Lilius did in that last heat, and she now finds herself in the finals. The eThekwini Surf Pro QS 2000. So out in the water, we've got two surfers, both currently on the Challenger Series, Sarah Baum and Jessie van Niekerk. So some strong experience out here. Whenever I see a lull in the action like this, I think about one of South Africa's most celebrated surfer in the history of the sport, Sean Thompson. Think about the surfing brand that he had, and he had a poster that I had on my wall where surfers were just bobbing in the water. And the caption was something along the lines, surfers spend their lives waiting for waves. Other people spend their lives waiting for nothing. I like that one. We see Jessie van Niekerk working this little left-hander to start. So getting her feet into that wax, feeling the board. So first of blue comes in at 3 points. First of blue, 3 points. So a little start there for Jessie. So that leaves Sarah Baum in red with first priority. We put a Red Bull in front of me here. Thinking if I take a sip of this Red Bull, you know when you listen to a voice note on WhatsApp and you push ×2, you go, I reckon I'll start sounding like that. I'm not going to drink it for now. I'll wait till after the commentary. But that is one of the funniest things I can do is when I want a good laugh is put it on ×2. You got to do it. It's the funniest thing listening to people. And watch a paddle here. Bit of a double up for Jessie van Niekerk. Nice ripping snap to start. Gets the rebound up off that section. Comes around. Keeps the board nice and loose. And just working this one through. Super playful little waves out here. The Jessie van Niekerk going for the busy approach. Trying to really find those sections. But watch out the back. Good looking set wave. Sarah Baum speeding off the bottom. Drifts off the top. Massive first turn. Drives on the rail for the second turn. Sets it up. She's going to stick with this one. She knows there's an end section. What she got for us. Whoops it up off that. And puts together a great opening ride. Sarah Baum. Talk about variety, talk about speed, talk about on the rail. Ticking all those boxes, in my opinion. Really strong start. For those watching live, let's check this out. Drives off the bottom, connects with that lip, comes around, holds that rail. Full rail turn on that second maneuver. Sets up the cutback, but most importantly, looking for a nice strong finish, and she gets it. The scores coming in for last of blue, a 2.93, and waiting for opener of red. Couple of very strong numbers starting to drop in here, folks. A couple of good numbers slowly coming in. First judge has given us an 8.5. Second judge has gone an 8.5. So we know it's here somewhere. Those watching online, of course, have the luxury of seeing those scores coming through on their screen right now. One judge goes 9, another judge 9.5, and we come in for an average of 8.67. So Sarah Baum, on an absolute tear in this event, opens with an 8.67, and she's up and riding again on that news. Quick look at that one. She's out. So finding a left-hander, and I'd have to say that's one of the highest scores of competition. And I would say it's probably definitely the highest score on a left-hander. 12 minutes to go. Last of red, a 0.5. So red in the lead. Blue in second, looking for a 6.18. Up and riding, this is blue. Jessie van Niekerk. Nice snap off the top. Comes critically back to the white water. Stays with it. And climbs up into that next section. This one's just offering lots of scoring opportunity. Comes around, clicks it again. And gets into the shore break right down towards the bathing area. That way of also just running along the bank. Jessie really keeping that board nice and loose. Good looking wave for her. Of course, she's going to be fighting back in this heat, because when your competitor starts with an 8.67 in these tricky conditions, right, so checking these heat final brackets. Of course, Lily is to buy into her first ever final. She is extremely stoked. Now it's going to be between Jessie van Niekerk and Sarah Baum. Tell you what, Sarah started really good, but Jessie fighting back here. Last score for blue comes in at a 5.67. So last of blue, a 5.67. Surfer in blue, you're still in second. However, your requirement now, a 3.51 to go to first. Of course, Sarah Baum does hold a 0.5 in that top two scoreline. So she'll be looking to ditch that. Halfway through the heat, 10 minutes to go. So stoked to have you all down here enjoying the beach. Durban, the warmest place to be. So 9 minutes to go. Red in first. Blue in second. Surfer in blue, you're looking for a 3.51. So once again, blue, you're looking for a 3.51 to go to first. Surfer in red, Sarah Baum. Your two scores, an 8.67, and your backup score, a 0.5. Sarah will be looking to get rid of that 0.5 and make that requirement for Jessie Fanikak a little bit higher. Jessie will be having other ideas. She's just come off the best wave of the heat, that last score, 5.67. She's looking to build. As we know with this game, anything can happen. All you need, well, we know that the surfers have the talent. All they need is to find that special wave. 8 minutes to go. Watching a paddle, red. Up and riding, Sarah Baum. Oh, doesn't hold on to that turn. So, hands priority over to surfer in blue now. If your name's Luke, you want to be watching this next heat because it's an absolute cracker. The first semi-finals of the Open Men. We'll see in red Luke Thompson. We'll have in blue Luke Schleipen. I can guarantee you we're going to have at least one Luke in the finals. Which one will it be? Last score coming in for red is 0.93. So that does actually go into your top two. So the requirement now for surfer in blue, Jessie Fanikak. Surfer in blue, you're looking for a 3.94. 6 minutes to go. All right, time call surfers, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So into the last quarter of this heat, Sarah Baum in red in the lead with an 8.67 and a 0.93. Jessie Fanikak in second place. The surfer in blue, your two scores, a 5.67 and a 3. The surfer in blue looking for a 3.94 to advance. So first priority blue, second priority red. Four minutes. folks running along the beach, surfer in blue in the first semi-finals of the men. This is Luke Schleipen. He's surfing really well in this compo. Looking pumped. Luke Thompson is one of his traveling partners, big buddies. But in 3 minutes' time, when their heat starts, they won't be buddies for 20 minutes. And afterwards, they'll probably be buddies again, I think. Should be. It's International Surfing Day. We all got to be friends. Funny, I've already mentioned Sean Thompson, but I'm going to mention him again. He's saying, friends on land, enemies in the water, in a heat, of course. 2.5 minutes to go. So this heat winding down. Red in the lead. Blue in second, looking for a 3.94. The ocean is just having a breather. Will it give us one last pulse to make this heat very exciting at the end? 2 minutes. Jesse van Niekerk in blue, looking for just a 3.94. So not a huge requirement. And now we see the second man in the next semi-finals. Luke Thompson with the red vest. He's heading out there looking relaxed, loose, pumped. I did exactly that once and knocked the fin out. A couple of chicks watching on the beach. I just carried on paddling into the water. Doing 360s, 360s on my next wave. So we're approaching the last minute. Red leads, blue in second, still looking for a 3.94. Is this ocean going to give Jesse van Niekerk an opportunity? 1 minute into the last minute. And Jesse van Niekerk making a move. Paddles for that one, doesn't get on. Sarah Baum has a look. She needs to improve. Gets a turn. She's probably already done that on that wave. Down to 30 seconds. And Jesse van Niekerk up and riding on the left. Cracks it off the top. Nice first turn for Jessie. She's going to have to hold this one and work it through. Down to 20 seconds. So again, exciting finish. Sarah obviously has a score to come with 10 seconds to go. Jessie onto the inside. And we're going to count this one down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so waiting for scores for both red and blue on that last exchange. Last of red was a 2.5. So I'm not going to tell you the requirement for blue. And last of blue comes in, it's not enough, a 3.33. So we have Sarah Baum advancing into the finals. Semi-final number 1 of the men. Set your watches for a countdown in 3, 2, 1. We are underway here. Congratulations, Sarah Baum.
So we are on now for the US 2000 semifinals out in the water now. Heat number 1. It is the battle of the Lukes. Luke Slipen and Luke Thompson up against each other here. Luke Thompson in the red and Luke Slipen is in blue. 20-minute heats, 2 minutes down, so 18 minutes remaining. Surface, 18 minutes remain. We have 2 best friends out in the lineup. One grew up surfing Durban, so very well versed at the North Beach. Look at them having fun out there, splashing water. Gonna be an exciting heat. And an early call for surfers in the next heats. That'll be Aiden Mason Camp and Connor Slipen.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Okay, so we have just under 14 minutes remaining in this heat. So well done to Sarah Baum for making it through to the final. That will be running on later today. Okay, some paddle action out in the lineup there. So 0 waves ridden in this semi-final. 13 minutes now remaining. Okay, so just an important announcement here for the beach. The JQS finals will be 25 minutes in duration. So that's an update and a notice to the surfers. The JQS finals will be 25 minutes in duration. So back to the action in the water. We have just under 12 minutes remaining, 11 minutes and 45 seconds. So today we are going to be crowning champions here for day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Kicked off this event on Wednesday with the LQS 1000. We also have pro juniors out here with us and some men and women competing for the first event of the year for the 2025-26 QS, the qualifying series here in Durban. And Luke is the defending champion here. He won this event last year. We ran that final in the Dairy Bowl, and this was the final last year. So it'll be interesting to see what goes down in this semi-final. Will it be Luke Thompson or will it be Luke Slipen? Excited to see. 10 minutes remaining now. 10 minutes now remaining in this heat. Alrighty, some action in the lineup. Strong paddle there from Luke Thompson. He's up and riding on his backhand. Winding down, getting that snap off the top. Goes for that second maneuver. This wave rolling through here for Luke Thompson. Getting a series of turns out the back. I guess a little bit of downtime on this wave. Resetting his line, pumping on the inside. Ooh. So that was the opening ride for Luke Thompson. So priority has been established. Setting out the back with the first priority is Luke Slipen. So we are going to wait for that score to drop. Only one person will make it through to the final. 8.5 minutes. Okay, surfers, we now have 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. So the opening score for red, a 5.83. First of red, a 5.83. So Luke Thompson opening with that mid-scoring wave of a 5.83. So Luke Slipen is looking for a 5.84 in order to advance. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here, surfers. Another call for surfers in the next heat. That'll be Aiden Mason Camp and Connor Slipen. Another exciting heat coming our way here for the eThekwini Surf Pro. So 7 minutes now on the clock. Luke Slipen with the first priority. Looks like Luke Thompson is paddling across towards bar ball and away from his competitor. Luke Slipen still out the back, holding that first priority. Yet to have a wave in this encounter. 6 minutes now remaining. He's only looking for a 5.84. One wave ridden in this heat at 5.83 of Luke Thompson. Paddle there from Luke Thompson, but no ride. Okay, so we down to the last 5 minutes of this heat. 5 minutes remaining. Luke Thompson in the lead with that 5.83. Luke Slipen is looking for a 5.84 in order to advance. Okay, so surfers, we're down to the last 4 minutes. 4 minutes remaining in this heat. So another call for surfers in the following heats. That is Aiden Mason Camp and Connor Slipen. Paddle out time is 3 minutes. Let's have a look at this wave of red here on your screen. Start off strong. Got a nice re-entry to start off that wave. Then he had a series of maneuvers down the line. He had a bit of dead water there, but he navigated that well. Now watching live action, Luke Thompson up and riding yet again. Just a single maneuver there for Luke Thompson. 3 minutes remaining, so 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with blue. So he was looking for a 5.84. and last of red comes in. It was a 2.5. So blue, you're now looking for an 8.33. So 3 minutes to go. Surfers in the next heat, you can start paddling out. Just make sure that you stay away from surfers in this current heat. Up next is Aiden Masonkamp and Connor Slipen for US 2000 semi-final heat number 2. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So red in the lead with that 5.83 and the 2.5. Blue in second. Looking for an 8.33 or more in order to advance and make it through to the next round, which will be the final. 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes. Ninety seconds remaining, so 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Red in the lead with that 5.83 opener and a 2.5 backup. Blue yet to have a wave in this heat. He's looking for an 8.33 or more. Looks like some movement there for red. Luke Thompson up and riding. Getting 2 quick turns there is Luke Thompson. And wraps it up nicely on the inside. Just under a minute remaining, surfers. 55 seconds. Watching this last of red. So the last wave for red was a 3.83. Last of red at 3.83. So blue is now looking for a 9.66 and we have 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining, surfers. Red in the lead, blue in second, looking for a 9.66. We counting the seat down in 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of men's QS 2000 semi-final 1. Now surfers in the next seat, set your watches, counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So stay tuned. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be right back. Back to day 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Out in the lineup is the QS 2000 semi-final heat number 2 for the men's division. In the blue singlet we have Connor Slipen. Out with him in the red is Aiden Mason Camp. So surfers, you have 18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes remaining. And watching red. Aiden Mason Camp is up and riding. So blue had the first wave here as you watch this replay on screen. The Slipen gets 3 turns. Nice and quick transition there. So that first wave of blue was a 4.0. First of blue, a 4.0, and last of blue, a 0.3. Priority is with surfer in the blue, and red had a wave just now. 17 minutes remaining. Then after this, we will be having the first final of the day. That will be the JKS 1000 women's final. That heat will consist of Emma Schoenbrecher, Emily Jenkinson, Louise Lepront, and Anastasia Fenter. So stick around for more surfing action right here in Durban, South Africa, with the eThekwini Surf Pro. And up and riding, Connor Slipen. Getting the completion on that wave. 2 quick turns for Connor Slipen. 16 minutes remaining. Red, your opening ride was a 3.83. First of red, a 3.83. Here's the replay for Connor. A nice slashing re-entry off the top there. Five minutes down and 15 minutes remaining. Last wave of blue, Connor Slipen was a 5.77. Last of blue, a 5.77. So blue is in the lead. And red is in second with just a 3.83. And red, your requirement is a 5.94. So Aiden is looking for a 5.94 in order to advance. And priority is with red, second priority blue. Quick in and out there for Connor Slipen. So blue's coming with a different approach here. Very busy in the early stages of this heat. As the red taking the more patient approach. One wave ridden for red, 3.83 score. Blue has had 4 waves ridden. Its highest being a 5.77, a backup of a 4.0. 13 minutes and 25 seconds now remaining. Priority is with red. Second priority is with blue. With just under 13 minutes remaining here. And we just want to give a big shout out to our event sponsors. Huge TNS being our network provider. Urban Tourism. Zulu Natal Surf Riders Association. We really appreciate you guys for making this event possible. Also a huge shout out to Red Bull. If you're joining us on the stream, we are currently running the men's QS 2000 semi-final heat number 2, and 2 big names out in the lineup now. Camera is focused on red. That is Aiden Mason Camp, who's currently sitting in second, looking for a 5.94 to advance, and he has first priority. That is blue Connor Slipen. He was looking for a wave. He's in the lead with that 5.77 and a 4.0 backup. 11.5 minutes remaining. One person to make it through. Who will it be? Only time will tell. We've already locked in our first finalist of the day. That was Luke Thompson, but wait, up and riding. Aiden Mason Camp, strong turn to start off. Winds on the bottom, getting that second one. Oh, and a completion there for Aiden Mason Camp. Little fist pump to the judges there. Let's have a look at this replay. You saw him get started strong there, lots of spray. Then wind it down for that end section. Up and over. He looked pretty stoked with that. So 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, surfers. And both these surfers out in the lineup. Some of the best surfers here in South Africa, representing South Africa on the Challenger Series. We'll also be seeing them in the next few weeks up in Belito, competing for more points there, showcasing their talent. 10 minutes now remaining. 10 minutes remaining in this heat surface. Priority is with blue. But let's keep our eyes on red. Aiden Mason Camp. Racing through that dead section, trying to get around that foam. He's out of that one. The boat surfers had a wave there. Aiden Mason Camp on the left. On the Slipen. Took off on the right. So second to last wave of red was an 8-point ride. Second to last of red, an 8-point ride. So judges going excellent for that last wave of red. Very critical surfing for Aiden Mason Camp. 3 turns on his backhand, and judges rewarding that surfing. But we still have a score coming for blue, as blue took off on the right. Just under 9 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, Connor Slipen. So after that second to last wave of red, he got pushed down to second and was looking for a score. And last of blue is in. Wait for them to duck dive. So the last wave for blue was a 6.33. So Connor Slipen back in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.77. Red is showing some interest on this wave. This is Aiden Mason Camp. Racing down the line here. Now gets on that rail. Just a single maneuver there for Aiden Mason Camp. 8 minutes remaining, 8 minutes remaining. Priority with blue. It's currently in the lead with the 6.33 and a 5.77. Last wave of red was a 1.77, not factoring in. And red is in second with an 8-point ride and a backup of a 3.83. Red, your requirement is a 4.1 to advance. So red is not looking for a huge score here. It's looking for a 4.1 in order to make it through to the final. We now have 7 minutes remaining. We're down to the last 7 minutes of this heat. Then after this, we'll have the first final of the day, which will be the JKS 1000 Women's Final. That heat will consist of Emma Schoenbrucker, Emily Jenkinson, Louise Leprance, and Anastasia Fenter. So do not go away. There's still lots of surfing action coming your way here. 6.5 minutes remaining, 6.5 minutes remaining. Priority blue, second priority is with red. Six minutes remaining, surface, 6 minutes. Red showing some interest on this one. Quick in and out there. That wave not giving him what he was looking for. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So red is under priority here. Looking for 4.1. Five minutes remaining, surfers, 5 minutes remaining. Blue holding that lead with the 6.33 with the 5 and a 5.77 backup. Red is looking for a 4.1 in order to advance. And red showing some interest. Yet again here is Aiden Mason Camp. Strong paddle, no ride. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So the paddle out time for surfers in the next heat is 3 minutes. I'll let you guys know when we reach that 3-minute mark. Four minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, second priority red. Red looking for that 4.1. So red opened up his accounts with the 3.83 and backed it up with an 8-point ride. Then we had blue Connor Slipen with that 5.77. Then his highest scoring wave being a 6.33. in the lead. Connor Slipen with the good scoring ride and a mid scoring ride. It looks like there's some activity out in the lineup. Priority is with blue. And up and riding now. Smart move there for Connor Slipen. Getting a section to work with. Blows the tail. And rides out of that wave. So priority is now with red. With just under 3 minutes remaining. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The surfers. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here, surfers. Blue up and riding. Connor Slipen. His backhand this time around. Few minutes remaining, surface, 2 minutes. So no change to the situation here. Blue still in the lead. Red looking for a 4.1. And he has first priority. So red with first priority looking for a 4.1. It's just a race against time now. 1 minute and 15 seconds. One minute remaining. Red looking for a 4.1, blue in the lead. Will nature provide? "50 seconds. "30 seconds remaining here, surfers. Red looking for 4.1. 20 seconds. "10 seconds remaining, surfers. And we're gonna wrap this heat up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the QS 2000 semi-final. Heat number 2. So stay tuned for more surfing action. The eThekwini Surf Pro will be right back.
Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro Finals Day here at North Beach in Durban, South Africa. In the water, we have the first of our finals. It's the JQS Women 25-minute heat. Introducing the finalists to you. In red, we've got Emma Schoenbroecker. In blue, Emily Jenkinson. In white, Louise Lapront. And in the green singlet, we got Anastasia Fenter. So 2 rides so far in the heat. One from Emma Schoenbroecker in the red singlet. Emma, you scored a 1.33. And we await the opening ride for Anastasia Fenter. On screen, that is surfer in blue. It's Emily Jenkinson. So Emily opening up her account in the final of the JQS Woman. The junior qualifying series is the first time that it's been part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Last year, the inaugural event, we had the QS 1000 and the LQS 1000. This year, the JQS men's and ladies was added to the event, and it's been great to have the juniors as part of the event here on the Durban beachfront. Some scores dropping in. Anastasia Fenter, your opening wave at 0.67. Emma Schoenbroecker, your opening wave, 1.33. Surf in blue, Emily Jenkinson, your first wave, a 2.83. So in the opening exchanges, in the first couple of minutes, Emily Jenkinson getting the better of the scores at 2.83. Now we see the second wave for surfer in green, Anastasia Fenter. Tide starting to go out and becoming a little bit more consistent out there over the last 45 minutes or so, making the connections from the outside all the way through to the inside bowl and the shore break a little bit easier. So Anastasia finishes off her second ride right on the beach. Her first ride was just a 0.67. So she improves on that. Out at the back, this is Louise Lapront. "21 minutes remaining of this 25-minute final. Just a call to the men's JQS finalists. If you could check in, please. That'll be Connor Slypen, David Emsley, Luke Lapront, and Ben Esterhazer. You coming up next. Out at the back, this is Louise Lapront wearing the white singlet. We're in the finals. It's all at stake. A title is on the line. The first JQS title of the eThekwini Surf Pro in Durban, South Africa. So we've had 4 days of competition. Today, finals day. First 3 days were at the new pier, just to the right of us, about a couple of 100 meters to the right. And today, the competition has moved to North Beach, in the middle of the Durban beachfront, just to the south of Bay of Plenty. And we've had surfing since the first heat at 7:10 this morning. It's been whittled down to 4 finalists in the JQS 1000. Some scores still dropping in for last of Louise Lapront, Emma Schoenbroecker, and Emily Jenkinson. Once the scores are in, ladies, I will let you know. Emma Schoenbroecker, your second wave, a 3.83. Anastasia Fenter, your second wave, a 3.67. Louise Lapront, your 2 scores still coming in, as is Emily Jenkinson's second wave. Once all the scores are in, we can give you an overall situation update, and the surfers can then also here and strategize what they need to do for the rest of the heat in order to get to first. Scores are in. So, Emily Jenkinson, your second wave of 4.33. Louise Lapront, your two waves of 5.5 and a 4.83. So, situation with 18 and a half minutes remaining. Louise Lapront, you're in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.83. Emily Jenkinson, you're in second with a 4.33 and a 2.83. You require a 6 to go to first. Emma Schoenbrucker, you're in third, Emma. You require a 6.5. And Anastasia Fenter in fourth at the moment requires a 6.66. Got a paddle. Emma Schoenbrucker uses her priority to get onto this wave. Looks like it might come all the way through to the inside. So Emma using her light frame to get all the way through to the inside. Shore break on that one. So just under 18 minutes remaining. That's Emma's third wave of the heat. She was carrying a 1.33 as part of her top two scores. So a good chance she's going to better that. Possibly drop that one. While on the outside, up and riding, that is Louise Lapront, our current heat leader. It's in live action, while on the screen we see a replay of Emma Schoenbrucker's wave. "17 minutes remaining in the first of our finals. So this is the JQS woman. After this, we got the JQS men. Then we go into the LQS, the longboard qualifying series, the men's and the ladies' finals. In the ladies' final, there is the World Tour qualification slot up for grabs in the women's final. Men's final is Stephen Sawyer against Sam Christensen, both on the World Tour this year. And then after that, we go into QS 2000, men's and women's. Emma Schoenbrucker, your last wave, a 3.27. So situation. We have 16 and a half minutes remaining. Louise Lapront, you're in the lead. Emily Jenkinson is in second, needing a 6 to take the lead. Emma Schoenbrucker, you're in third, Emma. You require a 6.5. And Anastasia Fenter in fourth, requiring a 6.66 at this stage. Ladies, we've got 16 minutes remaining. Let's update everyone again while there's no waves. So just under 16 minutes remaining, ladies. Louise Lapront in white is in the lead. Emily Jenkinson in blue is in second. You need a 6. Emma Schoenbrucker, you're in third. Emma, you need a 6.5. And Anastasia Fenter in third, or rather in fourth. You need a 6.66. So all the ladies in second, third, and fourth, all requiring scores in the 6 range to try and unseat Louise Lapront, who is in the lead at the moment on the leaderboard with a 5.5 and a 4.83. So at this stage, to take over the lead, second, third, and fourth would have to have the best wave of the heat. Louise Lapront has a 5.5 and a 4.83. 6 is required from everybody else in order to take the lead. We got just under 15 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, second priority white. 14 minutes remaining. Situation unchanged. White leads from blue. Blue looking for a 6. Red in third looks for a 6.5. Surfing green, you're looking for a 6.66 at this stage. Just under 14 minutes. So the JQS finals, 25 minutes in duration. We have 4 surfers in each of the finals. So the men's JQS coming up after this, that'll feature Connor Slipe and David Emsley, Luke Lapront and Ben Esterhazer. Thirteen minutes. So we see the surfers positioning themselves out in the lineup. If you're following online, there's 12 minutes remaining. Rather, 12 minutes 45 remaining. Louise Lapront is in the lead in the heat with a 5.5 and a 4.83. Emily Jenkinson is in second. She has priority. She requires a 6 to move to first. Emma Schoenbrücker requires a 6.5 to move to the lead. And then Anastasia Fenter in fourth place at the moment needs a 6.66. "12 minutes remaining, surfers, 12 minutes. Got a paddle after a bit of a break in the action. It's Emily Jenkinson up and riding. Found a good looking left. The biggest set wave we've seen in the heat so far. Couple of turns, almost comes unstuck on the mid-break turn, but she maintains the momentum and rides this wave all the way through to the shore break. Emily Jenkinson finishing off the wave all the way through on the inside. Solid set wave. The surfers waited a couple of minutes for that wave. There was no action, then a good set came through. Have a look at the replay. There we go. So Emily Jenkinson takes off. Nice turn, snaps back into the pocket. And another one. That turn a little bit more critical than the first turn. Then gets a bit of speed around the section. Almost comes unstuck on that third turn. And then weaves her board side to side. Gets a bit of air under the board. Ramping through to try and get through to the inside. At the back. Short in and out there for Louise Lapront. She already has a 5.5 and a 4.83. So 2 scores still to come through. Louise Lapront and Emily Jenkinson.
I'm getting audio, but I don't know if it's from the camera.
We have 10.5 minutes remaining, and there's a paddle at the back. Anastasia Fenter up and riding now. Anastasia opting to go left. That wave doesn't have the scoring potential that she has in her mind, so she kicks out, will paddle straight back out and look for a bigger one. So a couple scores still owed to us by the judges. White, Louise Lapront, blue, Emily Jenkinson, and green, Anastasia Fenter. Up and riding. This is Emily Jenkinson. Another quick in and out for her. We're still waiting for previous score of Emily Jenkinson. While out at the back, working her board, trying to get through to the inside section. It's Emma Schoenbrücker. So Louise Lapront's score still coming in. Anastasia Fenter's also still dropping scores into the scoring system. Emma Schoenbrücker and Emily Jenkinson. On the outside, Anastasia Fenter. Another quick in and out. So, ladies, I can't give you an update because there are quite a lot of scores still outstanding. Louise Leprant, your last wave of 4.57 doesn't go into your top two. Anastasia Fenter, your last wave of 1.93, also not in your top two. We're waiting for one score to come in. It was that left-hand breaking wave of Emily Jenkinson. We have 8 minutes remaining in the JQS Ladies Final. So, scores coming in still for that left-hand breaking wave of Emily Jenkinson. It's an 8.33. So that pushes Emily Jenkinson up to the lead. Situation surfers, 8 minutes remaining. Blue in the lead. White in second. White, you need a 7.17. Red in third, you need an 8.83. And green in fourth needs an 8.99. Have a look at this. Green, Anastasia Fenter going right. She kicks out. And on the left, Emma Schoenbrucker. A short wave, probably not one of her top two counting waves. So once again, the situation, Emily Jenkinson in the lead with an 8.33 and a 4.33. Louise Leprant in second. Louise, you require a 7.17. Emma Schoenbrucker, you're in third. You need an 8.83. And Anastasia Fenter in fourth. In green, you need an 8.99. Blue leads from white, red in third, and green in fourth. White looking for a 7.17, red looking for an 8.33, and green looking for an 8.99. Six and a half minutes remaining. 6 minutes and 30 seconds before we crown the champion in the JQS Women's. At the moment, out in the lead, it's Emily Jenkinson with an 8.33, the highest single wave of the heat, and a 4.33. If Emily's able to improve on that 4.33, she'll distance herself even further from second, third, and fourth. But if they have anything to do with it, Louise Leprant, Emma Schoenbrucker, and Anastasia Fenter will be looking for a score to attack that lead. Up and riding in the mid-break. A little reforming wave. It's Emma Schoenbrucker. She took that under priority. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Emily Jenkinson, still in the lead. An 8.33 score in the excellent range. Her second score is a 4.33, and she leads the first JQS Women's Final as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Louise Leprant in white in second. He's a 7.17. Ms. Schoenbrucker looking for an 8.83. She's in third. And in green, Anastasia Fenter looking for an 8.99. Priority is with white. Second priority is with blue. Sitting on the beach on screen there, it's Ben Esterhazer. He'll be wearing the green singlet in the JQS Men's Final coming up next. 4.5 minutes, surfers. 4.5 minutes. Four minutes remaining, ladies. 4 minutes. So we've had 19 waves ridden in this heat. Only 8 of them count, though, towards the surfer's overall scores. And getting the better of the waves so far has been Emily Jenkinson. We see Louise Lapront on screen and Emily Jenkinson on the right, both sitting very patiently. That's priority 1 and priority 2. So if a set wave does come, that means that Louise Lapront can take the set waves. None of the other surfers could have a look at it or interfere with her. Second priority is Emily Jenkinson. And then on the left of screen here, that is Anastasia Fenter in the green singlet. So all 4 surfers sitting out in the middle of North Beach, spread across by about 30 meters from left to right, awaiting the next set of waves. Have a look on your screen. You can see there's a lot of swell out at sea. It's sort of 2 to 3 foot here at North Beach, but the open ocean swell out there is about 3 meters. Durban is a big bay, and you need the swell to refract a bit to come into the bay. On screen, you can see some of the big swell going past on the horizon as that big cold front makes its way up across South Africa. 2.5 minutes remaining, surfers. 2.5 minutes. Emily Jenkinson still holding on to that lead. Went through a flurry of waves with about 8 or 9 minutes to go. The girls have all seen something. Looks like we're going to have another set. Right, this could change the situation at the very end of the heat. There's 2 minutes to go. Anastasia Fenter takes the first one. Louise Lapront on the second wave, as is our heat leader, Emily Jenkinson. All 3 ladies go down. Short waves, so unlikely any of that is going to count in the end of the heat or the overall heat score. So things should stay as it stands. Very short waves for all 3 competitors. They're looking for a 717, an 883, and an 899. Unlikely you'll get that with no maneuvers. One and a half minutes, surfers. 1.5 minutes. So situation is unchanged. Just over 1 minute. So that last wave of Anastasia Fenter was actually a 4-1-3. It's enough to move her into 3rd place. So Emma Schoenbrücker now down to 4th. We got another wave still outstanding for Emily Jenkinson with 35 seconds remaining. So last of green, Anastasia Fenter was a 4-1-3. Moves you to 3rd. You still need an 8-5-3 to take the lead. So Emily Jenkinson in the lead. Louise Lapront in 2nd. Anastasia Fenter in 3rd. With Emma Schoenbrücker in 4th. We've got 20 seconds. Counting the heat down shortly. 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the JQS Women's Final at the eThekwini Surf Pro. 4th place, Emma Schoenbrücker. 3rd, Anastasia Fenter. 2nd place, Louise Lapront. And it looks like Emily Jenkinson is going to be crowned the champion in the JQS Women's Final. Hold your positions in the men's final. Hold your positions there. So hold your positions. So a couple scores still coming in for the last exchange there. So ladies on the beach, stand by. Just 2 scores. 1 score coming in for Louise Lapront and Emma Schoenbrucker. Not sure if it would have been enough to take the win. So it looks like it's official. The champion in the JQS Junior Women's Division. Well done. Congratulations to Emily Jenkinson. Woo. Hold your position on the men. We'll be counting down shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So on the screen there, you see Emily Jenkinson being chaired up the beach. Congratulations to our first champion of the day, taking out the win in the JQS 1000 Women's Division. Stay tuned. Online, the eThekwini Surf Pro will be back.
All right, welcome back to finals day here at the eThekwini Surf Pro, and out in the water is the second final of the day. We have the JQS 1000 men's final, and out in the red is Connor Slipen, in the blue David Emsley, in the white Luke Leprant, and in the green Ben Esteizer. Another congratulations to Emily Jenkinson for taking the win. That previous heat. So heats are 25 minutes in duration. So the first wave of red was a 3.0, and the first of blue also a 3.0. Okay, we're now going to go to the interview for Emily Jenkinson, the previous winner of the final.
Emily Jenkinson, you are the champion in the JQS 1000 Women's, the first time this event's been held as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. You must be so stoked. It looked quite difficult out there, but once you had that left in the 8.0, the excellent range, the other girls really struggled to catch up.
Yeah, well, for the first few heats of my contest, I felt like I wasn't surfing my best, and I'm glad it all came together in the final. And yeah, at the start of the heat, I saw Louise got that 5.5 and like a 4, and I was in quite a tricky situation. And then I waited quite a while for that wave, and when it finally came, I remember taking off. It was like I was really late, and I thought I was gonna fall, so I got really scared. But then once I made the drop, the wave lined up perfectly, and I had like 3 good sections. So yeah, I just knew I had a good score, and then after that I felt quite comfortable.
Yeah, there was a lot of long breaks in the heats that was like sort of sporadic action throughout. When you got that wave, you got the first nice turn, the second turn after that section, but then the board like dug in and you just managed to pull out. What went through your mind when that happened? Because it was such a good wave up until that point.
Yeah, no, I really didn't want to fall there because I knew if I fell, I probably wouldn't have gotten the score I needed to get into first. So I just tried really hard to hold on to it, and I luckily did, so I'm happy.
Well, congratulations. You're the champion. We'll be crowning you later at the awards ceremony on the beach, giving you the trophy. So well done, our first champion of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Okay, so that was Emily Jenkinson, the winner of the eThekwini Pro Junior for the women's side. And during that, we had a wave from green, but he's up and writing yet again. Dennis De Hazer. Watching red. That is Connor Slipen. Getting a completion on that wave. 19 minutes remaining. And after this, we are moving on to the Women's LKS 1000 final. That heat will consist of Crystal Hewlett and Cara Stubbs. So the opening ride for green was a 6.5. Venice De Hazer with a 6.5. Last of green a 2.9. But up and riding, that is Luc Leprant. Getting his opening wave in this encounter. 18 minutes remaining here. Surface priority is with blue. Have a look. Last wave of white. This is Luc Leprant. His first wave of this heat. It's over 7 minutes to get it. Completion there. The first wave of white, a 3.83. And the first wave of blue was a 3.0. The current situation, surfers, we do have Ben Esterhazer in the lead with a 6.5 and a 2.9. Connor Slipen is in second with a 5.0 and a 3.0. Looking for a 4.41 to first. Luc Leprant is in third with just a 3.83. Looking for a 5.58 to go into first. And then David Emsley is sitting in fourth with just a 3.0, looking for a 6.41. And priority is with blue, second priority is with red. Okay, so I'll give you surfers another update while there's no waves. Ben Esterhazer in the lead with a 6.5 and a backup of a 2.9. Connor Slipen in second with a 5.0 and a 3.0. Looking for a 4.41. Luc Leprant is in third with just a 3.83. looking for a 5.58. And David Emsley is in fourth with the 3.0, looking for a 6.41 first. Priority is with blue. What we're watching now, Connor Slipen with the paddle there. So second priority now with the green. Third priority is with white. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Fifteen minutes remaining. Surface, 15 minutes. Fourteen minutes remaining. 14 minutes remaining in this final. We do have green currently in the lead. That is Ben Esterhazer with a 6.5 and a 2.9. Anna Slipen is in second with a 5.0 and a 3.0. And he is up and riding. Quick in and out there for Connor. Luke Leprant is sitting in third with just a 3.83 under his name. He's looking for a 5.58. So Luke Leprant looking for a 5.58 first. David Emsley waiting patiently out the back with first priority. Only 3 points under his name. His requirement is a 6.41. We're looking to get 4 in the good scoring range. More than capable of doing that. Lots of talent is out in the lineup now. Connor Slipen is a contender in the Challenger Series. Okay, just under 13 minutes remaining. Paddle here from green. And Esterhazer is up and riding. Tries to go around that section. It looks like the wave just closed out in front of him. So last of green a 0.5, not factoring in. And last of red was a 0.3, also not factoring in. And watching here, spin the peak. Connor Slipen on the left. And he's still riding. We also saw Luke Leprant on the right. Connor Slipen currently sitting in second. He's looking for a score. He got some turns out the back. Not going to wait for that score. Ben Esterhazer getting the completion there. 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining surface. Priority still with blue. Second priority is with white. And white is showing some interest here. Luke Leprant, no ride. The score still to drop for white, red, and green. And up and riding. That is David Emsley. Big turn off the top there. Getting a bit stuck on that second one, but he manages to ride out. So priority is with white. The last wave of white was a 2.87. Last of white, Luke Leprant, a 2.87. Last of blue was a 4.83. Last of green was a 4.1. And last wave of red, a 7.83. Last of red, a 7.83. So Connor changes the situation in this heat. Connor Slipen now in the lead with the 7.83 and a 5.0 backup. Ben Esterhazy is in second with a 6.5 and a 4.1. Looking for a 6.34 to first. Blue is up and riding now. David Emsley currently sitting in third. Lost his footing on that maneuver as David. So David, you are sitting in third. You are looking for an 8-point ride to go into first. And Luke Leprant is sitting in fourth, looking for a 9.0 in order to take the win in this final. Priority is with white, second priority green. Third priority is with red. Red up and riding. Blowing the fins there, getting the rotation is Connor Slipen. Looking very comfortable out there as Connor Slipen. Been watching him surf the earlier heats. Eight and a half minutes remaining. Current situation is red in the lead. Green is in second, blue in third, white in fourth. So with red in the lead, green is looking for a 6.34. So Ben Esterhazy, your requirement is a 6.34. You're currently sitting in second. Blue in third, looking for an 8.0. White in fourth is looking for a 9.0. And surfers, we have 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with white, second priority green, third priority blue, and fourth priority is with red. Red up and riding, Connor Slipen. That's his 6th wave of this heat. And watching the paddle here from David. David Emsley up and riding, quicker and out there for him. Priority still with white, second priority red. Just under 7 minutes, 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Ben Esterhazy is looking for a 6.34 to go into first. David Emsley is looking for an 8.0. And Luke Leprant's looking for a 9.0. Priority is with white, second priority green, third priority is with blue. And sitting in the lead is Connor Slipen in the red, a 7.83 and a 5.0. Coming up next is the women's LKS 1000 final. That heat will consist of Crystal Hewlett and Cara Stubbs. All right, up and riding. Connor Slypin. That is our current heat leader, sitting with a 7.83 and a 5.0. That wave just fading away for him. So I think the situation will stay the same. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers, 5 minutes. Red is in the lead. Green is in second, looking for a 6.34. Blue is in third, looking for an 8.0. And white in fourth, looking for a 9.0. Priority is with white. Second priority is with the green. And up next, that was Crystal Hewlett's in frame. He's going to be surfing the next final, which will be the LQS 1000 women's. And up and riding in the lineup, Benes de Hazer, quick in and out there for him. That wave not offering much scoring potential. He's just going to reset, paddle back out, and wait. So holding first priority is Luc Leprant. Second priority is with blue. Third priority, red. 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes. Paddle out time for surfers in the next heat is 3 minutes. And as we reach that, I will let you guys know. Alrighty. Luc Leprant showing some interest here. He's up and riding on his forehand. Lots of speed up and over that section. Drifts the fins a bit. Better looking right there for Luc Leprant. But will it be enough? 3 minutes and 15 seconds. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here, surfers. So surfers at the next heat, you can start making your way out. Just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. Exciting heat coming your way here, surfers. We do have Crystal Hewlett and Cara Stubbs going head to head in the women's LKS 1000 final. 3 minutes remaining in the heat that's in the water. Last wave of white was a 4.03. Blue's up and riding. David Emsley on his backhand this time around. Yeah, getting the redirection now. Generating some speed here on the left. So white, your last wave was a 4.03. So that goes into your top two, but not enough. White is looking for an 8.8 in order to go into first. Still have red in the lead, Connor Slypin, a 7.83 and a 5.0. Green in second, Benes de Hazer with a 6.5 and a 4.1. Green, your requirement is a 6.34. Going to first, Luc Leprant is in third, looking for an 8.8. David Emsley in fourth, looking for an 8.0. Just under 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Okay, surfers, we have 90 seconds remaining. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Priority is with red. Second priority, green. Third priority is with white. One minute remaining, 1 minute remaining, surfers. "45 seconds, David Emsley is up and riding. Still on this wave is David Emsley. We now have 30 seconds remaining, surface 30 seconds. Luc Leprant in third, looking for an 8.8. Benes de Hazer looking for a 6.34. 20 seconds remaining, surfers. Connor Slipen leads from green. Green is looking for a 6.34. White in third, looking for an 8.8. Blue looking for an 8.0. 10 seconds remaining, surfers. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that sign signals the end of the eThekwini Pro Junior Final, the men's side. And we're counting down to start the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm now going to hand over to Mike Frew. Take us through the next couple of heats.
Right. Right, so that siren signals the start of the ladies' LQS final. Right, making his way up the beach. There's the winner of the JQS 1000. It's the JQS 1000 men's champion. The first time we've had this in Durban as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Well done to Connor Slipen. I think we'll get an interview with him on the beach with Greg Emsley in a little while. He's the champion, the first time that this event has been held in Durban. It's his second WQS win. He won the SA Open in Port Elizabeth, and now he's got a second title to his name, being carried up the beach there. Congratulations to Connor Slipen. We are now into the LQS, the longboard qualifying series, and stay tuned for that. We're going to go into that shortly. You're with the eThekwini Surf Pro LQS. We'll be right back. Wave a 2.67. Welcome back. It's the eThekwini Surf Pro. We are into the LQS Ladies Final. It's Crystal Hewlett wearing the red singlet against Cara Stubbs wearing blue. Doing the commentary for the LQS events with me, I've got Taryn King. Welcome, Taryn. What a lovely day in Durban. And two incredibly talented ladies out there contesting for the ladies' title in the LQS.
Hey Mike, yeah, stoked to be here. It's really been a very exciting start to this LQS final. Busy heat with lots of waves, surprisingly. More waves than I've seen all day, which is exciting. So this is going to be a good heat unfolding.
The tide is going out throughout the afternoon, and it got a bit iffy over the full high tide. We had one heat where Luke Thompson surfed against Luke Slipen. There was only 3 waves. But already in this LQS final, we've got 5 waves ridden. So Crystal Hewlett, you are in the lead at this stage, Crystal, with a 4.5 and a 4.6 as your counting waves. Cara Stubbs, you've had 2 waves, a 3.33 and a 2.67. So Taryn, there's already 5 waves ridden. Crystal Hewlett got the better of the exchanges so far. She's got a 4.6 and a 4.5. She's established an early lead. Cara Stubbs, you are looking for a 5.77. So Taryn, not much between the both ladies at the moment. Pretty close between the 2 of them, and I think probably just settling the nerves a little bit out there and taking whatever comes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Crystal has managed to kind of get to the nose, hold it on the nose for a little while, and we see Cara paddling now for this one. See what she can do.
So Taryn, here's a replay of one of Cara's waves. She came unstuck after that hang 5 there. But what points would have been on offer and what maneuvers on that wave, that short wave, however it was?
Yeah, she rode that wave pretty well. She managed to get to the nose. It is quite bumpy. And when it's bumpy on a longboard, it's quite tricky to stay in control. So to be able to get to the nose and do a hang 5 is pretty impressive. It was a bit of an incomplete wave, so we'll see how that goes.
In the hang 5 and also the hang 10, the length of ride or the amount of time that you stay on the end of the board seems to determine the score at the end of that. And the longer you can stay there, obviously, the higher the score is going to be, the more impressive it looks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're on the nose, you want to be in the critical part of the wave. You want to be in control. You want to look relaxed, and yeah, just obviously length of nose ride is going to get the score.
Tell us a little bit about both of these ladies that find themselves in the final. Just a little bit of info, whatever comes to mind, on Crystal Hewlett, and then the same for Cara Stubbs. Both incredibly talented ladies out there.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to travel with both Crystal and Cara. I traveled with Crystal to ICES in France. And it's amazing that we can still have, we're still able to travel together and have a friendship out of the water, and then compete together in the water. Cara and I are from the same area in Cape Town. We've been surfing against each other for a lot of years. And yeah, it's always just like a battle between the 2 of us, and we always seem to end up in the same heat. So yeah, I'm really stoked that she's in the final this year, and yeah, Crystal too. It's really great to see the level of surfing in South Africa getting so high.
Where's Crystal's home break at the moment?
Crystal's living in J Bay. Yeah, so right-hand point breaks are what she's used to. Very, very fortunate to be living in J Bay. But yeah, I mean, Durban has been quite tricky the past couple of days, especially on a longboard, being quite flat, a little bit of rocker. Any bump is tough. So these girls are doing really well, and I'm excited to see how this heat unfolds.
So after a very busy start to this final, 3 waves each, we're going to throw it down to the beach for an interview. Greg Emsley has got Connor Slipen.
How's it? Down here with Connor Schleipen, winner of the Pro Junior event here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. Absolutely grinded through this event, finding waves, and that final was a story of winning under priority. Not one of your scores. You got the 5.83 down on the left-hand side, that right-hander, and then you had the left wide under priority for the 7. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are kind of all over the place, so I feel like it's almost a bit of an advantage not having priority. But I did get pretty lucky. My 7 on the left, Luc Leprand was just too deep, and I managed to get it, and gave me 2 big sections to hit in the beginning, and yeah, so under priority was definitely worked for me today.
All right, you're looking alive. You've got another final. We're into the Open Men's Final. You're up against good friend Luke Thompson. I don't want you to let the cat out the bag, but what's your plans here?
Yeah, Flip, Luke's so good and like critical. But I'm just gonna carry on doing what I've been doing. I'm just gonna surf, have fun, and then whatever happens, happens. But I'm definitely going for the win.
Absolutely you are. I think you're the favorite because it's always nice to see someone going back to back. It's always a talking point. Good luck. Good luck to Luke as well. We're looking for a great final, but keep that rhythm going. Don't change a thing. Your board looks good. Your strategies are working. Go smash it.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Right, so thank you, Greg. Back to the ladies' final in the water. I'm here with Taryn King calling the LQS ladies' final. Taryn, there's a heck of a lot at stake here for these two ladies. Not only is it the title of eThekwini Surf Pro winner, you get the prize money and you get the trophy, but at stake here is one qualification spot on the World Tour. Crystal Hewlett has been on tour before. Cara Stubbs was saying yesterday in one of her interviews that it would be a dream come true for her to make the tour. So much at stake. I'm nervous for them out in the water at the moment. Here's one of Crystal's last waves. She scored a 5.83 on this one, almost comes unstuck. Talk us through your thoughts on that wave.
Okay, here we go, Cara. That's just a quick in and out. But going back to the spots on the tour, here we go. We see Crystal just getting short of the nose there. Nice cut back to the foam. Changing direction. Back to the nose. This was a really nice wave. I feel like she surfed it really well and did what she could with it. So we'll see what that score is.
That will look like it was her 5.83. So surfers in the water, there's 14 minutes remaining. Crystal Hewlett, you're in the lead. Your last wave was a 5.83. Previous to that, you had a 4.6. Cara Stubbs, you got a 3.93 and a 3.33. Cara, there's 14 minutes remaining. You need a 6.5. So Taryn, Cara is in second at the moment, needing a 6.5. I was saying how it's a dream of hers to make the tour and so much at stake.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this opportunity for the ladies that longboard in South Africa is incredible. Like you said, Crystal has made the tour before, obviously wanting to requalify again. But for Cara, it would be her first time making the tour, and I think it would be an incredible opportunity. But let's see if she can get that 6.5. Not over. There's plenty of time left.
So whichever lady comes out as winner of this heat in 13 minutes' time will be crowned the eThekwini Pro Champion, but also will be the next representative for South Africa on the World Longboard Tour. Here's a paddle. It's Cara Stubbs. She's in second place, so she gets a wave under priority. Works her way through to the inside. She's looking for a score just over a 6 in order to attack the lead, held on by Crystal Hewlett. So Cara working it all the way through. Now, is she going to make that inside section? Is it running out of energy? Taryn, what did you think of that wave?
Yeah, that was an amazing wave. It was really, really great to see that nice critical nose ride. Nice switch foot cutback. Quite a lot of variation. You can see the replay here. Nice critical section to the nose. Gets a little 10 in there. Holds on nicely through that white water. Switch foot cutback. Changes direction slightly. Another little walk over here. And the wave just fades away. But that was a really nice wave. I feel like she read that and surfed that really well.
So Cara Stubbs looking for a score there to get into the lead. It comes in at a 5.27. And here's Crystal Hewlett up and riding now. So Crystal answers right back. We had a little bit of a lull in the action, but plenty waves coming through now. Both of these ladies doing some excellent surfing, trying to come all the way through to the inside. It's great to see longboard surfing as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro here at North Beach in Durban. And Crystal Hewlett coming all the way through to the inside. So Crystal answering straight back after that ride of Cara Stubbs. Taryn, very close between these two ladies.
So close. That was a really good wave from Crystal. I really like that off the top, as everybody knows. I like a turn or two with longboarding, so that was really nice. She did a really nice nose ride on the outside and finished strong with a and off the top. Yeah, I really like that wave. I think that'll be a good score for her.
Let's have a look at this replay now. Tell me, as a longboarder, what stands out for you on this wave, Taryn?
Well, this nose ride you can see is in the critical part of the wave. A little bit of a wobble there, but here we go. This is what I really like: hitting the foam, landing it nicely, riding out smoothly, hanging onto it, and getting a little bit of a reform over here.
So she comes all the way through to the inside. Importantly, I think that wave came right to the beach, and she finished it off nicely, almost putting a bit of an exclamation mark on the wave. Scores have come in. So Crystal Hewlett, your last wave is 6.67. So ladies, we've got just over 10 minutes remaining. Crystal Hewlett is in the lead. Her last wave is 6.67. Her previous wave is 5.83. Cara Stubbs sitting out at the back now with priority. You require a 7.23, a 7.23. Cara, your scoring waves a 3.93 and a 5.27. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining. So Taryn, you're saying you've traveled quite a lot with both of these ladies. And how were then, you know them well, how were the nerves going into this heat?
Yeah, nerves are always there. I know that Cara has really worked on her heat strategies and put in a lot of time with that. And you can see with her results, I mean, it's really paying off. So I think like she just kind of tries to stay to herself, watch the conditions, stay as calm as she can, and go out there and execute.
Crystal has been in this position before. She's the defending champion at this event. She'd love to make it a double and be a back-to-back champion here. We saw her taking off on another wave. I thought she was going to go left there, but switches and decides to go right. It's right up on the front of the board. Great footwork. This wave now closes out, but it looks like the surfers have been using that section to try and get all the way through to the inside. Now, interestingly, she doesn't have a leash. So with no waves behind, she manages to get her board quite quickly. Taryn, not sure if that's going to be one of her top two if you compare it to her previous rides.
Yeah, she kind of just came unstuck at the end, but I think it could have gone up there if she had landed that turn at the end. It was a very critical nose ride and then a really strong finish.
That takeoff, she went left, switched then right, got a bit of footwork going into that first section. I thought she was going to be onto a really big score there, but as you say, kind of came unstuck. And you need to finish the wave well. You want to finish it nice and clean, put that exclamation mark on.
Here we go. You can see we thought she was going to go left, had a nice fade into the right, critical hang 5. Nice little cut back here, and just comes unstuck, unfortunately, landing on her board.
So just dug the nose in there. I thought she was actually going to try and recover it, grab the rail and ride it out and stand up again, but just coming unstuck. So that comes in at a 5.33. It's not, looks like Cara's on this one. Out at the back, big open face ahead of her. Oh, comes unstuck. Taryn, interestingly, it looks like Cara's got a leash on.
Yeah, I would be wearing a leash out here. That was the typical example of how unpredictable it is out here. It looked like it was going to stand up, and the onshore bump just made it crumble, which forced Cara to unfortunately go down on that nose ride.
So Cara, you're still in second. With 7 minutes remaining, Cara, you require a 7.23. So Crystal Hewlett, with priority out there, a 6.67 and a 5.83. Cara Stubbs in second. Surfer in blue requires a 7.23. Right. So many waves ridden in this heat so far. This final of the LQS, that's not going to be a counter for Crystal Hewlett. Behind her, looks like Cara Stubbs up and riding on another one. She only just had a wave a minute ago. This one looks a little bit better for her. It's lining up on the inside. It seems to have a bit of power. Taryn not able to make the inside connection.
Yeah, that was a slightly bigger wave. It was a really nice turn that she got in at the start of that wave, but as you saw, it just unfortunately didn't run through, went into slightly deeper water and faded away.
So looking at the scores in the heat so far, Crystal Hewlett's got a 6.67 and a 5.83. So in order to take first, Cara would need a 7-2-3, which would have to be the best wave of the heat so far, or a combination of two good rides. We've got 6 minutes remaining. So situation surface, just under 6 minutes. Crystal Hewlett, you're in the lead. Cara Stubbs, you're still looking for a 7-2-3, a 7.23. Taryn, surfing in Durban, today is a pretty small day. And if I look at it, to me it looks a lot like Muizenberg. But everybody from Cape Town has been saying the waves actually do have a little bit more power and punch out there than what you have in the Cape.
Here we see a paddle from Crystal. She's decided to go left on this one. Oh, and just coming unstuck over there. Yeah, Muizenberg is not nearly as playable as this. It gets pretty good in winter time, but here we see Crystal again. Just see what she has to do on this wave. Just a quick in and out. But surfing Durban is quite rewarding for us most of the time. It breaks a bit harder than Muizenberg, even though it's small. The bumpiness, like I've said before, has made it difficult for longboarding, but at least there's still a little bit of power behind the wave. Yeah, Muizenberg's breaks slightly softer.
So two different strategies out here for the ladies. They both started very quickly. You know, before we even cut to that interview with Greg Emsley, 6 waves had been ridden. None of them really big counting waves. Then we had a bit of a break in the action. The second lot of sets came through, and that's where the surface scores have been. Crystal got the 583 and the 667 in that sort of part of the heat. Cara got her 393 and 527. We're now down to 4 minutes remaining, so we're really at the sharp end of the heat. Crystal Hewlett in the lead. But check this out, Cara Stubbs has priority. So if a set wave comes through now, Cara Stubbs can take that wave. Crystal Hewlett will have to take whatever comes next. So at this point, the one good thing is Cara Stubbs, for her, has got priority. Is she going to be able to select the right wave to get that 7-2-3, Taryn?
Well, there have been plenty of waves coming through in this heat, so she's sitting in a pretty good position with priority, with 3.5 minutes on the clock. And we'll have to wait and see.
So 3.5 minutes till we crown the LQS Ladies Champion as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And whoever wins the heat will also qualify as the representative for South Africa on the World Longboard Tour. The Longboard Tour kicks off next month in Huntington Beach in California, then goes to Bells Beach in Australia. Then the Longboard Tour goes to Abu Dhabi in the Middle East, and then finally on to El Salvador, where they'll be crowning the world champion for 2025. At this point, Crystal Hewlett has one hand on that. She's going to be hoping to keep Cara Stubbs in second place. But Cara has priority at this point, and we'll be hoping for a wave that's going to offer her the potential to get a 7-2-3 or better. Looks like we're going to have a paddle. So Cara Stubbs pulling the trigger. She uses her priority, Taryn, and she's going right. She's got a lot of speed. This looks like it's going to line up on the bank. Not quite what she's looking for. So it's still 2 minutes. You can get out there pretty quick on a longboard. There's not too much to duck dive out here, Taryn. And I think we'll see Cara Stubbs on another one. The only thing now, though, is Crystal's got priority. So she could control the heat from here. Although it doesn't look like she's going to wait for Cara to get out. She's going to go and see if she can improve her situation with this wave. She takes off a little bit further towards the North Beach Pier. Now, riding through that midsection, now she starts a bit of the footwork. Looks like this is going to double up on the inside, Taryn.
Yes, let's see what she does here to finish off this wave. Nice little switch foot cutback. And just riding it out pretty much onto the beach.
1.5 minutes, 1.5 minutes, Crystal. So with a fast paddle, you could still get back out there. Talk us through this ride, Taryn.
So this was a great little snap at the start. Nice nose ride, quick touch of the 5. And here she just tries to milk it as much as she can. hoping for a little double up, little switch foot, and then just comes unstuck here on the sand, on the beach.
So Crystal Hewlett, your last wave of 4.27. It's not one of your top two. We got 1 minute remaining. So Cara Stubbs out at the back, 1 minute. Is she going to be able to pull something out? A buzzer beater right at the end of the heat. Try and score 7.23 or better to try and take the win in a potential spot on the World Tour. Trying to look over the wave. It looks like she's going. Not going to get another opportunity. There's 30 seconds left, Taryn.
And she just comes unstuck on that one.
20 seconds. Surfers, 20 seconds remaining. We're down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. We're counting down the heat. 3, 2, 1. So congratulations to Crystal Hewlett taking the win in the LQS division of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And Taryn, she qualifies, regains her spot on the World Longboard Surfing Tour. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. How's that, Taryn? It was quite a nerve-wracking heat.
That
You could feel
was
the pressure.
a very exciting heat with lots of waves ridden. I'm really glad that they managed to get so many waves in the heat. And stoked for Crystal.
So Crystal's going to make her way in as the champion, back-to-back champions. She won the event last year, has won it again, has got the qualification. The eThekwini Surf Pro LQS champion. Congratulations to Crystal Hewlett. So she'll probably get chaired up the beach. Meanwhile, out at the back, we have started. You heard the buzzer. It's the LQS men's final. In this heat, it's a repeat of last year's final, Taryn. It's Sam Christensen, originally from Durban, against Jeffreys Bay's Stephen Sawyer. I've been looking forward to this heat. Sam took the win last year and just managed to beat Stephen Sawyer. Stephen was saying in one of his interviews yesterday that Sam has a PhD in selecting the right waves between the peers here. So let's see if Stephen can get the win over Sam. Meanwhile, on the beach, celebration. Crystal Hewlett, stoked winner, the LQS. Well done to Cara Stubbs. Really close. Made the final. So close between these two ladies. And Taryn, there was so many waves, like you say. It wasn't slow by any means. There was actually so much to talk about in terms of rides.
Yeah, it makes for a really exciting heat when there's lots of waves going ridden. Girls are surfing so well, and you can just see that Crystal is over the moon with her win.
We are back. It's the eThekwini Surf Pro LQS Men's Final. I've got Taryn King with me calling this heat. In the final, in red, we've got from Durban, Sam Christensen. And in blue, from Jeffreys Bay, we've got Stephen Sawyer. We've had a couple of rides already. We're waiting for the judges' scores to come in. Taryn, these two are great friends. They travel on the world tour together. Sam is the defending champion of this event, but I know Stephen would desperately love to get a win over Sam at his home break.
This is going to be a very exciting heat. The two of these guys are no strangers to one another in the water. They have surfed plenty of heats against each other, and it's kind of tit for tat, really. Sam wins, then Stephen wins, then Sam wins, then Stephen wins. So it's going to be really exciting to see this heat unfold.
So Stephen is a little bit more experienced than Sam in terms of the overall experience that he has. He's been on the world tour for a couple of years. He's a previous world longboard champion. Sam actually qualified for the longboard world tour in 2019, and he was about to go on to the tour in 2020 when COVID happened, so he never got the opportunity. 4 years later, last year, he won the eThekwini Surf Pro, and he got a slot on the tour, and he's been representing South Africa ever since. And he was saying in one of his interviews the other day that Stephen's actually become a mentor for him on the tour. We'll get a little bit more into that and the real battle out there between these two competitors, but we're going to throw it down to the beach. Aya is with the winner of the LQS Ladies Final, Crystal Hewlett.
All right, so I'm here with the winner of the LQS 1000, Crystal Hewlett. Crystal, you just won that final. Can you just tell me how that felt and what was going on through your mind through that heat?
Yo, what a day, hey, what a week of competition, and yeah, the waves have been epic. I think we moved locations today, and I think that was in favor of the waves. Waves have been great, had a great final. It's a little bit of a cross-shore, like onshore wind, but yeah, it didn't hold us back. Managed to get some really good waves in that heat, and yeah, lucky enough just to get some nose rides and turns and just to make it all the way through. Feeling really good, really stoked to win that one, and Cara is such an amazing competitor, and like really like just what a great event. Thank you to all the organizers and all the competitors, and yeah, you guys are amazing.
Well, thank you so much, Crystal. And out in the water now is Stevie Sawyer. How are you feeling about this final?
A little bit nervous, more nervous for his heat than I am for my own, to be honest. But yeah, crossing fingers, and yeah, let's take this, double this down for the Sawyers. So let's go.
Right, cool. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Aya. Very stoked, Crystal Hewlett. Right, out in the water, Taryn, look at this. Stephen Sawyer dominating the heat so far, surfing against his good travel partner and World Tour fellow competitor Sam Christensen. So Stephen Sawyer, on his first wave, got a 667. His second wave, he got a 5. I don't think we're going to replay of that, Taryn, but you saw that wave. It was a real banger of a wave, his first wave.
Yeah, Stevie's managed to stay busy very early on in this heat. There have been a couple of waves coming through, and his 667 was right to the beach. He surfed it all the way in. It was length of ride, obviously lots of nose rides. This is his second wave, straight to the nose through the critical part of the wave. In control. Little reform over here. Nice change of direction. And just waiting for the wave to reform and pulling off.
So out at the back, that was Stephen Sawyer's second wave. So only 2 waves ridden by Steve. Sam Christensen's had a throwaway, just a 0.5. So Sam Christensen grew up surfing here, North Beach, New Pier, Bay of Plenty. He was a little grom here. He lived in Durban North. 17 minutes remaining. Sam, you're in combination. You need a 11.67. Stephen, you're in the lead, a 667 and a 5. So Stephen Sawyer in the lead, a 667 and a 5. At this point, Sam Christensen with priority, you require 11.67. So Sam grew up here. He was a little grom between the piers. Initially did a lot of shortboarding, but always had a knack for riding almost anything. Twin fins, longboards, mini mells, fishers. And he settled into what he does best, which is longboarding. And this is Sam Christensen up and riding now. This looks like a better wave, Taryn. He's got a bit of open face to work with. Beautiful style. He does one of the turns off the top that you like, Taryn. I know that'll stoke you out. Now looking to come through to the inside. Sam knows these waves well. Probably would have figured that's not going to reform and he's back out of there. What do you think of that wave?
That was a really good wave. Obviously, here we see a replay. Straight to the nose. Nice and in control. Off the top. So this wave wasn't as long as Stevie's, but I think that combination surfing will definitely get him a score on the board.
Stephen's second, well, I think it was his first wave we saw the replay of. He went a long way through that midsection, but didn't do too much once he did get to the inside. So interesting to see what Sam scores here. With most of the work on that wave done at the back. Major maneuver and some quite technical footwork, Taryn?
Yes, for sure. I mean, you want to make sure that you're doing that combination surfing. Longboarding's obviously focused at nose riding, but you want to be able to put those turns in, change direction, and make sure that you are utilizing the entire board.
Right, Sam Christensen, your wave comes in, Sam, with 15 minutes to go. It's a 4.83. Now, things are getting close between the two. Stephen Sawyer, you're in the lead with 15 minutes, 6.67 and a 5. Sam Christensen, you got a 4.83 and a 0.5. Sam, you need a 6.84. So you're out of that combination. You need a 6.84. So Taryn, what Sam's going to have to work on is dropping that 0.5. If he manages to do that before Steve gets another wave, we're going to have a close heat on our hands.
For sure, and we all know what Sam is capable of with higher heat scores. So let's see what he's got on this one.
It's quite interesting, Sam, having a look at this wave. It's really on the inside. He takes it under priority from Steve. Similar to the ladies' heat. Flurry of action right in the beginning, bit of a lull, and now looks like Stephen Sawyer, our heat leader now, looking to improve. Oh, goodness me. How cool was that hang 10 at North Beach here in Durban as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro, really working the board. Taryn, I'd love you to break this down for us on the replay. That to me, much more technical and much more variety than his previous waves. We could potentially see a score happening here.
Well, that wave was ridden to close to perfection. It was so good. He really, really read the wave well, got critical, hang 5s, hang 10s, change of direction, you name it. That'll be an interesting score.
Right, so as the scores come through, they're starting to trickle in. If we do get a replay of it, talk us through the wave. However, look at the back. He heard us talking. He heard us commentating on the wave. Now Sam Christensen wants to drop that 0.5, Taryn. Gets on the nose. Oh, there's the 10. Sam Christensen cuts back to stay with a bit of the power in the wave. Let's see if this one reforms. Oh, Sam just not able to make that inside connection. So quite a big difference between those two waves. Scores coming in for Stephen Sawyer. Steve, do you want to announce this one, Taryn?
When I see scores like this, it makes me really excited. But the last of blue, Stephen, your wave coming in at a 9-point ride. Here we go. We can see a replay here. Lovely critical hang 5, change of direction, back to the foam. Critical nose rides, 4 steps to the nose. Really, really great surfing. He even gets a little double up, reform, back to the nose, in control, and just comes unstuck at the end. That was a really, really well-ridden wave.
Right, and then this is Sam's. By comparison, most of the work was done on the outside because he didn't make the inside connection. And also some great footwork. Would have been a higher score had he made the connection after this. He got a little bit hung up in the deep water there and just wasn't able to come through. So interesting scores coming through here. Sam, you score a 4.83. So Taryn, he's dropped the 0.5, but in the interim, Stephen's got that 9. So now is not in combo, but Sam Christensen needs almost a perfect score, a 9.74. 11 and a half minutes remaining. 11 minutes. 30 seconds. Sam Christensen up and riding to the nose immediately. Gets through this next section. Gets the 10. 5. Wow. So much going on with his feet. Cross steps. Oh, and digs a rail. Oh, Sam was onto a score there. You can see the frustration. Says, don't worry, board. It's okay. Let's go get another one. So Sam Christensen, talk us through this one, Taryn.
Here he goes straight to the nose and back to the nose, right through that critical section. A quick 10, back to the 5. Cuts back, little reform, and the board just catches a rail there and goes down.
It looked like as he was doing that cross step, his foot sort of pushed the board onto a rail like that. Right, Stephen Sawyer looking to increase the score in this heat. Almost coming unstuck. It looked like he actually grabbed the rail to maintain form. Goes switch stance. He's riding natural now. Taryn, not sure if that's going to go into his top 2. Now, interestingly, scores coming in for Sam Christensen. He did do a lot of work on the outside of that wave, the 5s and the 10s, and it's going to be his highest score. Sam Christensen, your last wave is 7.33. A 7.33 for this wave, Taryn.
I think he's getting all of this from these critical nose rides. You can see he's right in the foam, changing direction, and even though he comes unstuck at the end, he managed to get quite a few critical nose rides in there.
Just under 10 minutes remaining. So, Sam, you improve your situation. You now need an 8.35, and he's up and riding again. Sam Christensen out at the back. Whew. It's those same type of maneuvers that got him the good score on his previous wave, utilizing it to great effect on this one. Now, this one looks like it might make the inside connection for him. Taryn. Oh, he comes unstuck again. Come on, Sam. We want to see you making the inside. So we'll wait for that score to drop in. Prior to that, Sam looking for an 8.88. 10 minutes remaining. The action doesn't stop. Stephen Sawyer paddling for that one, opting not to go. So plenty waves in this heat. Very close. An exciting final. If you want to learn how to ride a longboard to perfection, I'd rewind on YouTube, take a clip of that wave of Stephen Sawyer and save it. That was very, very nice surfing from our surfer in blue. So here's a situation update for you surfers as we have a bit of a break in the action. Taryn, I feel like I can't even catch my breath this heat. 8.5 minutes remaining. Stephen Sawyer, you're in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. Sam Christensen, you're in second, Sam, with a 7.33 and a 5.93. Sam, you require an 8.88. Woo! Bit of a break in the action. Let's just announce it again so they can hear us clearly. So, Sam, you're in second. You need an 8.88. Stephen Sawyer in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. So with priority, Stephen Sawyer up and riding. Already switches to Sam. It's a bigger wave that Stephen's got there, not quite able to make that inside connection. So utilizing his priority on that one, Stephen Sawyer pulls the trigger. Not sure if he's going to drop a 7.2 with that one, Taryn.
That was a slightly shorter wave, although it looked like it was being set up to be a really good one. It just kind of faded in the middle section and didn't leave him much wall to work with.
So let's just announce the scores for the surfers again. Stephen Sawyer in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Sam Christensen in second. You need an 8.88. So our surfer from Jeffreys Bay on the east coast of South Africa in the lead at the moment in the LQS. 7 minutes remaining. Surf in blue, you're in the lead. Surf in red in second, needs an 8.88. Just mentioning Jeffreys Bay. Taryn, condolences to the entire surfing community down there. on the passing of Stephen Bibb yesterday. A very sad day for everybody in Jeffreys Bay and the South African surfing and artistic community at large. Very sad day, and condolences to everybody down there. Back to the water, 6.5 minutes remaining. Stephen Sawyer in the lead. Taryn, Sam's kind of up against the wall here. He needs almost a perfect score to take the lead away from Stephen Sawyer. But you know, we had that heat at New Pier the other day. Sam scored a 9 and a 9.23, so we know he's capable of it.
Yep, this heat is not going to be over until the dying seconds. Sam is very capable of getting the perfect score. And obviously with Stevie in second priority at the moment, Sam is in a very good position with 5.5 minutes on the clock. And here comes a set.
Right, so Sam Christensen's got priority. Looks like he's going to swing around. It's one of the bigger waves of the heat so far. It looks like he got a 5 to a 10 there. This is what got in this. Whoa, what was that, Taryn? Gets the 5. Oh, and just recovers beautifully, styling through that inside section. Now, importantly, what's he going to do on the inside? Most of his other waves, he hasn't managed to make that section. Taryn, this looks like a better wave and possibly the best wave of the heat for Sam Christensen. What did you think of that?
Wow, this surfing makes me so excited.
Jeez.
That was Sam's best wave of the heat.
I reckon if you had to measure where he took off and measure where he ended, that must be about 300-400 meters. At the back, beautiful surfing from Stephen Sawyer, cuts back into the afternoon sun here in Durban on the beachfront, making the most of the waves on offer at North Beach. Inspiring longboard surfing from Sam Christensen and Stephen Sawyer, both of them representing at the moment South Africa on the World Longboard Tour and showcasing why they are the very best in the country. Those were two great rides. I love how both of them just stood tall going across the wave like that in the afternoon sun. Those would make beautiful pictures. So Taryn, we're down to the last 5 minutes. It really has been an action-packed final and just beautiful longboarding on display. So scores coming in for both surfers. We're still outstanding a score for Sam Christensen and Stephen Sawyer. So waiting for scores. Guys, I can tell you there's 4 minutes remaining.
Here we go. We can see Sam on this one. This is the bigger wave of the heat. Straight to the nose. Lovely little check turn over there. Just losing his balance, but back in control on the nose. Super critical. Hang 5, hang 10. Lovely little cut back there. And then this wave just doubles up for him a bit. Another hang 5 to the nose.
Then this is actually live action from Stephen. Goodness me. Takes off on the nose. All right. We'll just stand right on the front of the board as we take off on the wave. No problem. The extra little bit of power in these punchy little Durban peaks giving him the opportunity to do so. And a shorter wave there for Stephen Sawyer. As we see one of the lifeguards coming in. Right, Sam Christensen, your last wave, an 8.43, an 8.43, Sam. 3 minutes remaining. Sam Christensen's last wave, an 8.43. So situation, Sam Christensen, you're looking for a 7.78. So situation, surfers, 2.5 minutes remaining. Stephen Sawyer in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. Sam Christensen in second with an 8.43 and a 7.33. Right, Stephen Sawyer, you're in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. Sam, you're in second. You need a 7.78. We got 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes on the clock. Sam Christensen right back in the game. So, although Stephen Sawyer established a very early lead, he had those 2 quick waves, Taryn, and then got the 9. At one stage, Sam was actually in combination, but he's really brought himself back into the heat. And Sam Christensen, you're now looking for a 7.78. So 1.5 minutes remaining, 90 seconds till we crown the champion in the LQS here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. Stephen Sawyer in the lead with a 9 and a 7.2. Sam Christensen, 1 minute, 20 on the clock. You need a 7.78. Priority is with red. Red, you have priority. 1 minute to go. Taryn, I really hope we see another wave.
I think that this heat has been so exciting, and one more set would be the cherry on top.
So Sam Christensen, you can see on screen him sitting there. He needs a 7.78. Right, Stephen Sawyer up and riding, comes through to the inside. Look at the control through that section as he rides right up near the nose of his board. With 40 seconds to go, looks like Sam Christensen's going to go on the back one. No, he doesn't. As Stephen Sawyer finishes on the inside, he's going to have to wait and see what happens in the last 30 seconds. 30 seconds to go. Oh, we're going to see another one. Nope. 22 seconds. We're down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Is Sam going to get on this one? We're going to the countdown. He does. It's 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. So let's wait for Sam's wave, the score of Sam's last wave to come in. Looking for a big score. Taryn, not sure if that's going to be enough. We'll keep our eye on the countdown. Surfers in the water, hold your positions. Their score's still coming in for last of Stephen Sawyer and last of Sam Christensen. Prior to these scores, Stephen had a 9 and a 7.2. Sam Christensen. Sam, your last wave of 4.57. Stephen, your last wave of 7.07. Our champion for 2025, eThekwini Surf Pro Longboard champion, Stephen Sawyer. Counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, exciting heats, and it's a reversal of the final from last year, Taryn. Stephen Sawyer getting the win over Sam Christensen. Thank you for helping us through the heat and talking us through some of those very technical longboard definitions. What a great final.
Thanks, Mike. It was great to be here.
We are now going to bring in Greg Bigfoot Emsley, and he'll be taking us through the next two finals. Stay tuned, the eThekwini Surf Pro will be back.
And welcome back into the eThekwini Surf Pro Women's Final. We have Lilias Tabai in red, up against Sarah Baum in blue. Promises to be an action-packed final. We see surfers having a look. Lilias taking off on that left, not too much on offer there. So the ocean has changed somewhat through the day. Saw this morning a lot of good right-handers coming through, running down the bank. It's been majority of left-handers in the last couple of heats. But mixing up, the tide's dropping. Surfers have to be on their game plan. And we are going to just cut for a moment while Mark Frew takes the beach interview with Stephen Sawyer.
Stephen Sawyer, congratulations. You're the champion of the eThekwini Surf Pro LQS 1000. Exact same repeat of last year's final. This time you got the better of Sam Christensen. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I was stoked to pip Sam this one. Didn't see him before the heat. I thought he was going to go do me dirty in the bowl again like last year. He was just out of sight and just dropping 8s and 9s. And I was like, where is this guy even, you know? But yeah, I was stoked. The waves played in my favor, I guess. I had one nice ride that kind of went all the way through to the beach. Couple nose rides, couple little turns, softish turns, but I'm stoked to just get that clean one with a bit of a wall on it. Yeah, very happy. And Crystal won as well, so it's good to have two champs in the same car. So we're stoked, we're super psyched. We're going to be celebrating tonight for sure.
You started the heat very quickly. You had 3 waves before Sam had even had one, and then he was kind of playing catch up most of the time. But then once you locked in that 9, it proved quite difficult for him to catch up, and it felt like there was a lot of pressure on him.
For sure, I was just trying to find a wave that was worth something, you know, and it's hard to really know what the wave is going to be worth straight from the beginning, you know, the get-go. But so I just kept busy until that wave fell in my lap, and I was stoked it did, because sometimes it doesn't even come close to you. So yeah, it worked in my favor. Thank you, Lord. Stoked.
Stephen, congratulations, really stoked, and great to see you in Durban. Good luck for you and for Sam competing on the World Tour this year, and well done on the shortboarding too. That was great to see.
Cheers, Mike. Thanks, man.
Back to you guys.
All right, so thanks Mark Frew, and well done Stevie Sawyer. Really put on a show through this event. Was taking the win in the LQS. He's been putting on a show here as well in the open men, riding different equipment. He's rode an asymmetrical board. But Stevie Sawyer is one of those guys, you can put him on anything and he's going to show up and look freaking brilliant on it. Aya, into the women's final. We've got a couple opening scores here for Lilias.
So the first wave for red, Lilias Tabai, was a 2.5. The opening ride for red, a 2.5. And the last wave of red was a 4.0. And then the opening score for blue, but she's up and riding. Why don't you take us through this one, Greg?
So Sarah Baum changing directions and climbing up into the nice vertical turn on that closeout. So a couple small to mid-range scores up on the board now. Surfers must just finding their way in the lineup. I expect we're going to see a lot more from both of these ladies. But plenty of time here. We've got 19 minutes remaining. And it's just who can hunt and find that open face. See Red having a quick look. Watch the replay. Lovely turn on that closeout section for Sarah.
So that last wave for blue was a 4.5. Last of blue, Sarah Baum, was a 4.5. So current situation in this heat, we do have blue in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.43 backup. And we have red in second with a 4.0 and a 2.5. Red, your requirement is a 2.94, and she is up and riding.
So Lily is finding a left-hander here. Nice carve through that first section, snaps it through that next turn, gets the wrap. So smaller wave, but really worked this one well. She's kept that board speed alive. Another wrapping turn. So it's done really well to milk this wave for everything that it's got. So setting that one up. She wants to back that 4-point ride up. Sarah Baum at the moment with the highest score at 4.5 for her last wave. Just checking the replay here for our online viewers. It's that first carve comes around. There we go, snaps it. Nice and compact. Then another wrapping carve to the whitewater. And I thought this wave was done, but look at that board speed, really carrying through those turns. And there wasn't much more she could have done on that wave. So good surfing there by Lilius.
Yeah, she did so well carrying that speed through that flat section. Very critical, very good board control there for Lilius Tabai.
So Lilius Tabai, surfer in red, gets rewarded a 5.33 for that last wave. So she gets the best of the heat so far, and out the back, up and over that section, and vertical into that turn. Sarah Baum carving back to the whitewater. So she's also finding a good left. They're almost going blow for blow here. They're really punching wave for wave. And yeah, they're almost following each other. You get a wave, I'm going to get a wave. And they're sticking pretty tight. So I think we're in for a very tightly contested final here. So we've got about 16 minutes remaining in this wave. Just watching this replay. Nice critical surfing from Sarah Baum. She's been on absolute fire in this contest. Had multiple excellent scores through the rounds. She's got a 4.5 in her scoreline at the moment, looking to back that up. Early situation has red in the lead, Sarah in second, but waiting for that last score. And then a heat update for our surfers. I tell you what, the criticalness of that last wave has pushed a decent score here for Last of Blue. Last of Blue, your score comes in at 6 points. So that is now the top number in this heat. 6-point ride for Sarah Baum. Situation change. Blue now in first place. So Sarah Baum, you are in first. Red down in second. Looking for a 5.18. So Lilius Tabai, surfer in red, you're down to second. Looking for a 5.18. We've got first priority with red. Second priority with surfer in blue. We've got about 15 minutes remaining, so plenty of time left here for both our surfers.
And then after this heat, we do have the men's QS 2000 final. Another exciting heat coming our way here, Greg, with the likes of Luke Thompson and Connor Slipen. So really exciting heat coming your way here for finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. I'm really excited for what's coming up next. But our main focus is this current heat in the water. With 14 minutes on the clock, judges really rewarding that last wave of blue. 6 points. So scoring in the good range. There was Sarah Baum. Some speed, power, and flow. That is what the judges look for. Getting 6 out of 10 points with Sarah Baum.
So out in the water, Sarah Baum in blue in the lead. Red in second, looking for that 5.18. First priority is with red. Second priority blue. Closely contested final here. Surfer in red looking for a 5.18. Not a big number. She does have priority. So we've got a peaky lineup out here this afternoon. southwesterly wind picked up around lunchtime. It's just broken that swell up a bit. There's probably more waves on offer, but maybe the waves not quite as high quality as what we saw through the early morning with those lined up sets, beautiful offshore winds. But there is lots of opportunities out there. These closing two finals, I think we've got a lot of action left in this one, and then of course the men's as well.
So with 12 minutes remaining, situation remains unchanged. Blue in the lead with that 6-point ride and a backup of a 4.5. Red in second with a 5.33 and a 4.0, looking for a 5.18. The good news is, red, you do have first priority. So that means you have a first pick of any wave that rolls through the lineup, and the second priority is with blue. And a paddle here from blue, no ride. So Sarah Bomb opting not to go on that one. But we do still have some time here, 11 minutes and 20 seconds.
Time is ticking away, still plenty of it though, as you mentioned, just under 11 minutes. You see a paddle up and riding. This is red, using that priority, really goes high on that turn, doesn't hold on to it. So going for that big maneuver, Lilius Tabai, chasing down that score, looking for a 5.18. That won't be it. Of course, that maneuver was incomplete. You know, we talk through these waves and what the surfers have done. Those folk on the beach, you know, wondering how these judges come up with these scores. Well, they have a judging criteria, and very importantly, they look at commitment and degree of difficulty. They look at innovative and progressive maneuvers. They look at a variety of major maneuvers, so they want to see different moves, not the same maneuver on the wave. They want to see a combination of major maneuvers. And then most importantly, well, they're all important, but with all of this put together, they'll look for speed, power, and flow through all of those subjects above. So that's ultimately how we've ended up with our finalists. The surfers that have surfed to that criteria best are in the finals.
With that said, we now have 9.5 minutes remaining. And priority did shift from that last wave of red. That score was a 0.93, so last of red is 0.93. That's a throwaway score. Situation remains the same. Blue in the lead, red in second, still chasing that 5.18. Priority is with blue. And second priority is with red. So greetings to the viewers back at home. This is the Women's QS 2000 final. And as we watch on screen there, Lilius Tabai. The wave just faded away for her, so not giving her what she was looking for. We have 8 minutes remaining here. Blue, Sarah Baum in the lead with that 6.0 and a 4.5. Red still looking for a 5.18. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Stay tuned for more action. We do have another heat coming our way here, which will be the men's QS 2000 final, which will consist of Luke Thompson and Connor Slipen.
You can't wait to see these two gentlemen running down for their heat. I reckon they'll be pumped. Of course, you've got the opportunity of adding a QS title to your name. Not easy to come by. The surfers in the water currently and the next heat, men's final, will be looking to take that prestigious trophy. And we see a lovely big turn from Sarah Baum, getting the combination of major maneuvers. So we saw the setup carve, holding the speed through that turn, and then really seeing that bigger section down the line and banking off that oncoming section for a big finish. So I enjoyed that. Finding a nice right-hander with a bit of clean face. For those viewers watching live, let's check this out. Sets it up. Nice first turn, and then bang, really wraps that board back under her body. Brings that board right back, changes that direction. So nice committed surfing there from Sarah.
And judges rewarding that last wave of blue. It comes in as a 6.5. Last of blue, a 6.5. So that puts a little bit of pressure now for red. Your requirement has gone up, Lilius. You're now looking for a 7.17. So you're looking to score in the good range. Looking for a 7.17 in order to make it through. And you do have first priority. So just building scores here, Sarah Baum, as this heat goes by. Started off with a 2.3, had a 4.5, and she's just replaced it now with the 6.5.
So solid surfing from Sarah, mixing it up both left and right. She's just working this lineup, finding those scores. That's probably been the order of how to win the finals today. We saw Connor Schlappen absolutely working this lineup up and down in the JQS final, multiple waves and getting his two scores under priority. We see Sarah Baum now working a 6 and a 6.5. She's got a 6 on the left, a 6.5 on the right. So you've got to hunt around and find those opportunities out there. 5 minutes remaining. The situation, first, we have blue, Sarah Baum. In second, we've got red, Lilius Tabai. So red, to take the lead, you're looking for a 7.17. So surfer in red with first priority, chasing a decent score, 7.17. We have Sarah Baum in blue in the lead. Sarah, your two scores, a 6.5 and a 6. That puts you out in front. Lilius Tabai with that priority. She's going to sit patiently. She's going to need a very decent looking wave to chase down that 7.17. We saw her in the last 20 seconds of the semi-final chasing down a 6.5 to get through to the finals. So we know she's capable of pulling this off under pressure. Can she do it again? Going to be a tight finish. Don't go anywhere, folks. Keep your eyes on the last 4 minutes of this final. And then next, we got the open men's final. 3.5 minutes to go. This is the eThekwini Surf Pro QS 2000. And yes, we all are all down here on North Beach, Durban, in our T-shirts because it's the warmest place to be. Surf City, what it should be. We love it. 3 minutes remaining. other bonus for our winners today is something they can remember is I won the eThekwini Surf Pro QS 2000 in 2025 on International Surfing Day. Oh, one to remember. That's a cool thing.
All right, surfers, so time is winding down here. We're down to the last 2 minutes of this heat. 2 minutes remaining. Priority is with red. She's looking for that 7-1-7. Looks like some movement out in the lineup here. Greg, take us through this one.
All right, surfer in red, Lilius, up and riding. Bit of foam ahead, gets the first click, but doesn't see the potential for a 7-1-7 on that. So she'll get out of that, and with just over 90 seconds reset. Does leave our heat leader, Sarah Baum, at the back with first priority. So surfer in blue is going to want to close this one down. Under 90 seconds. Lilius will have a look on this insider. Gets the first turn, comes through, clicks it up into the closeout. So really working to try and get that number. So previous wave coming in at a 2.63, not enough. And that last wave a 4.53. So with under 1 minute to go, Sarah Baum in blue in the lead. Surfer in red, Lilius Dubai. You're looking for a 7.17 to go to first and take the win. Can Sarah Baum hold on and get another victory to her name? She's looking strong, 30 seconds to go. Down to 20 seconds. Sarah Baum, surfer in blue, holding on to the lead here. Under 10 seconds. And we are going to count this one down in 3, 2, 1. All right, so Lilius just finishing away, but it does look like it will be Sarah Baum. We'll wait for that official result. And that last score, 1.6, so congratulations, Sarah Baum. Surfers in the next final, set your watches, counting down, 3, 2, 1. All right, so congratulations, Sarah Baum. Your 2025 eThekwini Surf Pro Women's QS 2000 champion. So congratulations. I'm sure she'll get the carry up the beach. See up and riding straight up into this first wave. Vertical. Connor Schleipen. Watch him build up this board speed and boom again. Vertical on the inside. Two strong maneuvers for Connor in the first 30 seconds of this final. Woo! All happening here, Aya.
Yeah, lots of action happening out here for finals day. Going on to the last final now, that is out in the water. eThekwini Surf Pro. And out in the water now is the QS 2000 men's final. In the blue, we have Connor Slipen. And in the red, we have Luke Thompson.
And we see Sarah Baum, the winner, making her way up the beach. Sarah, please don't forget your interview. Congratulations, massive win. She's been the standout surfer of the event. Very happy to walk away with the win.
So a couple scores have dropped. The opening ride for red was a 0.3. First of red a 0.3. And first of blue was a 4.67. But wait, he's up and riding. That is Connor Slipen now attacking on his backhand. Getting two quick snaps off the top there. And gets a completion there. So a couple turns there for Connor. And we saw a short ride there from red. We're now going to wait for that score to drop. But still lots of time remaining here. 21 minutes and 30 seconds.
So an interesting note for this heat. Luke Thompson and Connor Slipen both coach with Quinton Jones, QJ. And they do multiple heats, constantly doing heats, training heats. And generally the loser has to buy lunch or dinner. So these guys will almost be feeling like they're having a bit of a practice heat. And they'll probably reference it to a day where maybe they've done a bit of training. Maybe it's little lefts at Witsuns or something. And Connor will be thinking, well, I got Luke in those heats. And he had to buy lunch. And Luke will be going, well, it was that other day down the beach where I got Connor. So I reckon I've got the upper hand here. They've got to be thinking all of these things in their mind. And QJ will probably reference all the notes in his mind as well. He would have just laid it out and go, put on a show, boys. So that's what they're doing.
Very informative there, Greg. So the last wave of blue, Connor Slipen, a 6.0. Last of blue, 6 points. So Connor Slipen is in the lead here with a 6.0 and a 4.67. Luke Thompson sitting in second with the pair of 0.3s. It's still early days in this heat. 20 minutes remaining. We're now going to cut it over to Mike Frew.
Sarah Baum, you are the winner of the eThekwini Surf Pro. It's actually your second QS final this year, a second in the first one in Newcastle, and now you take the win. What a great start to your campaign in South Africa.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Definitely going into the Challenger Series, this is like a really nice confidence boost. You can really work on a few things, and the event has really good prize money as well, so going into the rest of the year, it's gonna help a lot. So yeah, I'm just so stoked to be here at home in front of friends and family and just, be able to surf and just enjoy myself.
And Sarah, talk us through the final. How did it go out there? Did your strategy play out as you had anticipated?
Yeah, I kind of just stuck to the same game plan I've had the majority of the event. I just kind of dealt with whatever came to me. I got a 6 on a left and then a 6.5 on a right, so I can't really ask for much more. That was kind of perfect, and it was a little slow, but yeah, we made do with what we had, and yeah, I'm stoked.
It's been great to have you back in Durban after we saw you at the Olympics, and we can't wait to see you and the rest of your campaign in South Africa. All the best.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, well done to Sarah Baum, your 2025 eThekwini Surf Pro champion. So we did see a ride there for Luke Thompson. So your second to last wave, Luke Thompson, was a 4.17. Second to last of red was a 4.17, and as we watch here, replay. The red got a 4.17 for that wave. So, red, you're still in second. You're now looking for a 6.5. So that's red. Luke Thompson is looking for a 6.5. Priority is with blue, Connor Slipen, who has a 6.0 and a 4.67. Luke Thompson is in second with the 4.17 and a 0.83 backup. He's going to look to get rid of that 0.83 and replace it with the 6.5 or more in order to take the win here for the men's QS 2000. So just an announcement. This is the last heat of the day, and prize giving will happen straight. So sorry, prize giving will happen straight after this final. Behind the judging structure. So stick around for prize giving. Today is the day that we have been crowning champions. 16.5 minutes remaining, 16 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this heat. Priority is with blue, second priority red. Okay, so a paddle here from Luke Thompson, up and riding, up and over that first section. Building some speed now. Okay, let's have a look here. Luke Thompson lays it back for the finish. So catching that wave under priority, he was looking to get rid of a 0.83. Let's have a look at this heat replay. Okay, so we saw this wave of Connor. Blew the fins out, got the rotation. That was Connor Slipen. So we're waiting for scores for last of red and last of blue. We have 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this final. Okay, so last wave of blue was a 5.07. Last of blue, Connor Slipen, a 5.07. That aerial maneuver. And last wave of red was a 4.57. So blue still in the lead with a 6.0 and a 5.07. Red is in second with the 4.57 and a 4.17. Looking for a 6.5 to go into first. And priority is with red, second priority blue.
There's an easier way. Just say, at the moment, Luke Thompson, you're buying dinner. So just remember, the prize giving will take place immediately after the finals, behind the competition area. As we see, up and riding, whack! Big turn there for Thompson. Tomo back up vertical, working this one through, ripping through the next turn. So fighting back here, absolutely hammering this wave. So Luke Thompson definitely not wanting to buy that dinner this evening, looking good on that one, and battle to find a bit of rhythm in this final, but maybe that has just set him off. That's the catalyst he needed. But how vertical was he on those opening turns? So let's see where that puts the situation. So Luke Thompson Down in second, and here we go. Up and riding. Nice extended carve there for Connor Schleipen. The surfers getting busy, and I love the urgency in the paddle. Both surfers just frothing to get out the back. This win means a lot to both these surfers, both Schleipen and Thompson. Just over 12 minutes to go. We'll get the scores to come through. I'll tell you what, looking at this replay, bang, up in the first turn, lots of spray. Vertical, so vertical was Thompson on that second turn. Got the combo with the carve, got a snap at the end. So pretty much ticking so many boxes. And up again, snapping, lots of spray coming off that board. And goes for the little rotation, so gets the reverse. So really lighting up here now is surfer in red, Luke Thompson. Score starting to drop. It's looking decent for the second last of red. And it comes through at a 7.83, best score of the heat. Surfer in red, your previous wave, a 7.83. Still got one score to come for red. We do have a situation change though. Red, Luke Thompson now into first place. Connor Schleipen down to second. And looking like there's a good chance the last score for red will also go in his top two. And it does. It's a 5.37. So in a matter of a minute and a half, Luke Thompson putting together some scores. And now Schleipen snaps a nice turn to start. Comes around and gets a click up into the finish. So looking at this replay, nice first turn for Connor. Combos it up, gets the finish. So both surfers looking very solid out here. Remember, Connor Schleipen is down in second, but he does have a 6-point ride to his name. Looking for a decent score. But of course, the biggest of the heat, the 7.83 for Luke Thompson, really set him on his way. You look at his first 5 waves were all marginal scores, and then suddenly he clicked into gear, got that 7.83 and setting basically his rhythm for this final. Last of blue comes in at a 5.03, so it doesn't go into your top two. 10 minutes remaining, surfers, 10 minutes to go. Luke Thompson in first. Surfer in red, you are first. Blue in second, looking for a 7.21 to take back the lead. So once again, Connor Schleipen in blue, you are second. You're looking for a 7.21. Luke Thompson in red, you are first. Your two scores, a 7.83. Your second score, a 5.37. Connor Schleipen, your two scores, a 6 and a 5.07. Your requirement, a 7.21. First priority, red. Second priority, blue. Time call, 9 minutes. So folks, lots of action. Get down here, start gathering for the prize giving as well. It's going to be a special prize giving on International Surfing Day. We're going to crown our champions here. So come and join us. It's going to take place directly after this final heat. I love a good prize giving. Prize givings are especially special if you're the winner. But we're all winners today because we found ourselves at the eThekwini Surf Pro here at Durban's North Beach. The warmest place to be. Even now, it's evening time, it's still warm. 8 minutes to go.
So it's been a heat of two halves here. Connor Slipen was in the lead in the earlier stages of this heat, but fighting back and responding was Luke Thompson and changing the situation here. But up and riding is Luke Thompson yet again. Just gets a bit stuck on that wave. Looks like the left balls have been operating here for this men's heat. 7 minutes on the clock, 7 minutes now remaining surface. Priority is with blue. So that gives blue a chance now. As we watch the replay of red, it's got a bit stuck on that first section. So just under 7 minutes remaining here surface. Priority now does shift to blue. Connor Slipen, who's looking for a 7.21 in order to take the win here for the QS 2000 men's final at the eThekwini Surf Pro. So situation update, surfers, we do have red in the lead, Luke Thompson, with a 7.83 and a 5.37 backup. And then blue is in second with a 6.0 and a 5.07 backup. Blue is looking for a 7.21 in order to take the win. And priority is with blue, second priority is with red. Just under 6 minutes remaining surface, 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock.
Tom. Tom call surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same. Red, Luke Thompson. Second, blue, Connor Schlappen. Surfer in blue looking for a 7.21. 1.5 minutes to go. So 4 minutes to go. Luke Thompson, who I must say was the 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro champion. Can he go back to back with the wins? Last year, he also took out a Schlappen, except it was Connor's brother, Luke Schlappen. So can he go 2 in a row? Can he take out the double, the two brothers, 24 and 25? Well, at the moment, he's got one hand on the trophy, but Connor Schlappen, of course, has been on fire in this contest. He's just come off the win in the JQS. He wouldn't mind having the last say, yeah? Surfer in blue, Connor Schlappen, does sit with first priority. So with on 3 minutes to go, he does have the choice of the next wave that comes through. Looking for that 7.21. He's got multiple excellent scores as well throughout competition as Connor. So very capable of getting that number. I tell you what, interesting storyline. Anna Schleipen wants the QS win, sorry, the JQS win, as well as the QS 2025 win. He'll be very excited to take 2 wins home today. And of course, Luke Thompson wants to go back-to-back 24 and 25. So both surfers looking at a string of big results. 2 minutes to go. Ninety seconds. Right now, one would say the ocean's looking like it's getting ready for bedtime. Looking a little bit sleepy. Will it have one more little burst of energy before it is bedtime? Well, we're into the last minute of competition here, folks. Is it going to be Thompson? Can he hold on to the win? Or can Connor Schleipen find that 7.21 to snatch a victory here? Tell you what, Luke Thompson got that one hand on the trophy, the other hand's coming forward at the moment. But it's never over till it's over. 30 seconds to go. Connor Schleipen has priority, desperately looking for something that can give him a 7.21 to take the win here. But time is against him. 20 seconds. And it's certainly looking like Thompson's going to hold on here, folks. We're down to under 10 seconds. It's looking like Thompson all the way. We're going to count this one down in 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at that sportsmanship. International Surfing Day, giving each other a hug. Best of mates. What a well-fought final. Well done, Luke Thompson, taking the win. Your 2025 eThekwini Surf Pro QS 2000 champion, Luke Thompson. So welcome back to the post show, and on your screen you have your champion Luke Thompson, winner of the eThekwini Surf Pro, your men's champion, the QS 2000, and he's looking pretty stoked, fought back hard to take that win, and he's looking pretty happy, surfing of course against his good mate Connor Schleipen and Aya, what a day of surfing. We look back, it feels like it's been 2 days in one. We started with beautiful offshore conditions. How good were some of those running waves this morning? We ended up today in the afternoon a bit peaky, but some of those morning heats were special. Throughout the day we've had some special moments. It's been a great day of surfing.
Certainly, Greg, it's been a great day of surfing. Today was the day that we're crowning champions. Lots of great surfing, lots of friendships, lots of rivalry, plenty of things unfolded here for finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro. I'll say like the early morning heats were my highlight because we saw some really good waves ridden, some great surfing, excellent scoring rides, good scoring rides, just everything here was happening for finals day of the eThekwini Surf Pro.
And lots online. We were a little bit worried about the swell today. We moved across from New Pier over to North Beach. We started the day, it was actually a touch small early on, and then as the contest kicked off, it sort of bumped up in size. We had that low tide pushing with some lovely running rights. We saw some big scores this morning, great surfing through all our divisions, JQS men, JQS women. We saw the longboard QS and then of course the opens as well. So throughout the day it's just been spectacular, and yes, we saw the surf break up a little bit in the afternoon, but still we saw surfers finding some big scores, big opportunities, and of course finishing with that men's final. You know, it looked like Connor all the way from the start. He had control, and halfway through the heat, Luke Thompson turned the switch. He came through with that 7.83, just solid surfing, and that's what he does. He's almost like a silent assassin. He's just, you know, he just waits until he finds his rhythm, and when he gets that rhythm, he's super dangerous, and that's what's made him a strong competitor. We of course saw Sarah Baum dominating her final as well. It's just been great. We saw Connor Schleipen win the JQS. Great surfing. He's been on form throughout the contest. It's been a special day. Emily Jenkinson at 8.4 in the JQS women's just also quietly got that massive score. And it's just been the longboarders. We saw, of course, Stevie Sawyer absolutely ripping. And this is that replay of that 8.5, I believe, from Emily. How critical was that maneuver? So just quietly getting the job done and really looked alive. She was hungry. She wanted that win.
Oh, that was great surfing indeed from Emily Jenkinson. And I'm just going to come back to what you mentioned earlier with Luke Thompson fighting back. And you did say earlier on, never over until it's over. Because we saw another exciting heat that happened which was the US 2000 women's semi-final with Lilia Tabai getting that buzzer beater in the dying seconds of that heat. Can you just talk us through that, Greg?
Well, absolutely. That was very special. We saw Lilia's last 20 seconds of that heat was incredible, needing a 6.1. She found an opportunity, got two turns and managed the big second turn, and coming in with a 6.5 and getting into the final was Lilia's first final ever, so she was stoked. And yeah, just taking that was definitely one of the highlights of the day. And then we look at the longboard QS. We see the power couple, Crystal Hewlett, Stevie Sawyer, just both of them smiling and having the best time of their lives. And getting massive scores. I mean, they've been some of the standouts through competition as well. Again, International Surfing Day. We've had our whole tribe together. As I mentioned, we've had our junior surfers, we've had our open surfers, and the longboarding. And what a great couple of days of competition it's been. Small surf, but really fun surf, and everyone's just had a great time.
It's been really contestable conditions throughout the 4 days here of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And yeah, like what more can you ask for in Durban, South Africa, the warmest place to be, with great conditions all day long. And it was a good call actually bringing it to North Beach because we were very contestable conditions here for our surfers. And yeah, just super excited. And we do have the Polito Pro happening next after this eThekwini Surf Pro. So there's still plenty of surf action coming here in the African region. That's also something that I'm super excited about as we kicked off this first event, kick off the 2025, the 26th season. And yeah, just lots of exciting things coming here for the WSL Africa, and I'm super, super stoked.
Well, as you mentioned, it's kicked off 1 month of crazy surfing along our shores, and what a way to kick it off. International Surfing Day. We're going to wake up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and start in Belito. We're back into it with the juniors, the SAS tour, the Rookie Rippers, and then we've got a series of events obviously following into the Challenger Series, and that's going to be a massive event. And then we're going to shoot over to the Eastern Cape, the J-Bay Open. That's going to finish off in a month from now, exactly a month. So we got so much action on our shores. If you can join us on the beach, best place to be, warmest place to be. Otherwise, if you can't, we're going to be showing you the action live through the WSL app, and lots of action. We've got Mark Frew standing by. We're going to be starting off with the prize giving soon of the eThekwini Surf Pro 2025. We're going to be crowning our champions here. It's late in the evening already. We've had a full day of surfing, and looking forward to our winners. It's been a tough day of surfing.
A really tough day indeed. But Mike Frew is going to take us through the prize giving, and that's going to be happening right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Surfers, families, fans on the beach, and our valued sponsors, and welcome to the official prize giving of the eThekwini Surf Pro. The surf forecast threw us a few curveballs. We all saw those waves of Josh Redman and Davey van Zyl screaming across North Beach, and we thought those were the conditions. Instead, we were greeted with 1 foot on the first day. But it did get a little bit better, and we enjoyed very contestable waves. Thank you to the organizers for moving it to North Beach today after a few days of pressure. So the surf did deliver, and the surfing was absolutely on point. A huge congratulations to all the competitors, both the men's and the women, who pushed through some challenging conditions, especially that one day where we had the strong northeasterly, and managed to deliver outstanding performances across all divisions. This year's event marks the first stop on the 2026 WSL Africa qualifying series. It also served as a qualifier for the longboard qualifying series. So today we're not only celebrating our event champions, we're also announcing the athletes who will represent Africa on the 2025 World WSL Longboard Tour. And how exciting was it to host the juniors? Last year, we had the finals there at Dairy Beach, and we had the QS 1000, and we had the LQS, and it was great to have the JQS as part of the event this year. It was stop number 2 of 3 of the Africa Pro Junior Series, and what a great showcase of the next generation of surfing talent. We actually only started that event on a Friday afternoon because so many of the competitors were actually still writing exams this week. So thank you for pushing through your exams and putting on the performances that you did from yesterday afternoon. I've got some sponsors to thank. An event like this isn't easy to put on. It takes months and months of planning. On behalf of WSL Africa, we extend our sincere gratitude to our title sponsors, Durban Tourism and eThekwini Municipality. I know a lot of guys got goosebumps today. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Many of us, older people like me, were on this beach when we still used to run the Gunston 500 and the Mr. Price Pro, and it was amazing to have an event of this nature back on North Beach in the exact spot where we used to have that event in June, just when that event was. So it was really cool. And thank you again to Durban Tourism, eThekwini Municipality for investing in surfing. Your commitment and continued investment in the sport is helping build a future for our athletes and growth of the African surf community, and for that we thank you so much. Special thanks as well to Huge DNS, our official telecom sponsor, for providing high-speed connectivity throughout the event. Your support made it possible for the world to tune in and enjoy the action live from 18 to 21 June. We were looking at some of the stats, just a side note, of the people that have tuned in for the broadcasts, and it's in the tens of thousands every day, which is amazing exposure for not only you surfers, but also for Durban and the eThekwini Municipality. Thank you to our event support partners. We'd like to give big thanks to Red Bull South Africa for keeping the crew energized throughout. It did sound like Greg Emsley was talking at double speed, and it was those 2 Red Bulls he had before lunch. Thank you to Smith Shapes for providing the power. The eThekwini beachfront area, we've got access to electricity, but of course we need generators on standby, and thank you to Smith Shapes for providing power. Durban Life Saving Club for hosting our media center. I want to just say very big thank you to Christy Gilmore and JC and the team at Durban Surf. They're legends here on the beachfront, and you know, they provide such a rad base for us to watch the waves, have a coffee and everything, and they always go over and above in everything we ask of them. Thank you to ESA for the audio setup and sound support. Thank you to KZNSA, that's Ankutsi and his team, for on-the-ground assistance. And then thank you to Surfing South Africa for sanctioning this important event on the Surfing South Africa calendar. Then thank you to the team and the athletes. A massive shout out to the WSL Africa team staff and officials. This man here, Lukman and Tashim and Tasti, guys, they are changing South African surfing. Thank you to Etienne, Gerrit, the judges, and everybody working behind the scenes for WSL Africa. Your dedication, passion, and professionalism were evident throughout the week. These guys were on the pier at 5:15 every morning trying to figure out where we were going to surf with no waves. Our broadcast service providers, thank you for adding a vital element to the success of this event and helping us share the magic of African surfing and Durban to a global audience. And finally, thank you to all the athletes. I've really enjoyed, all of us, we've so enjoyed watching you guys surf and perform out there over the last couple of days. We were so excited. There were high scores, low scores, so much drama, and it was so entertaining over the last 4 days. Your talent, resilience, and commitment continue to inspire us, and thank you for putting on a really good show. With that, we're going to move on to the moment you've been waiting for. We've got some champagne here. I think it's for the senior divisions. We've got some great trophies. We've got some prize money to give out. And we're going to announce some names of people that have qualified to represent South Africa on the world stage in some of the divisions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into each category. If I could ask the finalists to come up, and then we'll present you with your awards, okay? First of all, the JQS, the women's JQS 1000. If you could come up, please, the 4 finalists.
You can mention it's non-alcoholic.
Right, so 15,000 Rand up for grabs for the winner. I'm going to ask all the finalists if you could just stand this side of me with Lukman, and let's move in on the banner there. So it's non-alcoholic champagne for the juniors. I'm going to announce, what I'm going to do is announce for 4th to 1st. So 4th place in the JQS 1000 Women's is Emma Schoenbrucker. 3rd place going to Anastasia Fenter. 2nd place in the JQS Women's 1000, Louise Laprant. And taking home 15,000 Rand, the points, the trophy, and the champagne. Congratulations to Emily Jenkinson. Well done, girls. Some exceptional surfing. And it was great to see you perform in conditions like we had today at North Beach. If the boys finalists could come up, we'll get to your prize giving next. And then just the winners of each division. We just need a photo with you, with Ryan Logie, please. Right, the JQS 1,000 for the men's, also 15,000 Rand up for grabs for the winner. 4th place in the JQS men's, well done to David Emsley. 3rd place was Luke Laprant. 2nd place in the JQS men's 1,000, well done to Ben Esterhazer. And then one of the only surfers to surf 2 divisions, taking out the win in the JQS men's 1,000, 15,000 Rand prize money. Well done to Connor Slipen. And then interestingly, guys, the 1st and 2nd in this event is exactly the placing from the PE event. So Connor Slipen won in PE and Ben Esterhazer was 2nd. That's right. So well done, guys. Great surfing. We're going to go on to the QS 2000 Women's. If you could come up, Lilias Tabai and Sarah Baum. It was so great. It was so great to have an Olympic athlete attend our event, and we haven't seen Sarah since the Olympics and J-Bay last year, and it's great to see her back in Durban and have somebody of her experience participating here this week. So the QS Women's 2000, the winner takes 25,000 Rand for the win. In 2nd place, it was Lillian Tabai. And then taking the win, she hasn't won an event at North Beach like this since, I think she was competing maybe in KZNSA or quite a long time ago. But congratulations to Sarah Baum. So this is Sarah's 2nd final this year. She made her WQS final in Newcastle. She came 2nd in that and takes the win in this event. So some great momentum at the start of the contest season for Sarah. We wish her all the luck going into the next couple of events, as well as you, Lillian. Thank you for coming all the way to surf our event.
One more above the head. Come down. Let's get things right above your head. There we go. Thanks, guys.
Right, so then we have the men's QS 2000. If you could come up, please. Connor and Luke. So Connor was in his second final of the day. He surfed more heats than pretty much everybody else. So the men's QS 2000, there's 25,000 rand up for grabs, prize money, a trophy, and some champagne. Second place in the men's QS 2000 goes to, congratulations, Connor Slipen. And then taking back-to-back wins. If you remember, last year he surfed the final in that pink swimming cap. This year he's got bleached hair. Congratulations to Luke Thompson. So Luke takes 25,000 rand, 2,000, and also gets his winter campaign going into this big week with the rest of the events off to a really, really good start. Just a reminder, please, for the winners, Ryan Logie just needs the winners to stay behind just for a shot as well. Right, now if I could call up the LQS women, the LQS women's finalists. That's Cara Stubbs and Crystal Hewlett. So it was really cool to have the longboarding as part of this event again. This is the only longboard qualifying series event on the Africa calendar, so it's incredibly important. And more than the champagne, the prize money, or the trophies, it carries so much weight because the winners of each division qualify for the World Longboard Tour. The winner takes home 15,000 rand as well as valuable points. In second place in the LQS Women's 1000, well done to Cara Stubbs. Then, taking the win, 15,000 rand, and qualifying for the World Longboard Tour, congratulations to Crystal Hewlett. Crystal, we look forward to seeing you on the World Tour, re-qualified. The event kicks off in Huntington Beach, I think, next month. Then we've got Bells Beach, then Abu Dhabi, and finally onto El Salvador. So well done, ladies. Fantastic surfing. I must also thank Taryn King for helping us with the commentary in the LQS. Taryn is super knowledgeable, very passionate about the longboarding, and helped us interpret some of that incredible footwork of the longboarders. Right then, if we could please get the LQS men up. That's Sam Christensen and Stephen Sawyer. So these two gentlemen, they are on the World Longboard Tour at the moment. Sam Christensen won this event. Sam Christensen won this event last year and went on to qualify for the World Longboard Tour. It takes the winner takes 15,000 rand and points. Both of them have already re-qualified for the World Longboard Tour, so we look forward to seeing you guys in Huntington, Bells Beach, Abu Dhabi, and El Salvador, and go and represent us with pride. Second place in the LQS 1000, well done to Sam Christensen. And then taking the win, well done, 15,000 rand and lots of points. Well done to Stephen Sawyer. All right, well done. Lots of champagne being thrown all over. Great celebrations. Well done, guys. That was really, really entertaining surfing. And some of the only nines we got in the event came out of this longboard division.
Winners, all the winners.
We will get all the winners. Right, so we've got one more announcement. Steve, we've done your announcement already. Yeah, you were the winner.
No, see.
And, right, so we got one more announcement, okay. So with Stephen and Sam already qualifying for the World Longboard Tour, the winner of this event automatically requalifies, right? So Sam is already on, and Stephen is already on tour, which means another slot opened up on the World Longboard Tour, and that came down to the two surfers that lost in the semi-finals. It was between Guy Campbell and Oliver Packham. What the WSL did is they went and they referred back to the rule book. I know they've been in contact with the commissioners of the World Longboard Tour to try and make this decision. And it came down to looking at their heat wins and then looking at the surfer with the highest average score in the event, okay, out of those two surfers, between Guy Campbell and Oliver Packham. It was a very tough decision, and eventually it came down to the third representative who will be joining Stephen Sawyer and Sam Christensen on tour this year. Give it up for Oliver Packham. Woo! Oliver, where are you? Come up. I'm gonna ask Oliver to say a few words. This is a momentous occasion. It's not every day you qualify for the World Tour.
Yeah, super stoked. Sam kind of told me before the comp the situation with him and Steven already qualifying. Kind of didn't really think about it, and then yeah, it all worked out, and I can't believe it. And yeah, I just want to say so thank you to everyone, Lukman, Mike, all the judges. So epic to have an amazing comp like this. Fortunate about the waves, but it worked out for me, and so I'm super stoked. Yeah, thank you.
If we could get a find out where the longboarders. So Oliver Packham qualified for the World Longboard Tour. And we'll see him at Huntington Beach, Bells Beach, Abu Dhabi, and El Salvador. Right, thank you everybody for tuning in. It was a long prize giving. We're almost out of lights. I just need all the winners. So all the winners of the various divisions, if we just need you for one photo. Otherwise, have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you for the rest of the South African leg of the WSL series. Cheers. So all the winners, if you could come and stand on the stage here, please.